Hello, everyone. It's an exciting day.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Let me turn you up a little bit. You're a little low in the mix.
Alright.
All right, favorite pizza topping for sound testing purposes. It's hard to choose just
Cheese.
one. Cheese. Excellent answer. Only correct answer. You can't really have a pizza without cheese. What's up, JP?
You can,
Thank
it's
you.
not that great.
Yeah, what's up, little David? All right. Yeah, 34 exciting, excruciating minutes. All right, supposedly you could click a thing to co-stream. I can ask if I'm allowed to do that. I'm allowed to do it. Great. I don't know what it means, but it's probably something good. All right, so we were looking at the Twitch reward. Jump scare from Mark. So we were looking at the Twitch reward from the stream. You know, it's just the one for watching for 45 minutes. I think it's pretty cool looking. You get this like rare finisher effect, which they've done a million of those, but it specifically like turns the rare into like a green guy, like a green crystal, and then it explodes.
Yeah.
Kind of tight.
It doesn't like
honestly.
Exploding.
Exactly, but specifically the way it like crystallizes and then boom. Kind of nice. I bet that's gonna look real good in PoE too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Cosmina's right. Like, if you're talking about topping, a topping, and you're not saying like cheese, of course it's on there. It's not fair to count cheese as a topping because it's like it's a component of it. You know, it'd be like saying, oh, crust. Crust is my favorite thing to have in a pizza. It's like,
okay.
obviously.
So, I guess I'll say onion.
Onion's good.
Yeah.
What up, Beholder? What's up,
Hello.
Plagueis? Pepperoni is America's favorite pizza topping, and I gotta say, justifiably so. I've had just a plain pepperoni pie. I'm
you
not.
didn't ask me what's the most common pizza
It's true.
topping.
I wasn't
that is
asking trivia. You're right. I was just saying, what's your favorite? And I would say, having had a recent experience of just eating pepperoni pizza, it was good. It wasn't as good as like, I don't know, a full meat pizza or like mushroom pizza or pineapple for me, you know. Yeah, chicken barbecue pizza with onions, that's great. That is one that's, I've definitely had it messed up, and that's less good. But it's good. Alright, so we were talking about stuff to do in the interim while we're waiting 30 minutes rather than just looking at a timer and talking about only pizza. Which I could definitely do. Gonna see, they don't really, I will say, we both noticed this. Not a lot of teasers in this run-up. Like, we could look at their YouTube channel. They put all their teasers on the YouTube channel. There were 4. There was the original teaser, the Transfigured Skills, the Abyss teaser, and then the Twitch drops.
Also, chicken barbecue pizza with onions is delicious.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Toss in some pineapple, make it a luau pizza.
Yeah, but they did show
that's offensive. I'm confident. It's offensive.
The Lao Wow. I'm kind of partial to focaccia.
Just by adding pineapple to something, it's considered luau.
Yeah, it's Hawaiian. Lao Wow. Yeah. You know what? I didn't like Hawaiian growing up, and it was specifically because of the ham, but as I've become an old man, I've started to become a big fan of the ham on pizza. I mean, my go-to pizza slice recently is just Sam's Club. Essentially the same as Costco pizza, where you get a cheap slice while you're going.
Better than the Costco pizza.
I think it is.
Yeah, ranked a little higher.
Best slice pizza in the city.
Their hot dogs are not better than Costco.
Hell no. What's up, Adrax? Oh yeah, focaccia pizza. Awesome. I mean, focaccia is good just on its own, but then you go pizza mode on it, and it just really kicks it all up a notch. Kind of like a grandma pie, you know, too. Like, just like whatever. Like, you take what is that? Like a big baking dish, and you just stretch the crust out over that and oil it up. That's good too. I mean, it's pretty focaccia adjacent as well. So we were looking at the Reliquarian and just thinking, like, is there anything here? Because there's been so much, like, outpouring of, like, wow, this is so good now. And it definitely is, but there's also, like, there's some bait in here. There's some really hard bait. Like, this Apostate, people look at this and they're like, wow, that's so good. That's like the Bog Shaman Ascendancy from Freesia. No, it is not. Minus 12 max life per level is horrible. This thing is bad. The Apostate has a very low usage rate, and this is basically worse than that unless you have perfect gear. Some of this is good, though. Dawnbreaker's amazing, just as a base defensive layer. Calm's Roots isn't, like, bad. Being able to just be fully action, speed, slow, immune is awesome.
Oh, crap. I have a package here.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is, like, this Ascendancy, it just seems very obvious that you would take Dawnbreaker as your first. No, well, you know, really your second Ascendancy node, because that's the other thing about this. Obviously, it's a little janky. You have to spend your first 2 points just on +1 passive skill, you know? Like, it's a little janky. That's right, Grumpy. We are the Toxic Rain Pathfinder people. But yeah, like, minus 12 max life per level is a lot. It requires really insanely good gear to overcome that downside. Elevore could be okay for very, very, like, SSF for day 1 budget gearing. That could be useful. Dawnbreaker's obviously going to be useful. It's great for, like, high-end gearing. The other two, kind of whatevs. Then you look at attack-based stuff, like Sacred Chalice seems good. I don't think it's that great. Like, that internal cooldown of, what, like 100 milliseconds on generating a flask charge? It's 1 flask charge? What's up, Valerian? You got me and Sunset here today. Then, like, Aldi, you know, great deals on discount groceries, but 4-second base cooldown Warcry? Valerian. We were saying hello. Oh. Oh, I was talking about the fist weapon named Aldi. Pretty close. Yeah, you walk back into me talking about Aldi. Yeah. Yeah. So I've seen people thinking, like, what if I ran Nahamahu's Flame and also used Nahamahu's Flame, and maybe? But I don't know. Yeah, Fidelitas Spike, if you go a full Herald of Thunder stacking build, maybe. Maybe. I don't know, there's some okay stuff in here, but there's also some junk. Like, On's Might seems bad. Aldi doesn't seem great. I don't know that Sacred Chalice is great. So you've got Nahamahu's Flame and, like, Dawnbreaker. Those are your first 2 bonuses as an attack build. They ordered these in a very weird way. Okay, so, like, raise spiders on kill, being able to get that very early on is, like, pretty dope. Like, you're getting that on 3rd Ascendancy, so you're not even out of the campaign, and you're already getting Arakulli's Fang bonus. It's pretty nice. Sergil's Crank, hilarious name, but like +1 level of all spell skill gems is obviously very good. Just generically good. And then it synergizes with spell block and stuff too. Yeah, that's the issue, right? Like, you don't get an item to put those raised spiders into to support, and they don't have any of the, like, spell skill tech that they have from PoE 1. or PoE 2 and PoE 1, where you'd be able to support that. And also, you don't like spiders. Oh, you know what? We should probably kill that Nightbot comment, because I don't think we're having any issues with that anymore. We were having that in Freesia League, and yeah, me too. What's up? What's up, Chenendo? Yeah, we'll definitely do a Toxic Rain build. Unless they delete the skill gem in 20 minutes, we're gonna do a Toxic Rain build once again. Yeah, the plan is always to play Toxic Rain, but, you know, we'll see. But that's the plan. Yeah, I guess you can use the stuff from the Aracali's Fang spiders to buff your damage. Yeah. Femur of the Saints. This type of thing is like it's all over the place, right? Like it's a bunch of different little buffs for different minions. Nobody really plays like a million different types of minions. Oh, I don't know. I'm not a minion man in PoE 1, so I don't know. Shimmeron bonus is good though. You stack power charges, so you get like 18 to 30% spell block chance. Like, that's good. That's undeniably good. That's true. They are level 20. So that is, I guess, better than the, what, is that level 1 that you get out of Aracali's Fang? So yeah, I don't know. And then the final bonus has some interesting stuff in here. If they leave Screams of the Desiccated in the game, if it's still in the game and you can stack that bonus up with the existing belt, then awesome. Awesome. Otherwise, if this is all that there is, Impenetrable Shrine as a reward for not using flasks is kind of rough. I guess it's good for like day 1 or whatever. You can use this and use 5 life flasks. Yeah, 5 instant life flasks, and that's something. Helm's Binding is underrated. Enemies converting 25% of their fizz to fire, especially in conjunction with Dawnbreaker. So you're just getting basically like 50% fizz taken as fire, as long as you're like close to enemies. Yeah, the ordering of this is very weird. It's pretty good. Dang, okay, that is a lot of value out of Aracali's Fang. So yeah, honestly, maybe that alone is a build, right? Like you play like a Herald of Agony something with Aracali's Fang, and also the whatever the bonus from the yeah. All right, I'm getting messed up by the ordering on this once again, but yeah, like the Aracali's Fang, some kind of top of the tree poison build seems pretty doable. That alone might make that kind of viable, especially if you can get like Shadow or Witch Start Jewel. That's a thing, right? In this game, I know it is a PoE 2. Yeah. Yeah, Phantasmal Might could be, you know, I don't really know enough about minions in this game to have a strong opinion on that. But probably, I know that's something I've seen people on Reddit saying is good, so it makes sense. If everybody agrees that it's good, then it probably is. Getting melding with a 5% is kind of rough. Like, you can get better than that out of a jewel. You're giving up an entire ascendancy node for like an average roll on a not that rare jewel. Yeah, it's 4 to 6, right? Out of melding. So, Polaric Devastation being 40% increased duration of all ailments, not just non-damaging ailments, means you could use this for like an Ignite or a Bleed type of situation. I guess it wouldn't really have any other synergy with Bleed, but with Ignite it certainly would. Have we ever done an Ignite build? I feel like we've never done an Ignite build. I don't even know if I can remember playing an Ignite build at any point that's intentionally Ignite. Yeah. I think the closest I've ever gotten to playing an Ignite build would maybe be like, just the Slam Titan in PoE 2 does fire damage, and so sometimes it'll get Ignites, and that's about it. Yeah. Wow, 62 Phantasms? That's a lot of Phantasms. Alright, so it does seem like there's a lot of really good stuff on the top half of the tree for the Reliquarian, between Aracali's Fang, Black Cane, Shimmeron, and then I guess Surgil's Crank is like a fallback option, also seems okay. The other two, maybe not, I don't know. But the attack-based side seems a lot more questionable. I feel like the people who are saying, I can run Nahamahu's Flame and it'll be like old Molten Strike. I run that with a Nahamahu's Flame and it'll be like old Molten Strike days. I feel like those people are coping. What would you run as your trigger skill for this? Molten Strike? Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, Melding is bad. Calms is good. Presence of Chayula is... Is this a very weird set of bonuses too, right? Because it's clearly it's jewelry, but like the first one is armor, it's defensive. Defense. Second one is attacks, where you either attack, damage, or spell damage. But clearly damage. And then this third set is stuff. You get your choice of defense, offense, and then stuff. Some of it's utility. Some of it's just straight defense. Some of it's offense. Like Gloomfang and Polaric Devastation seem very much offensively oriented. Yeah, just kind of generic stuff. Gloomfang could be good. Could definitely be good for... Let's see. What's a build where you want to chain a whole bunch? What are the two poison-based, like, throwing weapon builds, essentially? I'm blanking on both of their names, even though I've played them both a bunch. They are called Cobra Lash and Venom Gyre, and they are both terrible in the current state of the game, but they don't have to be. Venom Gyre is not chaining, though. But Cobra Lash is. Chains a whole bunch of extra times. So you combine that with Gloomfang, getting extra chain, and then a bunch of extra damage. Maybe, but you do get a lot of... You get a lot of damage conversion anyway, so not a lot of non-chaos damage, so maybe not. Maybe Peaconk? Yeah, Venom Gyre works, just not as a poison skill. I did play Cobra Lash really long time ago, long before we were doing any content creation. I didn't have a great time with it. I tried to just run it as a non-poison build, didn't care for it. Yeah, maybe Arc would be the move. Arc does have more chaining. Does it count as a projectile? No, right? Not in this game? Yeah, not in this game. It's a projectile, but it is in PoE 2. Yeah. Vol Venom Gyre. It looks cool. I will give it that. It looks very cool. The way it launches projectiles all over the place. Let's see. There are definitely other things that you could use, like Spectral Shield Throw. Maybe. Chains 3 times. Maybe that's something. Yeah, I have no idea. Look, I know my little toxic rain sized cage. That's not true. We do other builds at times, but we know where our bread is buttered. Lightning Strike of Arcing. That was one of our best builds. Best performing builds in terms of, like, fun to play. True. Very true. Yeah. What's up, Ollie? What's up, Casual Andy? Yeah, Lightning Strike of Arcing. Man, we did a champion of that, like, toward the end of a league, and that wound up being one of our best performing builds on, like, YouTube, but also, like, one of our best performing just to play and enjoy. Now you're talking. Yeah. Vol Venom Gyre with Aracali buff and a fast, hard-hitting pneumatic dagger. That could work. And that's the thing about this Reliquarian that is very different from last season's, or last league's, is last league's was very, like, budget-friendly. You know, like, it was basically the cheap version, and then you switch over to, Ascendant, like, for high-budget stuff. And this one seems like it has a lot more high-budget potential. Especially with some of these, things. They seem like there's some real high scaling potential out of like Black, Cane, and Shimmeron. Well, anyhow, I did take a picture of our bingo board to talk about that a little bit. We wanted to. A very, very high quality picture. Yeah. What do you actually think is capable of happening here? I mean, the Abyss rework seems like a foregone conclusion. Yeah, we might wind up doing a Reliquarian second character. There seem like a lot of options available. I'm glad we didn't say anything big about Reliquarian in this video that we did the bingo board, because like as soon as it was finished being uploaded, they were like, and here's the Reliquarian teaser, and it's like, whew, oh, thank goodness we didn't say anything too speculative or wrong about that to have to hear about how wrong we were. Yeah. Whew.
I mean, people are gonna tell us we were wrong anyway about something.
Oh yeah.
You know, like
That's gonna happen.
I've noticed recently an uptick in people who are new to the internet. Hey Drax. That are, you know, we'll post a clip from one of our videos and they'll say something, you know, snarky like, wow, this video doesn't even have the complete information. It's like, well, we're not going to condense a 15-minute video into this 30-second YouTube short. So
Yeah.
like, you know, just click the title and it'll take you to the full video.
We definitely have had some.
just
I'm
like,
gonna call them what they are.
A lot of people's first time on YouTube Shorts. They're still learning how the platform works.
We're getting some
I
unks
think.
who don't know how short form video content works. So where a short will be like, you have to play Bear Druid right now. It's so incredibly strong. And then they'll be like, you didn't even tell me how to do it in this 10-second clip. Like, what was the point of this?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that is my favorite type of post to see on the PoE Reddit, is somebody being like, okay, I'm a new player to PoE. I've only played like 4,000 or 5,000 hours. I don't understand a lot. It's like, that's... You've started off well.
Yeah, exactly, Matt.
You've started off well.
Exactly. Yeah, this edited version of the unedited version doesn't have all of the edited info.
Yeah.
Yo, dog, we heard you like edit.
Yeah.
Some edits in your edit.
So we had brainstormed a little bit on stuff to put into the bingo board, and the last thing, the one that was like most unlikely, was this right here, the Metamorph coming back. There's just no way, right? We got more comments, positive comments about this than any other thing on the board, any other thing in the video. It was just people being like, they should bring back Metamorph. They should merge it with the current League mechanic. And it's like, I agree. I don't know that they will do that, but I agree.
You're not wrong. Some people not only can only understand memes, but literacy is at an all-time low over here in the US. So
Oh yeah.
people just not and now cursive is required in a lot of schools. We're not responsible for what's going on over here.
Ass.
Yeah, we're not responsible. We don't identify with this
No.
place.
Nope.
This place sucks.
Yeah. I will say, with the World Cup having been going on, I have been learning about how chronically dehydrated Europeans all are. And that's been interesting.
No, the green leafy plants will give you upset tummy. So don't do that.
That is true. Andy is correct. Yes, hungover.
Give you a big upset tummy.
Yeah.
Like extended upset tummy.
Yeah, oh boy.
I wouldn't know because I haven't been poisoned by anything yet. This round anyway.
No, not this
Haven't been
time.
poisoned by anything.
I mean,
this
we do
time?
be salting our food like
Again?
crazy. That's true. Yeah, you can get the drops watching here. The accumulated 45 minutes or so doesn't start until this timer hits 0, but then it's 45 minutes to get. We were looking at this a little bit ago.
Hi, I'm Mark Robbins,
Hi, Mark.
Game Director,
It's this.
Allflame livestream
Crispy,
for 45
crunchy,
I
exploding
am
crystal.
able to earn the
When you
ability
kill
I'm aware
rares.
how much salt is in American food. That's because most of it is
that
just
lectures
like
loyal to Cooler
most of it is just like
Resurrect
preservative
monsters
levels
of
of
Red.
salt. Not
Yeah.
it's not even really for flavor. Or it's because they
Oh,
removed
thank you very much
something
for the
else.
community subs, Bum Whisperer. 10 of them. That's very generous.
Okay. Thank you, Santa.
That's right. Oh, yeah. Yeah, see, I probably drink a couple liters of water and a couple liters of soda every day.
No, you
A
don't.
liter of soda.
No, you don't.
I drink a couple liters of water anyway.
You probably drink 1 liter of soda and probably 2 liters of water.
2 liters of water, for sure. Yeah. There was a time in my life, a
It's
very
so
unhealthy
weird
time, when I was drinking
that
multiple
here in
liters of
America,
sugar soda, and
we're
it was
like
bad.
resistant to using liters, but we'll use it for our water bottles and for our larger soda bottles. They'll be like, yeah, that's a 2 liter of soda, and it's like, how does that fit into the cups, quarts, gallons, half gallons that we use for
Oh, yeah.
everything else? Why are sodas in 2 liter bottles? I mean, look, I'm all for it. I wish we'd convert.
It's a good
but
system. It's a good system. It's
a
easy to
good
follow.
system.
Even
It's
a little
good
kid can
system.
get it.
Yep. Very easy. But the US is like, we're just going to dip our toe in. And by that, we mean large soda bottles and
Yep.
water bottles.
Yep. Just a gigantic soda bottle. Yeah.
Uh,
Glad to entertain, Bum Whisperer. Yeah. Oh, boy.
yeah, Beholder, you're right. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, soda bottles are 500 mil, you know?
Yeah.
And they say 500 mil on them. And people are like, well, what is that? And it's like, well, technically that's 16.9
16.9 ounces, of course, or 1.05 pints. Man, what a great measuring system. I love it. I'm glad that it exists. It's definitely not very stupid at all.
Yeah, I don't. We're talking about the American.
Yeah,
one.
the American one,
Yeah.
obviously.
Yeah.
No, I was
Freedom
having
Unit.
this issue yesterday. I don't even remember what it was, but I was like, oh, how much, like, what was it like? Oh, that's this many cups. How many pints is that? Oh, it's 1 pint. Okay. Oh, okay, so that's how many cups are in a pint. Whatever number it is, I've already forgotten again. 2 or 4. And that was what I was asking, I think, at the time. It's like, is it 2 or 4? And then I had to be like, Googling,
No,
is
you asked
it
how
2
many
or
cups
4?
are in a quart.
Also that, how many cups are in a quart?
Yeah.
Is it 2 cups in a pint and 2 pints
Yes.
in a quart? So 4 cups in a
That's
quart?
right.
Wow, great. That sucks.
4 cups in a quart.
It's really
2
stupid.
cups in a pint. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Shout out to my dad getting confused when he was living in Europe and putting diesel in the non-diesel car. That was bad.
I think, whenever there's like a renovation show that I watch that's based in Australia, and of course they're like, they're like, oh, what is that? Oh, that's like 2 mil, and it's like, so now my brain is just thinking that every time I'm looking at measurements for like carpentry
Yeah.
or like a door frame or something or whatever, I'm like, why can't we just use that?
That would certainly be more convenient. Yep, that's pretty much what happened.
So we're actually experiencing that here with just our regular gasoline, petrol, whatever you want to call it.
Yep, we're having problems with the gasoline.
They are adding ethanol to it and diluting the gas, and it's some cars that are older can only handle 10% ethanol and literally have like a hard cap at 10%. And newer cars can handle 15. So now I drive an older car, so I have to check every time I go to get gas. I have to check what level of ethanol that particular location uses, or make sure they're still only using 10. It's very irritating.
Yep, I had to take a long drive last week in an older car, my old car, and I did pull up to a place, and since I had put this in my mind, like before I was like driving away, that like make sure that if you get gas, make sure it's not ethanol 15. I'm like, all right, smart, got it, thank you, good comms. And then I did pull up to a place and I was like, all right, time to put gas in, like I always do without thinking about it. And then I see E15 stickers very lazily slapped on, and I was like, all right, new gas station. Thank you for the sub, Brochin. But yeah, it was I was like, ooh, I almost wrecked my car while I was like
Medic,
out of
right
town.
Now, 15,
that would have been horrible.
15 is allowed. I think it's allowed in most states. I think it might be just allowed federally, so I'm not sure. But most of the gas stations near me are still using 10, but there are a few that have switched to 15, and generally the price is still the same. And there's no major disclosure about the difference. So
that's right. They're allowed to put spaghetti and meatballs into the gasoline and charge the same price as they did before.
Yep.
Yeah. Just put a bunch of salt and sand and sugar into it.
Dad,
charge the same.
Measuring weight in stone. Yeah. Oh, how much did he lose? Oh, he lost 2 stone. Wow.
Oh God, yeah.
Oh God, what is that?
Yeah, the stone measurement is maybe the one that is worse than America's dumb imperial
system. 2 stone
system.
is 12.7 kilograms.
Which means that's what, like 20 pounds each? So 40 pounds? I don't know.
28 pounds.
I lost 2 or 4 or 12 stone over the last year. I'm not sure
12.
how much.
Oh, so
I don't know.
Dead. Got it.
I don't know.
Yeah, Laryl is actually very dehydrated.
Yeah, I was in the dehydrator. Yeah. Stones as a measurement of how high you are is good. That would be a good measuring system.
Yeah, no. 1 stone is 12 pounds, or 14 pounds, my bad. What an arbitrary number. Oh yeah, feet and inches is just absolutely horrible.
Yeah, that's weird.
In fact, most things here in the US that are sold like online when they're giving measurements, they are just using inches or millimeters or centimeters now.
Yeah.
They're not usually using feet. Because
I'll tell you, I didn't know stones was 12 pounds. I thought it was 20. So I've just learned something. Okay, so I was wrong on all multiple fronts. Also, yes, Sophie, we are getting designer handbags. I'm getting a Birkin bag or a Guess bag. I don't know the difference.
Oh God.
I know enough of the difference to know that not knowing the difference is fun, but that's it.
Yeah, generally, as far as the yards go, yards is like one of the worst systems, but also as far as miles go, no. And also we have acre. We also use acre for land. Like when we're like talking about how much land we have for our property, they say, oh, it's on a 1/4 of an acre. It's on a 1/2 acre. Oh my God. Yeah, feet and inches is fine for height, but it's horrible for...
Yes.
We use it for depth on like swimming pools.
True.
We use it for height of buildings. Like it's
Yeah.
ugh.
I grew up on either an acre or a 1/2 acre, and I never learned what an acre was. I just know that it's a farmer's yard measurement, and I don't know because I'm not a farmer. All right, 15 seconds.
Hectares. Yeah.
Hectares would be good. All right, 15 seconds. Counting down to... Hi, I'm Mark.
Hi, Mark.
All right, let's get in the zone.
Sorry,
Hi,
I can't control
I'm
it.
Jonathan
It's
Rogers,
impulsive at this
game
point.
director
hi,
on
Jonathan.
Path of Exile. And welcome to GGG Live, We have massive changes to show you today with Path of Exile Curse of the Allflame, which is coming out next week on July 25th. Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so you'll be able to claim your Abyssal Soul Shatter rare finisher effect by following the instructions below. Let's not keep you waiting though. Roll the trailer for Path of Exile Curse of the Allflame.
Alright, let's do it. Make sure we're nice
The
and loud enough.
Allflame calls us to the sea,
Boat.
to a lost wreck that still draws ghostly breath. A curse down below.
Okay.
With my lanterns, we can explore the sea floor. We must find the source of the Allflame before the brine rot.
I didn't
Somewhere
see this coming.
in the blackest depths, bounty and death await.
I saw boss summoning stones, by the way. Oh, snap. It's not Delve. It's Synthesis. Yo. Nice. Legion! Alright. They really did bring back Mercs. I cannot believe it.
Come find
Wow.
your fortune in the depths of the sea.
They're not gonna.
I was sure Mercs weren't coming back. We had one person in the comments say, like, they should bring back Mercs. And I was like, there's zero chance. No.
In today's stream, we'll be walking you through all the details of Path of Exile Curse
Awesome.
of the Allflame. We'll comb the ocean floor, discovering sunken artifacts of forgotten origins.
Yeah, Doriani
Fight the
has to
horrors
be
of the
changed.
deep, and do your best to keep from being crushed by the waters above you.
Alright, I
We're
love this
revisiting
league
some
already.
familiar mechanics to bring new life to systems that have begun, perhaps, to show their age. Abyss and Legion will both be receiving significant upgrades, including a new pinnacle boss for Abyss, and a new chase crafting system for unique items in Legion. In addition to revamps of the existing leagues though, we're also bringing back some old friends. The Mercenaries of Trathus are making their way back to Rayclast. Then we'll explain our new endgame system, where you'll join Kirak in investigating anomalies appearing on the Atlas. After that, we'll discuss the character and skill balance coming in Curse of the Allflame. Finally, we'll cover our new set of supporter packs, after which we'll have a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will interview Path of Exile's game director Mark, as well as game designers Octavian and Andrew, answering your questions from Twitch chat. After the live stream, we'll drop the
Alright.
full patch notes at 11 AM NZT. So let's get started. I'll hand things over to Mark to introduce the new league.
Yeah.
Hi,
What does that
I'm
mean,
Mark Roberts,
Elisha?
game director on Path of Exile.
I really want to
In
know.
Path of Exile Curse of the Allflame, a long-forgotten mystery has begun to stir beneath Rayclast seas. Hidden in the icy depths lie strange and immensely powerful treasures, waiting for those bold enough to claim them.
I like
Meet
his
Valerie,
Adidas.
a dangerous Corsair captain who needs boots on the ground and on the sea floor to help her retrieve these treasures and unlock their potential. This is where you come in, to help her find the charts scattered across Rayclast. Then, use those to guide her ship to the patch of brine that holds loot for the taking. In return, you'll get a cut of the profits. These lost charts are guarded by the undead, rival Corsairs, or horrible creatures of the deep. Each of these monster encounters will also have a custom bonus for defeating the enemies. For example, successfully defeating the accursed undead that guard this treasure chest will cause the grateful trapped soul inside to grant you its power, possessing you and granting you ghastly power for the rest of the area.
Oh, nice.
Once a chart is in hand, you'll board the good ship, the Sovereign, Valerie or Val's reappropriated Oriathan naval vessel. Here, Val introduces you to the heart and soul of her ship, quite literally. Vesper, another Pondium native like Val, is bound to this ship. His soul burns with the Allflame's curse, and were his comatose body to be removed from the ship, he would surely die. The silvery apparatus that lines the bows and eaves of the vessel allow him to steer the Sovereign anywhere in Rayclast's waters.
It sure does, Medic.
Using the chart you've brought, Vesper can navigate to a location so you can scout it for Val, and while doing so, claim whatever treasures there might be. How, though, will you avoid a watery grave once sunk below? Vesper controls a spark of the Allflame, a powerful and mysterious magic, which has been imbued into a number of devices aboard the ship, chief among them the bathysphere. This entirely safe and well-tested contraption of rivets, bolts, and metal will be your ticket beneath the waves to explore and plunder. While scouting the depths, in order to not need an ample supply of air, we're instead going to place Allflame lanterns.
Oh,
These are conduits of the power that keeps Vesper alive and bound to the ship.
Thanks for the sub.
And give you the
listener.
temporary safety you need to do that exploring. Without them, you will drown. The first of these is strapped to the bathysphere and activates on landing, rushing the water away to reveal horrifying monstrosities, lost treasures, and a strange luminous coral growing from the corrupted dead in the oceans of Rayclast. These strange growths are the real reason Val has asked you to plumb these waters, as the coral can be broken down into dead man sulfur, the fuel that keeps Vesper's light burning. As you get to the perimeter of the safety provided by an Allflame lantern, Val will drop more down at your request. There's also an option available to have new lanterns fired automatically for you as soon as you need them.
Yeah, that
if
seems
you prefer
like
speed
the
over
standard.
fine control. Explore and claim what you can while you can. Lost
It's like-
fortunes of gold, chests of valuables, and lurking threats all lie in wait for you beneath the waves. You might even find the odd lost missive, waylaid on its travel to its intended
Nice.
recipient.
Nice.
But hey, finders keepers, right? Beware though, as Vesper can only power so many lanterns at once, and that power is finite. On placing the last of your lanterns, they will begin, one by one, to flicker and fade, and the creatures of the deep will rush in
There
as
we
they
go.
sense the vanishing of the light.
Drowning
You'll have
Orb
to rush
League
back to the
indeed.
safety of the bathysphere, escaping the cold clutches of creatures that despise the light you bring. You'll
You
want
can't
to
hear it,
place
but I'm
every
fist bumping
lantern,
right
though,
now. This is
as
speed meta.
exploring to
The
collect
Toxic
enough
Rain
dead man
Pathfinder is
sulfur
perfect
is
for
the
this.
only way to successfully chart the area for the next step, planning a voyage. Val will keep a record of the areas you've charted, storing details in her journals. Once you've charted enough areas, just talk to Val, place your charts on Val's board, connect them together, and create one giant seafloor excursion.
There it is. And that's
Each
the
area you
synthesis
chart
area.
will reveal a special modifier that applies when it is used as part of a voyage, applied to either the charts adjacent to it or the whole voyage. Here are a few
Friendly
examples.
jellyfish.
This modifier causes all equipment dropped by monsters in adjacent charts to be converted to gold. This modifier will spawn friendly jellyfish alongside every pack of monsters in your voyage, which you will promptly slaughter for extra loot and experience, we're sure. This modifier causes all monsters in adjacent charts to be empowered by wildwood wisps. With 9 positions on your board for charts when constructing a voyage, these can stack up fast. There are also
Okay.
charts which can take you to specially rewarding areas of the ocean floor. Fields of anchors strewn with
A lot of
treasure
charting.
chests full
Yeah,
of loot.
for real.
Calguran shipments lost at sea, and sunken abyssal pits teeming with monsters, to name just a few. There are even some ancient artifacts you might find and resurface. Additionally, the edges of the voyage board track the currents of corruption flowing through the waters of Rayclast, with randomized effects being rolled with each new voyage to affect the charts placed adjacent to them. These add even further rewards to your voyages, and can shake up the way you choose to place your charts. Stack all of that together, and a well-planned voyage, with a bit of luck, can be a very profitable endeavor. But with so much loot to claim, how are you going to get it all to the surface? Val has a solution for just that problem. In each of the charts that comprise your voyage, there will be a capsule waiting for you, sent down by Val, which can store about an inventory worth of loot. Stuff these full, send Val a signal, and she will pull it back up to the surface, safe and sound.
Yes, KB, it is.
Since voyages are built of 9
Like
charts,
tying a rope on
that's
some
a
treasure.
lot of opportunities to
Yeah.
send back plenty of valuables. Once you're satisfied with the plunder
Very
from your
scuba.
well-planned voyage,
This feels very
find any
Halls
of
of
these capsule
Torment
locations and
influenced,
call the bathysphere
actually.
to it as your ticket out. Val will send it down to your rescue as fast as she can. You just need to survive until it gets there. Good luck.
Oh.
Once you do, don't forget to empty all those capsules full of loot. Now, back to all that dead man sulfur that you've been hard at work gathering. Is that just to keep the Sovereign afloat and Vesper alight?
I think we know
No,
it's not.
it's not. Once you've got a bunch of it, head below decks, and you'll find the heart of the ship at work. Whilst Vesper's body remains above deck, burning away in a contraption of tarnished pipes and corpse-stained glass resides Vesper's soul, and you'll find him to be a pretty crafty fellow, if a bit melancholy. That's where this league's item crafting system comes into play. Give Vesper an item, alongside a currency that you could normally use on that item, and an ample supply of Dead Man's Sulfur. That item is then split into a multitude of ghostly forms,
Oh,
each of
wow.
which will be the result of having applied that currency to the original item. You can then pick which of the ghostly outcomes you like best to keep for yourself. The others will go up in smoke, as Vesper can only reify a single
Oh.
outcome. This can be done with almost any crafting step you'd like.
That's
Want to see a few outcomes for that
unbelievable.
influenced exalted orb? Perhaps you've got a particularly expensive fossil combination you want to
Yeah.
get maximum value out of.
Wow.
Do be wary though, as the more potent the craft, the more sulfur Vesper will require to see it done. That's not all, however, as the seafloor hides some yet undiscovered potential in the form of rare and valuable ducats.
Nice.
These can be consumed by Vesper to warp and twist items in ways not seen in centuries.
It's going to be so
Such
much
as
easier to do high-end
Kishara's
crafting.
Ducat, which creates 4 ghostly copies of an item, each of which will keep 1 mod from the original, perfect for creating powerful crafting bases.
Wow.
The Gentile's Ducat, which can solve item or gem requirement problems by changing one attribute to another. And
You'll note that all of the
Brynhook's
sockets
Ducat,
appear to be white
with which
now,
you can
by the
become
way.
an emissary of the gods of Rayclast. Who knows what these aspects might do? These Ducats come from special types of charts, so keep an eye out for them on your travels throughout Rayclast. You may even find some that lead you to notably unwelcoming waters.
Yep. There we go. So we get bosses.
So that covers the new league.
Sick.
And for the first time in Path of Exile, we're finally going under the sea. Some might even say this is the first real boat league. But that's not all. Not even close. Next up, we've got an old favourite making a return. The mercenaries of Trathus are once again roaming Rayclast, looking for hapless fools to duel.
I am so happy to get
Mercenaries
this
will
instead
start
of
appearing
Toda.
from
This
Act
is
3 and
absolutely
Psalm.
worth.
Before beginning a duel, you'll be offered an overview of the mercenary you've encountered.
Hell.
Here, you can see the
yes.
gear they have equipped and the skills they employ. As per the Trathan Code,
The strongest
you
version
have
of
the
Toxic
right to
Rain
wager
Pathfinder
for
we
an
ever
item
had
the
was in
mercenary is
Merkley.
carrying.
So
You'll stake some of your
yes.
gold, and the duel commences.
It do be like that sometimes.
If you lose, you forfeit the levied gold, and the mercenary will teleport out, repulsed at such a poor display. Win, however, and to the victor will go the spoils. In addition, if you win the duel, the mercenary will aid you as an ally for a number of areas. Trathan mercenaries are powerful allies to have in Rayclast, assisting in a number of ways. Some mercenaries can provide you with powerful auras and buffs, while other mercenaries can do all the killing for you.
Hell.
While in
yes.
map areas, if you don't like anything the mercenary offers, you have the ability to request their warrant. A warrant is a promise to return and duel again at a later date. A call to action that calls that specific mercenary to a future map, with the same set of skills,
Oh.
but a new set of items. A mercenary will only grant their warrant once, however, preventing you from fighting that mercenary in every single area.
And you'll
Warrants
note
also allow
that
you
you
to
can
trade
fight
specific
them.
mercenaries to other players.
Yeah, exactly.
It is important to note that unlike in Mercenaries of Trathis League, having a mercenary does not count as a player party member. So having a mercenary does not increase monster life or the quantity and rarity of items dropped from monsters.
That's great.
Given that, you may be wondering, but what if I really like a mercenary I found? They have a great personality and powerful skills. Is there really no way I can keep them as an ally permanently? Well, you can, but only if you are a Scion. For the second time in 6 months, the Scion is getting a new Ascendancy class.
Oh,
The
wow.
Luminary. The Luminary is a natural leader, lighting the way for others to follow. Becoming a Luminary immediately lets them allocate the Noble Blood passive,
Wow.
allowing them to permanently hire any mercenary they find in Rayclast. Luminaries can have up to 3 permanently hired mercenaries, 2 in reserve in towns and hideouts, and 1 as an active ally in combat. Unlike with regular mercenaries, you can change the items permanently hired mercenaries have equipped, opening up innumerate potential build possibilities. By
That's
default,
amazing.
permanently hired mercenaries cannot be equipped with unique items, but these passives enable them to equip specific types of uniques. While the legendary Arms passive empowers mercenaries that have many different unique items equipped. Luminaries have the flexibility of becoming a support character to their mercenary, or having their mercenary support them. The Oath of Fealty and Golden Glory passives empower your mercenary by using your link skills on them.
I love this.
The Loyal Bodyguard and Bestowed Knighthood passives enable your mercenary to protect you in combat, as well as enhancing their aura skills. As with any old league that we add to
Oh,
the
they have
core
aura.
game, we have added full Atlas Tree and Scarab support.
Yeah,
Here
this is
are just a few
absolutely Mark's
examples.
idea.
These passives allow you to much more easily target the specific types of mercenaries you want showing up in your maps. The Loot and Pillage passive gives mercenaries
That's
a chance to
super
drop
interesting.
all their
I
items
love
when
this.
defeated,
This is definitely better
instead
than
of just the
Dota.
one you selected.
Sorry, Toda.
The Trathan Scarab of Renown makes it so the spawned mercenary is covered head to tail in unique items. And the Trathan Scarab of Infamy forces a more powerful, infamous mercenary to spawn, accompanied by 2 other mercenaries for a truly unfair duel. Unfair for them. There's even a few entirely new mercenary types, one of which is found exclusively on the seafloor in
Nice.
rare Curse of the Allflame encounters. Sellswords of Trathis won't be the whole of your problems in 329, however, as the denizens of the Lightless are getting some much-needed updates with the modernization and rework of Abyss.
Thank God.
When we brought
Abyss has been
Abyss
so
over to
bad
Path
for
of
so
Exile
long.
2 and Rise
And
of
it's
the
so
Abyssal,
good in PoE too.
some functional changes to the mechanic were made to improve the gameplay significantly. In Curse of the Allflame, the majority of those changes will be making their way back to Path
I
of Exile
don't
1.
know. That's weird.
The existing Abyss content had some notable problems. Aside from being very dated, it also required the player to follow a crack as it opens, often backtracking throughout already cleared areas. Now, as you approach an abyssal
Which
pit
I hate.
and
Yes.
the cracks leading up to it, you will find that it is already open and spilling forth abyssal energy into the surrounding area,
All right.
subjugating the souls of enemies unlucky enough to be within its influence.
Now this we
Slaying
love
these
to
enemies
see.
will send those souls spiraling down into the pit, drawing the attention and ire of the minions of Kulamark that dwell beneath.
So it's literally just PoE
Slay
2
enough
Abyss,
of them,
which is
and
awesome.
the Abyssal Legion will spill forth from their domain to tear you apart. The upshot of this rework is twofold. Firstly, there is now much more visceral feedback in the moment-to-moment gameplay of Abyss, with audio and visual cues drawing the player along. And most importantly, you'll never need to chase a meandering abyssal crack around a map ever again. No more backtracking.
Also, it looks incredibly cool.
However,
it
be
looks
on your
cooler.
guard. The abyssal minions of Kulamark have some different tricks up their sleeves in PoE 1, and many employ entirely different skills to those of their PoE 2 counterparts.
Great. I'm happy to hear that.
To be clear, there are still some aspects of the existing Abyssal system that we will be keeping. Abyssal jewels and items with Abyssal sockets will remain.
Good.
In fact, we have given Abyss a similar treatment to what we did with Dell fossils in our last release.
Awesome.
Moving Abyssal rewards out of other areas of the game to make Abyss the exclusive source of Abyssal jewels and Stygian vices.
Yeah, I think that's super smart. That's
This
worked
will
really
also
well in
come
PoE
with a
too.
complete refresh of Abyssal Scarabs and Atlas passive tree investment, with some truly dangerous
Abyssal
and
Crystal.
wild new ways to take on the Lightless Hordes.
Yeah, it looks way better.
Lastly for Abyss, but definitely not least, Abyss is bringing an entirely new endgame pinnacle boss, with its own set of brand new unique items.
Show us what they are.
This boss
Nope.
has a very unique way of accessing it. What does this eyeball do? Good luck figuring this one out.
Huh.
Okay.
Let's move on to our next league being reworked, Legion.
Legion was
Every
awesome
league should
already.
have distinct and interesting rewards that are exclusively available from that mechanic. This allows players to specialize in certain corners of the game, rewarding those who engage with a given mechanic. Legion is next on our list to receive this treatment. Despite having a unique combat mechanic, we felt Legion didn't have interesting exclusive rewards outside of Timeless Jewels.
I mean, he's kind of
While
right.
Incubators were technically
Incubators are
exclusive to
boring.
Legion, they effectively granted the same rewards that you could get elsewhere. So, what are we doing about it? Firstly, incubators are being removed. No
Good.
longer will you have to remember to apply incubators to all your equipment every few maps. Instead, we will be adding a new type of reward exclusive to Legion, vestigial unique items.
That's pretty
Legion
good looking.
generals and maps will have a chance to drop a new type of currency item, enshrouding crystals. These can be used on your unique armors. You can then take the enshrouded item to the domain of Timeless Conflict, which might look a little bit different to what you remember. A giant crystal emerges from the center of the domain, and there appears to be some sort of entity trapped inside, potentially the reason that these armies are engaged in eternal conflict. At the base of the crystal are a number of smaller crystals. Clicking on one allows us to place our enshrouded item inside. As we then kill monsters in the domain of Timeless Conflict, our gloves within the crystal begin to transform. And once you have killed enough, the crystal becomes volatile and looks ready to fracture. I wonder what will come out. Our Shaper's Touch transformed
Yeah.
into a Malagero's Virtuosity. But now, the Malagero's Virtuosity has a trace of the original enshrouded item bestowed upon it,
Wow.
in the form of a vestigial implicit modifier.
Thank you for the sub,
As you can
Demasta.
see, enshrouding crystals allow you to transfer powerful modifiers from one unique item onto another.
Oh my god.
Here are
So you
some
can do,
more
like, lightning
examples
coil?
of vestigial unique items. Helmets,
Well,
boots,
that
gloves.
Calm's Roots is amazing.
shields,
Yeah.
and body armors.
Look at that lightning coil with Fizz taking his
In
fire.
addition
Oh
to
my
vestigial
god.
items, we are also making a number of small improvements to Legion. You no longer need to kill every last monster to begin the Legion encounter. Breaking out all the key monsters, chests, and the majority of monsters will be enough to start the combat automatically.
That's
No
incredible.
more cheeky single monster hiding in the corner, preventing your encounter from starting. Legion
Good.
monsters drop fewer splinters,
Yes.
but in larger stack sizes,
Nice.
resulting in
Good.
fewer clicks in each encounter.
Oh.
Unrelenting timeless emblems have been removed, with regular timeless emblems absorbing many of their effects,
That's
causing
good.
the domain of timeless conflict to become harder, but more rewarding as you kill monsters. Your reward progress in the domain is now tracked by charging up these small purple crystals, rather than flooding your screen with hundreds of reward icons. The rewards are still the same, just not obscuring your screen with symbols. Talismans were introduced back in 2015.
Finally, Talisman
But
must
over
die.
the years, they've been long neglected and lack a meaningful place or purpose. We are making a number of changes to bring talismans back to relevance. Firstly, talismans are now exclusive rewards from Bestiary. Every red
Great.
beast has a chance to drop a talisman specific to that beast.
Okay.
For example, the Krashik
tell Laurel's
Croaker
excited.
can drop
Wait,
the
hold on, it's
Croaker
not
talisman.
corrupted.
What makes these talismans special? Well, you'll notice a couple of changes compared to old talismans. Firstly, talismans no longer drop corrupted, making them far easier to craft once
Now
you
they're
find one.
awesome.
Secondly, the special modifiers on talismans are now enchantments, rather than implicits. This means they compete with blight anointments, allowing their effects to be significantly more powerful than before. Here are a few more examples of new talismans.
I still don't like them, but that's
Talisman
way
unique
better.
items have all been improved, and now have a chance to drop from all bestiary bosses. Check out the new Eyes of the Great Wolf talisman, which has some crazy possibilities.
Huh.
So that is everything covering the new and reworked League mechanics in 329. Now, that's already quite a lot of in-game content, with mercenaries returning, an upgraded Abyss, Legion's new reward mechanic, and of
But wait,
course,
there's more.
everything the Curse of the Allflame League has to offer.
Yeah.
But even with all of that, we're not done.
Of
Because
course
what
not.
about the Atlas itself? Given Zana's actions to try and destroy it in the last two expansions. Zana's
7
actions
max
are
fire
causing
res
the
is
Atlas to
crazy.
become ever more destabilized. Strange locations have begun to manifest on the Atlas, many of which seem to be bleeding over from familiar places in Rayclast.
Yeah.
Kerak has labeled these as anomalies. When you complete maps affected by a Void Stone, there is a chance that when you next open your Atlas, an anomaly may manifest. Like this one, the Mana Foyer. Like regular maps on the Atlas, you can select them at your map device, but unlike regular maps, these don't require an item to enter. It looks like this area is the abode of Cadero Perandus. Cadero is willing to offer valuable items in exchange for our gold.
Huh.
If you don't like what is on offer, you can reject it, and he will immediately offer another item. The next offer will cost more gold, but hopefully is much more valuable to you. If you don't have enough gold for the offered item, don't worry. Cadero is happy to wait for you to replenish your coffers. You can return to the area at any time. The anomaly will not disappear from the Atlas until you either purchase an item or reject all his offers. Anomalies are unique in this regard. Unlike other locations on the Atlas, these areas can often be revisited. Let's quickly run through a few of the
That is
anomalies
unique.
that can manifest. Reflecting Mists and the Nameless Seer no longer
Of
randomly
course.
spawn within maps,
Yeah.
but instead now appear in their own anomaly areas. Scrying is no longer the domain of the Nameless Seer, but instead can be
Hey.
done through the new, tradable Scrying Orb.
Awesome.
Some anomalies grant a taste of League mechanics you might not normally run, without having to be fully invested into them. For example, this anomaly creates a random, fully revealed heist blueprint wing, with random
That's
rogue companions.
hilarious.
This
I love
anomaly
this.
has a version of the Sacred Grove, where the plants
Wow.
have fully taken over.
That is
This
insanely
strongbox
juiced.
seems to have a strange mechanism.
Yeah, familiar. Hello,
Atlas
PoE2
anomalies are
mechanic.
unaffected by your Atlas skill tree, and you can't augment them using any fragments. Therefore, they can be run at any time without feeling like they have to be saved for later to maximize the potential rewards. There are many more Atlas anomalies to discover for yourselves, each of them tied to a specific Atlas quadrant. It is therefore worth discovering which ones can spawn in each part of the Atlas, as it may influence what Atlas strategy you wish to pursue. So that is a heap of new challenges to encounter, from the League and the in-game. But you may be asking, what new tools do we have to face these challenges? In 329, we are giving a bit of love to spellcasters, specifically those that cast spells themselves.
Hey,
But
it finally
first,
happened.
Let's address the elephant in the room that astute players may have noticed. Yes, I'm talking about those socket colors. So, after the better part of 2 decades, in 329, we're making a fairly radical change. Sockets, at a basic level, don't have colors anymore. You can now
Awesome.
put any colored gem into any socket. We're doing this to address a long-running
Yay.
issue for
This is
both
something
new
that
and
Sunset has
experienced
wanted
players.
for longer than PoE2
I'm
has been
sure
around.
almost everyone who has played before has run into the issue of finding a notable upgrade and have struggled to find a way to equip it. Maybe you find an amazing body armor, one that would give you a substantial boost to your defenses, but you just can't move your skill or support gems over because the colors of the sockets just don't match, and
Yeah.
you didn't luck out
It's
with
the
your command
worst thing
corps.
about the game for new players.
It's not fun when you have to unequip a bunch of skills or supports just to use a better item. This can still happen with the socket numbers and socket links, so it's not like it's just purely trivial, but the colours were just unnecessary. And not only prevented upgrading gear, it limited build experimentation. So, given that, what do the colours on gems with regards to sockets even now mean? Well, the colours on gems for sockets are still relevant, just as an upgrade system. You can still find items with coloured sockets, and you can craft them onto items. They are just rarer and more powerful. Most importantly, they don't restrict what can be socketed into them. So how are they more powerful? Well, if you were to find an item with, say, a green socket, you can put a green gem inside of it to get an additional quality bonus to that gem.
Quality bonus.
This allows socket colors to be a purely positive outcome on an item, while
Dude,
not
that's
just simplifying the
huge.
system away. You can also still change the color of sockets on your items using a chromatic orb, which now guarantees at least one red, blue, or green socket.
That's
This change will make it easier for everyone to
really
upgrade
good.
items and maintain their build, especially while progressing. Speaking of builds and gems, we wanted to make sure we improve some of those, specifically for spellcasters. Let's get into that. Spellcasters
Yeah,
have a
chromatic
large
orbs are
number
gonna be
of different
way
skills to
rarer,
choose from,
which is great.
but often many skills play and scale in similar ways.
I do like Firestorm.
We have done a pass through existing spells, differentiating spell damage types from each other. For example, Shadow's physical spells, like Ethereal Knives and Bladefall, now have a much higher critical strike chance than other spells at the expense of damage.
Okay.
Pure lightning spells
That doesn't sound
now
great.
all have generally higher cast speeds, but they cost
Yeah.
more mana per second than other spells.
Okay. That
We noticed that some of
Sounds
the
awesome.
Ascendancy
Okay.
classes for Shadow, Witch, and Templar were
Yeah.
lacking options for general spellcasting.
yeah.
So we've added a new notable to the Assassin,
Oh, all right.
the Occultist,
Occultist getting a buff was not on the bingo board, I will say.
and the Inquisitor.
Definitely not Inquisitor, yeah. Although, that's good.
We are also introducing a new skill, Mana Infused Staff, that infuses your staff with arcane energy, raising your block chance and reducing the mana cost of your spells.
Dang, that makes staff
In addition,
really good.
when you are hit by an enemy, you retaliate with a wave of arcane lightning, dealing
Hell
damage
yeah.
based on your maximum mana. One of the struggles
Yeah.
we noticed with certain self-cast archetypes
Yeah, it is,
was
Medic.
that they lacked a scaling option in the endgame. In 329, we're adding a special new set of exceptional skill gems called Pacts. Each pact is themed around a specific Beyond
Scourge,
demon
got
and
it.
Lycia. You can make a bargain with these demons to empower your spells, but at what cost, you may ask? Well, these spells don't have a typical cost, but instead cause the player to gain a special affliction debuff. Don't worry too much though, the rewards will be worth it.
Okay.
For example, Pact of Baydat causes many of your different spells to just cause a ruckus,
Ruckus counter at 1.
while Pact of Gore is for dot builds. Using this pact will plague your enemies. Just cast it and watch everything around you melt. I wonder what Pact of Lycia and Pact of Katash do. We won't go into the specifics of all the balance changes we are making here, but there are many more caster improvements, including buffs to specific spells and supports, buffs to caster unique items, as well as more and better ways to solve mana.
Yeah, this is huge
Check out
for
the
Righteous
patch notes
Fire.
later for all the details.
You'll note that Toxic
Next up,
Rain,
we're
not
going
mentioned.
to be talking about the new supporter packs for Curse of the Allflame. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs,
All right,
Plague
so
and Remedis packs.
yeah, those look cool.
Each tier contains
that's a pretty
the pack's
good live
full
stream
face
reveal.
value and
Pretty
points,
huge.
alongside several exclusive microtransactions.
That league mechanic looks incredible.
As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in
Yep.
any way. The Plague series of supporter packs contains 7 exclusive microtransactions. Equipping the Plague weapon skin replaces the default appearance of your staff, sword, mace, or shield with a weapon that has been submerged in corrosive toxins. The Plague Rat Pet is the result of a nefarious experiment. When a unique enemy is nearby, it faints as a defensive mechanism to protect its fragile body so it can continue to spread disease. The metal of the Plague Bearer armor set has corroded and the cloth has begun to disintegrate from being exposed to such toxic elements. It includes the Plague Bearer back attachment, which spreads disease across the ground in town areas, maximizing the chance of infection. A diseased swarm infects your weapon when using the Plague Bearer weapon effect. Use it alongside the Erupting Pustule's rare finisher effect to spread vile and devastating disease to monsters you kill. Activating the Plague Wraith map device causes the plagued energy to flow from the chained being. Given the goal of spreading such illness is to end the lives of as many as possible, the map device tracks kills in kind, showing you the number of enemies killed in each map, sorted by rarity. Feel free to even pin the count of enemies slain in a map to the leaderboard at your leisure. Pair it with the Putrefying Portal to fully immerse yourself in the Plague Propagator experience. Both the map device and the portal emit such a potent putrefaction that even the birds flying overhead cannot survive, as they plummet to the ground around it. The Remedis Pack series also contains 7 exclusive microtransactions. The Remedis weapon skin changes the appearance of your staff, wand, scepter, or shield, with relics once used by the Order of the Remedis Knights against the plague. The Medi Roa pet is kitted out with all the supplies necessary for healing in remote locations. Strangely, these Roas seem to have a particular fondness for goblin meat. The Remedis Knight armor set is bestowed upon those tasked with travelling through Rayclast to purge the sick of their diseases. The matching back attachment cleanses the disease left behind on the ground in town areas by the Plague Bearer back attachment. It's an important job of a Remedis Knight to not let disease take over. Help by doing your part. The Remedis Knight weapon effect funnels the divine power of purification into your weapon. Return to the Saints' End Monastery hideout to recuperate from your purifying duties. Once a thriving center for curing ailments, this monastery has slowly wasted away while lying unused. If you're feeling brave enough, there's even a platform to dive into the purifying waters below before washing back up at the base of the hideout.
Alright, I will
Last,
admit,
but
that is
not
a pretty
least,
cool looking
use
hideout.
the Reservoir of Benediction Affinity Stash to store all of your elixirs. This stash opens to your stash tab with the Flask Affinity set. Additionally, all microtransactions from the supporter packs are available for use in Path of Exile 2.
Yeah, nice.
We're looking forward to seeing which of you choose to become the plague and spread disease across Rayclast, or those who wish to fight against it by becoming a Remedis Knight. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with GGG. Afterwards, we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile,
yeah.
Curse of the Allflame, at 11 AM New Zealand time, 4 PM Pacific. With release at the end of next
7
week,
o'clock.
our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release.
I was just
Keep
thinking
an eye
about
on the
that,
news.
Beholder. Like, I think the idea of doing, obviously it would be bad for sales, right? But to do like, you know, make your choice. Which one are you? I guess that's what Blizzard has done with all of their marketing for like forever. Of like, this is the Horde set, or this is the Alliance set. Go buy yours now to prove your loyalty to your team. You know. That's very Blizzard code. And I gotta say, honestly, like, it's pretty good. Like, there's a version of me when I was, like, 20 where I'd be like, yeah, I'm buying that red one. I'm buying that Horde one. I'm showing off that I am going to the store right now and swiping my credit card to prove that I'm loyal to the Horde. To buy the, I don't know, what would it have been at that point? Probably, like, a Horde-themed motorcycle. A Horde-themed Murloc pet. One of those two things. It couldn't be anything else. It is funny to see the people responsible for Blizzard, like, going through their different midlife, I won't even say crises, just, like, midlife old man interests, because it was all, like, motorcycles and guitars are cool now, and so is growing a beard. Uh-huh. You know what's cool? 2017 Metallica. I mean, the obvious thing that comes to mind as a League starter is Toxic Rain Pathfinder. Thanks for coming to the Toxic Rain Pathfinder chat. They were showing off, what's it called? Yeah, I mean, Spellcaster, exactly. Like, Firestorm they were showing off. Firestorm is incredibly fun. Incredibly underrated skill. Like, having played and like leveled casters with that, boy, it's fun. The idea of doing like an occultist, I don't even remember what that occultist was. Yeah, it has to be Firestorm and Pelting. That's true. That's the issue with it, right? Regular Firestorm, meh. It's very like, what is that, like Diablo Blizzard coded, but with like, or D2 Blizzard coded, but like red. But yeah, Pelting is good. That's the issue, right? Like, League starting an Aura bot without needing a buddy definitely could work, but then you're entirely reliant on...
G'day Exiles, and welcome back for
Ziggy
another
D.
Q&A
Hello,
for
Ziggy D.
3.29. We are joined here by, it's a little bit cozier here than usual. We have game director Mark Roberts, along with lead game designers on Path of Exile 1, Octavian and Andrew. And Andrew, welcome. This is your first time joining us on the Q&A. It's good to have you here. You have been on some other podcasts and things in the past before, so
it's a very wide couch to support three men all at a comfortable distance from each other.
I lay the land of like what it is that each of you, like Octavian and Andrew, work on for Path of Exile, so people can kind of understand where your expertise lies, maybe.
Yeah, so for Path of Exile 1, I've been working on it for like primarily for quite a few years now. And typically I'll dip my hands into everything and related to the expansion. However, in the last few expansions, Chris has been handling the majority of the League stuff, and I typically handle most of the other bits and bobs. So yeah, for example, in this one, things like Mercenary and Legion and the balance, I would have had a hand in.
Yeah, and you certainly did a lot on the balance side of things. It looks like you did 150 skills or something.
When the patch notes come out, you'll see the changes there. So,
oh boy, that is ominous. So. That is real ominous.
What about for you, Octavian? What do you kind of focus on for people who are not familiar?
So the
That's
last
a
few
lot
leagues,
of skill changes.
Mercenaries, Mirage, and now Curse of the Allflame. I've been, sort of leading the design on the League mechanic itself. And then basically wherever else I'm needed. So this time around, I did the new Abyss Pinnacle boss. So you can blame me if he kills you. I did a bunch of new uniques.
The way Octavian's sitting.
Some transfigured skills that'll be in the patch, because that's a pet project of mine. I really like transfigured skills. And probably some other stuff I'm forgetting. But yeah, I mean, mostly the League this time. It's a chunky one.
Yeah. I mean, that was where I was originally planning on starting, was like talking about Curse of the Allflame, where we collect chat's questions and then dive into some of the other things, Mirage, Abyss, Legion, balance crafting. There's a lot of things to talk about today. But obviously the biggest news is the socket color change. It's the one everyone kind of seems to want to know about from what I've seen. It's a weird one because it's such a long-standing tradition, and there is like, I felt like the initial I feel like I should be mad or something, but I was like,
no, I'm not so happy about that.
I'm
change.
curious, like how did this one come about after being unchanged for so long?
We actually discussed this change on Mirage launch day. So
okay,
often on just to give some history to it. So on launch day, when there isn't a burning fire,
nice.
We're all sitting there designing, like, okay, what are we doing next? What are we starting on Monday? Like, I know people think we have a long plan ahead. We don't. Launch day is when we design the next set of content. And a thing that we decided is we worry the message now is that PoE 2 is for the new audience and PoE 1's for the existing audience only. And it is obviously for the existing audience, like, obviously. But we also want to make sure we're bringing in new players, and we want to make sure that that audience is growing, because if you aren't growing the audience, it's only got one way to go, right? That's down. Now, hopefully, it'd be naive to assume it can just sustain the exact same numbers forever with the exact same players, right? People do eventually move on, whatever. So we want the audience to grow. And so when we actually go and look, well, when we were discussing this with Mirage, we're like, let's actually think, why are people, getting into the game and then stopping playing? Like, what are the points of friction and where we're losing the audience? And sockets is a huge one. Now, we had already discussed this for PoE 2, because PoE 2 removed skill gems off gear, right?
Yeah.
So we kind of already were a bit educated in this, and we're like, but the line we drew, like, some people were like, why not remove them entirely off the gear, like you did with PoE 2? But there are, I would say, I feel this way, and a number of people feel this way, when first playing PoE 1, fifth, sixth, whatever, long time ago.
A decade and a half ago.
There were two things
Yeah.
about the game that really caught me and my group of friends and propagated along, and maybe you guys feel the same way, I'm not sure, which was I opened the passive tree and fell in love, and I also was like, holy, skills are in your gear and the links are in your gear. That's awesome. That's so, the innovation behind that is so cool. So not wanting to lose the skills and sockets in gear in PoE 1, I think is, it's a personal line, sure, but I think a lot of people share it, of not wanting to lose that entirely, but also it doesn't need to be having so many layers of friction. And so obviously you got the numbers, you got the links, and then you got the colors. And often what we're finding is that, sure, seasoned players, veterans, they work around it, sure. But, or honestly, they don't even necessarily, I talk about the gear upgrades, sometimes you don't even need the gear upgrades. You can just, once you know what you're doing, you know what you're doing.
Vitava Act 10
But yeah, we're
with
finding a lot of
white
players
bow
early game
from
who are
Act 1.
struggling, who are trying to get those gear
Been
upgrades, just
there
can't,
plenty of
and
times.
often it's because of the colors.
Yeah.
And so we're like, well, we want to remove that friction, but also we don't want to just like simplify it down to nothing, because we still want in-game players to have an access of itemization that's important. And so we're like, we still want the colors to come
Exactly,
in. We still want it to be
Medic,
important for upgrading your
exactly.
gear. We want it to be a
That's
chase
so
in-game thing
good.
players can do. And we honestly think that this hits both of those, and it now allows a lot of people to get into the game easier, make upgrades of their gear without going, I don't know what to do. Like my gear's been the same since level 3 because I can't replace this, or like one piece of gear or another piece of gear.
It also makes like
because
Skin of
they
the
don't wanna
Loyal and
break
Skin
their
of the
links or
Lord
their skills or
way
their
more
support. So yeah,
usable.
honestly, that's where it came about. And but the broader discussion is like, we need to get people in the door. We need to get people to stop quitting. And we need to have like when they get overwhelmed and they're like, I don't know what to do. It feels complicated, and this was part of that. So, I wouldn't expect this to be the last change along that axis of us going, let's remove these barriers of entry. In the future we want to make more. But yeah, honestly, I think, generally speaking, almost everyone internally has been pretty positive, but everyone has that, whoa, you're changing this sacred thing. And
what about Tabula
when we're in the
Rasa?
room, we're like, oh, are we doing this?
Are we allowed to do this?
We're like, what? Do we need to, hold on, do we need to like call a council of the founders here? Like,
I guess
do we-
Tabula Rasa is a 6
what,
link.
what are we supposed to do here? Like, are we,
can use
can we
from
make
level
this
one.
change?
So I
Basically
guess
did
that's still
happen.
good
Like, you guys called around to some of the
Yeah.
We did, yes. So it was, even we were like, are we allowed? But then also I think it is really important that we can reassess these fundamentals and actually go and say, nah, this needs to change.
That
Hopefully
means
it's
something, yeah.
amazing, and hopefully everyone finds it to have less friction and late game get better itemization and all of that. But these things, if they don't quite land, we're always just going to make another iteration and change it. That's what we do.
I think that
I was like,
this is
so
going to be
I've
like
done a playthrough of the
universally
campaign
positive
while here,
response to
and
this.
I with this in particular, because I had that feeling like, oh, it's so sacred and so ancient. I feel like I was coming at it from an angle of being hypercritical, looking for any potential issues with it, but it felt like it was just so much easier to change gear and swap my gear around. Like, ultimately, that's the thing. You talk about this for a lot for new players, but I see this as like a huge win for long-term players, because playing a game for over a decade, you start to notice these kind of points of exhaustion is kind of what I think of them as, where
True.
I
you're
like that term.
This just grinds me down a little bit each.
Oh,
Like,
that is something I did. It was intended for a newer audience, but 100% all the
Yeah.
feedback from Alpha, from internal, our designers and QA generally has been like, hell yeah.
It just makes the campaign smoother. I'm using a greater variety of gear. I'm upgrading my gear more often. It feels good. And the quality one surprised me a bit, because that is actually like you don't usually interact with quality at all in the campaign. You're not going to get any GCPs until end game, right? But that I was actually kind of looking at the quality on my gems, and I was like, oh, this really benefits from that. I'm getting an extra spark on my spark while I'm leveling, and
Yeah.
so that felt like actually a pretty fun thing to engage with, and getting one socket color here and there felt like a meaningful thing. So
It worked out really nicely as an axis for still rewarding getting, some of the correct colors.
Yeah.
Because quality innately is much more powerful on your active skill than it is your support gem.
Yeah.
So it's kind of okay if you only have a few of the colors, because you put your strongest skill in the you put your strongest gem in your links, which is your active skill, into the color that it matches. And then it's nice to get the other colors correct, but getting the other colors correct is like 5% increased damage. Whereas getting the one color you really need correct, which is quite easy to do, is potentially an extra projectile or 10% more damage or something like that.
Yeah, every time a chrome dropped, I was looking for a good base to drop that on so that I could chuck my spark gem or something else in there.
It has the added bonus of there's another currency that's like, it's not like a divine orb level ding when you drop it, but it's nice to see. You're excited
potentially
to see a
beholder,
chromatic now
but
and then.
it also
It was
could
kind
be
of funny
that
that
there's like some
chromatic went
builds
from
where
being like less
quality
valuable
stacking
than
can be really valuable,
jewels
and it's just becomes even
fusings to
better.
being the most value out of those now.
Yeah, just to clarify, chromatics are much rarer now than they were before.
Yes.
I won't
As
say
you'd
exactly
expect,
how
yeah.
rare they are, but we've made changes to, like, for example, if you vendor a 6-socket item that has chromatic colors, you won't get 7 jeweler orbs, you'll get a chromatic orb instead.
Oh, I was wondering if there was some sort of recipe. I thought you guys might keep it secret or something.
Oh no, that's the existing chromatic recipe. That still works.
Okay.
But it has higher priority than the jeweler's
Our
orb
list,
one.
our list of recipes, if it meets 2 conditions, there's always
see.
it has an order of precedence, so we move the chromatic above the
'Cause it's
jewelers.
more valuable
yes,
now.
yeah.
And more
So
than
that
7
makes
times
sense.
above the jeweler. Okay.
Did you guys have to mess with quality at all now that there's going to be kind of 30% is just going to be somewhat wildly available now? Like, does that break anything?
No, it is basically a bit power creepy, but
Yeah.
I think we had to make a number of changes to existing uniques that interact with the socket colors, but I think the only one that really got a nerf was Diala's Malefaction. Instead of granting 30% quality to green socket gems, it's now 20%.
Yeah, I
But
mean, that makes sense.
If you put a green socket gem in, it's 30%, which is what it had before. So
And that's my follow-up question is there's uniques that interact with socket colors. Have these sorts of things been updated? In particular, I was like wondering, do you guys do anything with Tabula Rasa or just kind of leave it, I imagine? I don't know.
it didn't need to change.
Yeah, I mean, that one
it's
kind of just
6 link.
works, doesn't
6
it?
link, still a 6
Still
link,
six-
yeah.
Still 6 link.
Yeah, but Skin of the Loyal and Lords, they just generate with 6 coloured sockets.
Yep.
Yeah, that's good.
You still want to get the right colours, but
Yeah, but it's much easier to actually use them now.
what else did you do? Pariah.
Yeah, so we audited all of them. Some of them we were like, this is not a good unique, we should buff it. So Pariah, for example, is one that is now much stronger than it used to be. Yeah, there's subtle changes, but in general, like the design of the uniques didn't really need to change at all, like Triad Grip and the Untouched Soul, those type of things.
I just realized this makes like a favorite thing for me is like early league buying like a corrupted 6 link and finding the right colors for that was sometimes tricky, but now like you can use any, right? Because you can put a blue gem in a green socket, you just don't get the bonus.
Yeah, Skin of the Loyals early league is going to be far more accessible now.
Yeah, cool. Interesting. So that inadvertently kind of makes 6 links much more available early league, it seems. It's like something maybe you wouldn't even really think about with this, but there you go.
Yeah, in a way, yeah.
Yeah, all right.
I mean, that's a
cool.
good thing, though. That's another thing that
Volves
is
do
trivial
the thing
for
with sockets,
experienced
so
players
I
and
imagine
bad
that
for
changed, right?
new players.
Well, to clarify, when you do get a socket color, so for example, if you're using like a strength base type, you still have, when a socket generates, it's still got a much higher chance to be a red socket compared to a blue or green socket. So it still rolls socket colors based on the attribute requirements. Now, a Val Orb does what it used to do before, where when it's generating socket colors, it can still re-roll socket colors.
Yeah.
I think instead of granting white sockets, now it does the inverse and it grants a colored socket. But that colored socket will just be a random red, green, or blue. It won't care about the attribute requirements of the item.
So a way to get off colors or something, maybe. Interesting. I imagine the crafting bench probably changed.
There we go. I was wondering
But then
that
again,
myself.
with chromes being more expensive, maybe didn't need to.
So a chromatic orb guarantees a colored socket, but we also have crafting bench options which guarantee 2 colored sockets and guarantee 3 colored sockets, but for varying amounts of chromatic orbs. I can't remember the exact
And now
numbers.
that they're going to be much more valuable as well, that makes sense. It almost kind of solves itself there. Well, super interesting. I look forward to seeing how people feel about that after they've had a chance to play around with it. But, my impressions of that have been pretty positive so far.
The Legion unique gambling.
I guess
is so
if there's any
interesting.
negative, I could probably nitpick about it. It seems that maybe like it removes some of the identity from those items, mostly more in the campaign where you're not seeing their colors come up all that often. So like armor, energy shield thing is not necessarily as distinct from an invasion thing since you can change them around a lot more. Was that something you guys were worried about at all with this?
Not really.
You think so?
A little bit. I understand that it is, especially from the visuals.
Yeah.
but like the item holds itself, you know, and with respect to its defense type, its mods. But yeah, I mean, I get that. Almost everyone, I was just thinking about it now, or I play with sockets always shown. I don't think I've seen anyone in a long time not play with sockets always shown. So I was just thinking that, like, generally when you're looking at an item, in fact, you're not really seeing its item art. You're just seeing some combination of colors. So
That's true.
Yeah, generally you're going to be like, hey, this doesn't look like how it used to look. But I would honestly say that that doesn't need to be part of it. So it shouldn't need to be part of its identity.
Nice.
Even though I get that it will feel that way, for sure.
Well, I know this was the main change for this expansion, but on the side, in your spare time between working on Socket Colors, obviously you made this thing called Curse of the Allflame. This is a pretty unique and I think delightfully goofy mechanic. It's definitely a weird one. At first I thought, it's delve but moist, but then that seems to be oversimplifying it a little bit. Because it's also got a little bit of a blend of other ideas and definitely seems to very much be its own thing. I'm curious, how did this idea for this like Subnautican League come about?
You know what? Strangely, it actually didn't even start from the point of we should go to the ocean floor. What I wanted was a league where, you're exploring in similar sort of to the Wildwood, because I like that mechanic, but like a league mechanic where you're exploring and trying to uncover things as you go. And it was originally going to be, I believe, like bestiary adjacent, where it was going to be in like the spirit realm where all the bestiary bosses are and you're like clearing spirit fog. But that was not a thing that we had nearly the assets to be able to pull off nearly as well as like an ocean-themed league. Because you can, go look at half the monsters in the game that pre-existed, and they're on the coast, or they're near the shore, or they're on an island, and therefore, it's crabs and horrible squid creatures and starfish and all that. And so it just
I
made a
do
lot
think
more
that
sense
ocean is a lot
to go
more
with an
interesting of a
ocean-themed
biome
league.
than
And
the like
from there, everything just kind
blackwood
of exploded
of the
into being.
Wildwood.
Yeah, a lot of that also inspiring. The same mechanic can often be applied to many different themes in different ways, and so a huge part of the win there, he's talking about ocean biome assets, creatures. Well, we had just done Act 4, right? So, and PoE 2, so all of a sudden we have islands and sea creatures and everything there, and it's like, okay, well, we like to reuse stuff and port it back and so we get to use all the modern art. The other thing is the environment artists are familiar with those assets, so when they're trying to put together all these things, they know exactly, and the level designers, they know exactly where everything is. Makes it way easier, and then you don't have to like look through and find 13-year-old assets and stuff trying to go like, okay, how can I reuse this? And then, it's nice to have full art sets of modern art, because when you mix old things that aren't what we call PBR and non-PBR, when you have the old PoE1 assets intermixed with the new modern assets, they stick out like a absolute sore thumb. Going in, obviously, it's when you're picking a theme, it's often good to look, what art do we have? How can we use that or reuse that? Because then you get to make a hell of a lot more content for significantly less cost. So that's kind of what helped inspire it, because we also like, I was like, and he doesn't necessarily know what's being made for PoE 2, and that's like where I'm kind of the bridge, and I'm like,
because you're fully on PoE 1.
Yes.
Yep.
And
and he's like, well, what monsters? And I'm like, let me give you that. And I was just like, massive list. I'm like, go to this area, go to this area, go to this area, any of these will work. Big starfish and all that stuff, and so
sea otters.
I
love otters. So,
the otters definitely caught me by surprise.
We had a
to fight
task that we
sea
had
otters?
finished called Demon Otter.
Yeah. I actually, you didn't even point me at that. I went and found that one.
I felt slightly bad blowing up the otters. They're kind of cute.
Well, you can get one as a pet from the upcoming mystery
There you
box.
go.
I feel like I'm like, how did you find that? Are you just going into our issue tracker and typing otter every 3 days and like waiting for something to appear? It's like,
I refresh the issue tracker at the start of each day because I'm curious what's being worked on, and I saw otter like years ago,
Control F otter.
and it stuck in my head.
He's got a script that just checks for him every day and alerts him, pings in the moment it goes in.
Hundreds of these things getting made per day. It's like kind of to just know to search for that is like really weird. So I don't know. I'm sus.
So, I mean, so you had some assets for it, but also like if you'd done the Wildwood Einhardy
That's right,
sort of
JP.
thing, that sounds cool, but it wouldn't have been quite as unique as this. I think. Like, I don't think we haven't had this like exploring the ocean floor thing before.
I got a question for you.
Sure.
Is this a real boat league?
I was wondering, yeah, because like you go into a boat, but
You're in a boat.
we're not like,
And then you go
what
under the
makes
sea.
a boat league? Do you have to be?
I
Does
think
it just
that
have to
counts
have
as
a
a boat
boat in it?
league.
Because that's a pretty low bar.
You have to be at ocean? Do you have to be
Fighting them?
I think some people draw the line at sailing. I think it has to be moving. I think you have to. I think
Fishing?
They would say. Hold on, whoa.
We'll get to that in a second.
Oh, you're rolling.
I think that a true boat league to some people is one that must induce seasickness.
That's,
As in with like
that's your line.
screen wobble and like.
That is not what
I think if
thought you
this
were
isn't
saying.
enough of a boat league for you, you need to go play Witcher 3 again
Thank you
and see how bad boating
for
can
not
really
doing
be.
that. I feel like the true boat league has to have combat on a boat. We're gonna have some boarding actions or something like some boat to boat
Swashbuckling?
cannons and
Noted.
blowing up.
Third axis, yeah.
Isn't it a town area? I guess you can't like spawn specters or anything. And
In the Deepwater hub. Sorry, Deepwater was the working name. In the Curse of the Allflame hub area on the Sovereign.
You
is
can
the
drop
name of the
items
ship.
on the floor on the boat.
It
so,
is technically a combat area, so you
Yeah.
could
in theory.
spawn specters there if you wanted to.
Shoot projectiles out to sea.
I guess you can.
I guess.
Sorry, it was mentioned though, like, does this also count? The same question could be asked of fishing. Does this count as fishing if you're on the ocean floor killing fish? Does that count as fishing? And does this tread on the toes of the existing fishing mechanics, obviously, as well?
I wouldn't-
You would have
I
had to
wouldn't
have considered that. Did you confer with the fishing team when you were?
I think that going down and killing fish is not fishing. I think that's.
but what if you're holding a spear though? Oh, but we don't have spears, so it doesn't matter.
Perfect. Problem solved. So you're basically saying like dynamite fishing doesn't count as fishing then for sure. It's 100% cheating.
It is important
It
for
is
us to
cheating.
clear
Come
up
on.
this because, like, we need to always be just almost delivering boat leagues, but not quite delivering boat leagues. So I just wanted to make sure we succeeded in our goals here.
There's this like grand plot of stringing along the PoE community for as long as possible for a boat league. Like,
That's true. When I pitched the retheme, Mark was very cautious. You know,
like, oh, we don't want to give them too much. We got to keep them coming back for the next potential boat league. I see what's going on here.
Yeah, it's like there's this tick box of league must have boat, and then indented boat must not move. You know.
Okay.
No. All right. Anyway.
Anyway, so this is a pretty big change from Mirage, which was in map and heavily intersected with like all of the existing mechanics. This is a complete opposite.
And
This
slow.
is a
Sorry,
mostly
I love
out-of-map
Mirage League,
mechanic,
all-time great
and
league.
It's not required for
Not
you to
fast.
understand how it intersects with other mechanics. Is it? I imagine there's like a good reason to kind of like alternate between the two almost as well.
yeah. So one of the benefits of Curse of the Allflame is that it's a very straightforward theme to understand. It's something that you don't really need to have a lot of grounding in the all of the minutia of Path of Exile to be able to understand. Ooh, go to ocean floor and find treasure in a submersible. That's just a cool concept, whether you are a PoE veteran or not. And it's also just kind of me liking to jump between things and work on very different concepts. Like, I can't say any specifics, but we already do have a very rough plan for what 3.30 will be, and it's going to go in a completely different direction as well. So
It's going to be on top of a volcano.
I
Volcano League.
just have a lot of ideas that go all over the place. And
Airplane League.
Good.
Very good.
we like to alternate these things, right?
Yeah.
Like often out of league, out of map leagues are, they have room to be a bit more immersive. They have there's a whole world there.
Yeah.
Integrating things into map constrains what they can be. Right?
Yeah.
Like having a pocket of ocean in a desert gets a bit weird, so certain things can work, certain things can't. I mean, in the same sense that kind of having a desert as Mirage in an oceany biome can feel more like a forest biome can feel a bit weird, it allows you to create a more immersive world. Submersive world.
I see what you did.
Submersive,
Yeah.
immersive. I don't know. I'm silly.
There are some lessons that have been taken from previous out of league mechanics, where
Yeah,
Obviously,
okay.
the biggest one is that the Atlas tree is this method of investment that can, lead to in-Atlas content being able to be juiced to the gills, so to speak.
Yeah.
And we need a system that's, at least in, what's the word I'm looking for here? In analog to that.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the voyage system, which we can get into in specifics a little bit later. But it's got multiple axes through which you can juice the content that you're doing to get, some quite rewarding voyages. And that's kind of meant to be the one-to-one allegory to that. Analog.
Yes, yeah. That was going to be one of my follow-up questions. Is because you have so many axes to juice things in maps. How do you make sure that something like this has like a nice long tail to it? That is something you can get as invested in. So this has like some nice ways for you to be able to juice it.
And I mean, one of the other things is we have much more gradation in the level scaling. This is maybe getting too into the weeds, but like the mods that can roll on charts.
Yeah.
There's a whole tier of the highest tier of rewarding mods that can only show up on I-83, I-84 charts.
Oh, okay, cool.
So if you are at the end game, then you get access to like even more rewarding, both charting and voyaging. And then there's some border mods that can only roll at the super high levels as well. And then, those border mods can amplify with the chart mods, can amplify with the adjacency mods, can amplify with the chart locations, which I'm getting too into the weeds now because we haven't really discussed any of that. But
I think I agree with that, Inventus.
I'm a
Delegating
player
your
at heart.
example
I
makes
like
sense.
lots of axes that all intersect and overlap and turn into a crazy encounter.
Yep. And when you make something like this that is out of maps, there is like, I feel like you guys expect and fully kind of know ahead of time that, this is going to be more divisive than something that is in maps typically, right? Like this is something that is for the players that are going to love it, is kind of the way that I view it. It's like some people are going to be like, oh, this is my life now, like the people who just delve every league. So I imagine then, how does that kind of like shape the design of this? Like, I imagine you're like able to take more risks or something with it, be a bit more crazy with it to try and suit that?
I wouldn't say necessarily. Honestly, the way it generally comes apart is we're just like, that sounds like a cool idea, let's go with it. We don't really even think about the like overall risk and reward. Like we just imagine a lot of like, we would enjoy it. We imagine a lot of people would enjoy it. And yes, we definitely understand it's going to be more divisive. And that's why we make sure we alternate these types of leagues, or at least we thoroughly try to.
That's definitely true, Beholder.
And
yeah, like a lot of those
will
very
be an area
munched-in
mechanic,
mechanics probably need more.
One of the other things that I'm definitely
more
making
love
sure is
or
the case
to
in
be
330
killed.
is there will not be a loading screen to do the league mechanic. I like Mirage, I like Allflame, but they have both now, to go to the hub area for Allflame, you need a loading screen because obviously it's out of map. And then Mirage needed one too, which was unfortunate.
To be clear, charts are fully tradable.
Yep.
You don't have to run them, you just stockpile them, right? And then go, like you can do days of mapping and then go do days of charting. The crafting system's kind of crazy, powerful.
But we won't be nerfing it.
A way that it can be thought about as you get in Hinakora's locks.
Yes.
Why do you have to put it like that? You make me nervous.
Because that's what it is.
It was gone for a while, it brought back in
And,
a kind of nerfed state, and it's been
so
pretty
there is a
disappointing
very,
since
very
it came
strong
back.
motivation to do it. And hopefully people were like, hell yeah, feels good doing it because of that. But we like to, even when we do out of area, in this case, it's not like you find it, you have to do it. You can find it, you run it later at your leisure, right? So you don't have to break your mapping flow all the time. Get the chart, move on, map, and then maybe start the next day with, let me go do a bunch of charts, do a bunch of voyages, right? Like, that's fully at your leisure. You can, that's generally how people play, and it's generally how I play. Alpha, we're seeing the same thing. It's like, just... you have those people who might want to chart as they find them. You might have people who are like, okay, get to end of Act 1, do a bunch, just talking about a campaign. And having the freedom to be able to do all of that is pretty critical for the out-of-area leagues, I'd say.
Yeah, it seems like it's very free for you to determine your flow about how you engage with this. And for the map blasters then, who maybe like, I don't really want to go do the charting and stuff too much.
Yeah, I think I can get down with that
It has
idea.
something for you in maps as well. Like, I think that's easy to miss.
Yeah. I mean... obviously the bulk of the mechanic is the undersea exploration, but there are 3 different encounters you can find in maps that are what grant the charts. And importantly, I wanted each of them to feel like they were, worth engaging with, even if you didn't want the chart. So there's the cursed treasure chest, which we showed in the live stream, that possesses you with a random tormented spirit
That's
when
fun.
you complete it.
That's a fun one. I like
for the
that.
rest of the instance. There's a Brine Rot Pirate one, and when you complete that, you get a buff that gives you a chance for any gold you find for the rest of the instance to be duplicated when it drops. And there's
so they're
the Crab
gold
Nest,
find
and when you defeat
mechanic,
the Crab Nest,
which makes sense for
whenever you
pirate
kill rare and
booty
unique
stuff.
monsters for the rest of the instance, you spawn crabs,
You spawn crabs.
which may not sound useful, but it's very good in Beyond maps.
It's a bunch of extra crabs popping out as you do it. And I mean, more monsters popping out of monsters is definitely some people's jam for sure.
Crabs.
Yeah, I mean, the
Crabs.
reason people
Yeah,
like
some
Legion
crabs.
is
Oh
just
man, there's a crab
very
themed unique that we're going to show
brain
this
off
in a
kill
teaser
rares.
that I'm really excited for people to see. I'm sorry, I'm just baiting people.
that's
by
kinda
bringing that
it.
up. It'll be soon.
I was just thinking, I got to make sure to equip the crab armor set when we play this.
Oh yeah,
That's my-
for sure. It's got to be done. Yeah, I saw some pretty cool looking uniques there, but we can leave those
That's
for
right.
the teasers and stuff
Sure.
because there's some pretty. You're definitely pushing what uniques can
They have
be in
crabs
Public
and
One, I think, a
lobster.
bit, which is exciting to see. But you mentioned this like the crafting system. How does the reward structure for this mechanic works outside of maps in the actual charting and voyaging? Do certain charts have like certain reward types? Are you able to target farm specific things?
So again, this is another point where I wanted to make sure there were multiple axes. So there's the Dead Man's Sulfur, which is the coral green glowing stuff that's in every single chart and voyage that you do.
Yep.
And that's the fuel for powering the new crafting system. And that is fully tradable. So that's like the
Okay.
baseline. This mechanic just rewards this all the time. And then there are special charts that you can find that lead to special things on the ocean floor that can give, any number of, arbitrary rewards, whatever we decide. So there's one that just has tons of chests of currency, which I'm sure people will like. There's one that spawns, as you saw in the live stream, a new kind of mercenary that you can only get from that room. There's one that leads to the, the new boss of the league. There's probably a bunch
I
that
would
I'm
agree with
forgetting.
Medic on
there's a dozen to 2 dozen of those at least.
And the addition of
we
a
do
new
have
ascendancy
some that might
for
not make it into the patch.
being
We would put in
Orobot
a week
support
later if they
for
don't,
the
so there
mercs
might even be more
is really
coming soon after launch.
creative.
And then the third thing is there's what we call a scattered object system in the league. And this is why I'm personally really excited to play, because it scatters a bunch of predetermined random rewards, like chests of currency or a chest with a unique, or the message in a bottle that we showed on the stream that you open and it just gives you some random valuable.
That's right,
unique
Healy.
or
He moved to New
potentially
Zealand and now he
reflecting
makes
this is
video
what we
games.
showed. Essences, strong boxes, golden lanterns that give you permanent rarity for
Yeah.
the rest of the instance. Tons of stuff. We tried to get dozens of outcomes in there, and those are just scattered on the ocean floor, and they give you the feeling of exploring to try and find stuff.
I like the
They're
sound
not
of that.
you're not
I
going
have to
completely
admit, he
blind,
had sold
though.
me on it with
every
that.
lantern that you place has a little indicator on it, and that indicator will point towards the nearest scattered object, nearest reward you might want. So you know where to go to place the next lantern to find a treasure chest or whatever it might be.
Yep. Yeah.
Something different to say the Wildwood, where you just go, I'm going that way.
Yeah.
This one at least gives you a guide.
Actually, his name's Chris, and
I'm
there's
gonna
so
find
many
something if I
Chris's
go
at
over here.
GGG.
Now you don't know what
Chris
the something
Wilson
is
haven't
necessarily.
left. That
it could be an
I think
essence
still
monster
goes
or
by
a strong
his
box
screen
or a
name
chest with a
mostly.
unique in it, but it will be something that you would want. It doesn't. Technically, there are
It's a
also mines on
popular
the seafloor
name.
that explode when you step on them. They're not very frequent. The
haven't seen
lanterns
any of
don't
those
point at
ones.
those.
Okay. You're not getting fully
I
baited
thought
by
that's what
those.
you were getting. I was like, they better not point at those.
Yeah, you're implying there's some sort of reward to get.
No.
Yes, some sort of reward, sweet release.
As again, the comparison to Wildwood there is that it ensures a minimum. You're getting something out of it. Like,
Yeah.
as long as you follow it. As opposed to like place a bunch of lanterns, you're like, I just RNG'd and got nothing.
I mean, for me, it's the most addicting part of the league. Like, I love going in and, you can do a chart in like a minute, maybe 2, depending on how
Yeah,
fast
they're
your
really
build is.
they're really fast.
I mean, this
quite
just
quick.
seems like a more fun version
and
of
so you go
Delve,
in,
and I
you find
completely
2,
flipped
3
the script
chests,
on
and then you
Call
rush back
last
out, and you
league.
do it again, you do it again, you do it again, and then suddenly an
But
hour,
we never
2
liked
hours, 3 hours has
Delve,
gone by.
either of us.
Yeah, and I
And
very much noted and appreciated
the
that you did
rework
the
to
week 1
Delve
quality of
last
life
league.
patch before
Love it.
release
If
with
we're
the
gonna make a guide about
auto
it,
placing of
probably,
lanterns if you
as
want. So
early
you
league
can manually
mechanic.
place them, or you can just run into the water and it.
That was
Pop ones
done
down.
months ago. That was done well before release.
We're trying to do that though every league. Like always
Yeah.
think, okay, what are people
Yeah,
going
I
to
mean, I
ask
look at the
for on
mercs
day
as
1,
just
day
like
2, day 3,
basically
or
like a
week 1,
shrine.
What do they
in each
need?
map
And like,
that
let's
can drop
get
extra
ahead of
gear. They're
everyone.
almost like
we
a
don't
better
catch
version of a
everything,
shrine.
but you know,
Yeah,
Like a better version of a rogue exile and a shrine merged together.
You're definitely getting better at that, though. Has it been a bit tricky to kind of get the feel of this?
So I think
right?
that's actually like a
you've got
pretty
this
good
thing where you're like
mechanic.
pushing these lanterns out, and then you've got the bubble collapsing thing for the extraction as well. Like it seems like a challenging thing to kind of get the feel for that, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's had a lot of iteration. The collapsing part, I do want to specify because, you know, it's something that comes up a lot in conversations I've had with, you know, journalists and people at the office and all that. The lanterns will never start just randomly collapsing on you. Like,
Yes.
you know when they are going to begin to collapse because they only begin to collapse after you place your last lantern.
Yeah, it's not like
And the
flares
Sonic
giants.
drowning
So you
music
have-
starts playing as well.
You know,
Sonic
you
the
have
Hedgehog
infinite time
drowning.
to explore the areas that you've placed lanterns in
Yeah.
until you place
The
your
sound
last
of
one, and then
fear
you have
of
to
my
get back to the
childhood.
bathysphere.
Yeah, and it's not really like a rush, clear, speedy mechanic. Ultimately, like you can,
No, I mean,
you can do
you
it
can go
fast.
fast.
You can go fast, but it's not like
Like I said, people on Alpha generally are doing a chart in like a minute
Yeah.
or less.
Yeah,
Pretty forgiving.
this is going to be a good
Yeah.
toxic rain mechanic
which it kind of has
for
to be,
sure.
right? Like if it is.
All right, I'm very excited.
if
Now
it's
we see the
overwhelming
patch notes
for
to make sure it
any
wasn't
of
nerfed.
us, we've probably got the balance wrong because someone's going to come into the game and just be like, I don't know what to do. Like it is a thing where, you know, rewatching the live stream, I'm like, oh yeah, I could see people being worried about just drowning all the time,
No.
and yeah,
Drowning is not meant to be a significant part of the mechanic. If you're dying in the Allflame encounters, I would hope that you're dying to the monsters
yeah.
and not to
All
drowning. And that is generally the case whenever, you know, I've died when playtesting and also when I've seen, you know, players playing on Alpha and stuff. Drowning is really, it really only ever happens if you are being like playing real dangerous and like, you know, trying to go out far into the water to try and get a chest or something, which is part of why
Excellent
we
medic.
have those lanterns pointing at things, so you know where to place the lantern to get the chest in order
Yeah.
so you don't have to be trying to do like rippy dangerous stuff by going out into the water a whole ton.
you'd have to have a serious panic, which to drown is what my perception. Like when I'm like, how would someone drown to this? But it will happen, I'm sure. But I think you'd have to be having a little miniature crisis in order to have that happen, I'd say.
I feel like you'll do it once and then you'll learn from it. But if you're a hardcore player,
Yeah,
I
I
guess
only
you'll lose
drowned-
one character and then.
I only drowned once, and I was like, that was a bit silly. I won't do that again. That seems like something to learn from. There seems like there could be a bit of a risk of backtracking with this. Like, people don't really, you know, enjoy long backtracking. But I noticed with the charts, you can kind of a lot of the time you're placing your things in a circle, so you're not really backtracking so much here. And
Yeah, I
that's
mean,
where you
we'll see
started
how
anyway,
juicy
but
it
with the
is, but it
voyages,
looks
there
like
might
it's,
be some
like,
backtracking, or maybe not.
Very
depending.
exclusively like a speedy,
so
blasty kind of
I feel-
mechanic that doesn't have all the
I
like
don't want to sound like I'm overemphasizing
darkness
this too much,
and
but the charts
walls
are
and
quite
tunnels
small.
of delve.
Like
And
by
it's
the
more
time
like
you've
a laid
placed
out
all
open
you get,
layout,
you get 7
basically.
lanterns once you upgrade your lantern count. By the time you've placed all 7 lanterns, you are maybe a couple screens away from where you started. Maybe
Yeah.
a little bit further than that if you go out in a full straight line.
I mean,
so the
you can
charts are
cover
meant to
that
be,
in like
really bite-sized
3
encounters.
seconds. Then they said
So,
patch
like,
notes
there
would
is
be
technically
at
a small amount of backtracking there, but that is
7,
with
so
monsters
like an
spawning
hour
as you're
and
going back,
40.
and it's a couple screens worth.
There's a big difference between combatless backtracking and just
Yeah, you're fighting monsters as the bubbles are collapsing around you. It's like
Yes.
it's an actual kind of
Yeah.
exciting gameplay thing, and it's not even necessarily always the case. I noticed because in the voyage sometimes you're extracting basically where you are as you're leaving.
Yeah, so the voyages, they're built out of 9 different charts that you kind of stitch together, and each of them at their center has a place where you can leave. So you don't have to backtrack to where you started in a voyage. That would be insane and terrible. You get to leave at each of these individual chart locations, and like I said, the charts are relatively bite-sized, so that means you're never really more than, say, a screen and a half distance away from a place where you could leave when you want to go.
Yeah.
So that sounds very
Awesome. So this
like
Allflame crafting, how did
blueprint,
you arrive
or
at
like regular heist
getting
versus
players
grand
like
heist
Full Hinacore
influence, kind of?
Craft as your crafting system for this league?
Well, actually, originally it was going to be similar. I want to say similar to Harvest. I don't want players to interpret that as like, you know, similar in power level. It may or may not be. But I mean similar mechanically, as in list of specific bespoke crafts
Right.
that you can do for list of specific costs of that craft.
Yeah.
But the problem with that is it was just too similar to things we've done in the past. You
Yeah.
know, it is essentially Harvest, but wet. And that's not. We had actually gotten relatively far along in the development of that, and I was just like, this is lame. We shouldn't do the same thing again.
Yeah.
And so, the idea for the Allflame crafting splitting into different forms came from the fact that originally we were using the terms Allflame and Ghostflame kind of interchangeably.
I agree, Ollie. I think
And
especially thinking about
Ghost stuff
like
gave me the idea of what if
final
you split into
craft of
multiple
a
ghostly
really
versions
juiced
of
up
the item,
item.
and
Think
what
about
would
like a
it
+2 amulet
Yeah, you're
for
right. So it
kinda
toxic
came
rain,
theme
and
first,
then
mechanic second.
last
That's
item,
thematically
the last
cool.
craft
Yeah,
on
I
it.
remember when you came to me and you're like, yeah, this crafting system
Getting to
sucks. We need a new
choose
one,
your
and then you had a
mod,
patch, and I was
like, man,
this is a
so
good.
good.
Thing. Like,
Yeah.
some people get very caught up in their original designs and just try and see it through no matter what, and you just get. You go down into a vortex
You're in too deep,
and
yeah.
you're like, loss aversion kicks in, and like to be able to, as a designer, to be able to just be like, nah, gone, starting again,
Being
even
able
if
to
you're
do
like 3/4 into the
to do
cycle, if
Legion
that's what's
stuff is
best, that's
really
what's best.
interesting.
And
Abyss seems
most
like it'll be
people
good,
fail at being able
especially
to do
with
this. So
Abyss.
it's like,
Nice.
very-
Belt and
when you came to me for that, I
being
was like,
relegated to
wow, okay, this
only
is cool.
coming from
I'm
Abyss.
happy.
That's
I did
good.
feel bad telling our lead programmer for the league, Jeremy, that your work, we're actually going to be changing it. Though a good amount of the infrastructure was able to be kept because it is still UI-wise very similar, where you like put in item, click craft to go. It just changed to now you also put in a currency with the item that you want to use it on or use on it.
So the main part of it is this splitting. So
Yeah,
that
it
you
looks
can
like they're
use,
just happy with Tabula being
an exalt or something, and then see
low
like,
level 6 link, and that's
3 or
fine.
4 different potentials for that.
You
and
know,
then choose your best one, and that's
maybe-
obviously very powerful.
maybe they
especially for
would
some of
be,
the bigger crafts.
because of them being
The
relegated to only
intangibility
Abyss.
system
I
is
think
kind
people
of the
kind of had the same
counterpoint to that, like
question
some
about
sort of
fossils
limitation on that. How does that work exactly?
going into 328.
Yeah,
and
so
then
not every
low
single
level
crafting
delve
step,
wound
but
up being
many of the
very
crafting steps you can
rewarding.
do. For example, in Exalt.
But also, yeah,
will
they
add some
might
amount of
have
what we
more
call
juice for
intangibility to an
Abyss that
item.
we're
It's
not
just a
aware of yet.
value that will be
They haven't
shown on
gotten to
the item
that
and
yet
ticks
in the
up.
Q&A.
And the intangibility in the item is equal to a chance when you do another Allflame craft on that item for it to only have one result, which effectively means you just did the craft with no extra bonus. So basically, what it boils down to is the more you Allflame craft on one specific base, one specific item, the more and more and more difficult it becomes to continue to Allflame craft on that item.
Interesting.
And there
I
are
thought it
some
would,
ways
like, nuke
around
the
this
item if it
that
hit 100%,
clever
but yeah,
people
that's
in
way
QA
less
and Alpha
terrible.
have found that things like recombination, because
Yeah, it should
if
be
you take
really
the mod you're
good for
trying to
those more
chase on the
random
base that
items.
has high intangibility and you put it onto a new base that doesn't have that intangibility, now you can keep going, but there's some risk in that at least. And then, Awakener's orbs do a similar thing where it's, creating an entirely new base as the output. And there's also a Ducat, which is the new currencies that we've added that interact only with Allflame crafting, that has a 50% chance to remove all your intangibility and a 50% chance to destroy your item.
Gotta have it.
There's the
Gambling
destroy
is
your
fun.
item thing. Yeah, that's cool.
I guess on that
That's
note,
fun.
the gambling side of things, it seems like the Varlorb won't work with this.
No, it does not.
What's the reason for that?
Too
It's
unstable.
both a case of balance because it's one of the ones that would be most insanely strong. We've tried to limit it as little as possible. I would say 95%, maybe even 98%. I don't know the exact numbers. Something like that. High 90s% of currencies work with this. But also for me, I understand this is very subjective. Some people may disagree with this take. For me, it's a theme thing as well. Like, I really don't like this super special Vol magic just kind of working with weird ghost magic that doesn't hew together well in my mind. But
Oh,
that
yeah.
is
But it should
very
be
much me
way less
alone
annoying to
who
work with than
is holding
Necropolis.
that
Like,
subjective
Necropolis
take.
is
Even
like
just
one of the
taking
worst
the-
leagues ever in terms of
That whole random unpredictability and turning it into
user
like,
experience of
for
doing the
normal
crafting.
mod,
Very
like
strong.
Exalting, for example,
Insanely
there's going
strong.
to be some good
Not
outcomes,
fun to
but
do.
for the fact that you can take that whole risk out of the Varlorb,
Yep.
or like most of it.
Yeah, I
it's
think what this
honestly
does
just
is
a
it
bit
changes
demeaning.
like Essence or
Like,
Harvest
you-
or whatever to make
Like,
it.
you would never use a
you
Varlorb
roll until you get like
Oh,
good
for sure.
aside from
form
this
mod
one.
item or whatever,
Yeah.
and then
with
you're
this
able
being
to
the
like
case. So that
exalt
in itself is
on
kind of bad. Now,
an extra
however,
mod or
I was
whatever
like,
and know
if
that
we
it's
had
going to
time,
be
which we didn't,
good.
I was like,
Yeah,
have
that's
it do
basically
something
it.
else.
Like you use it to
You
finish
put it
your
in here
item.
and the two
This
magics
league
collide,
mechanic. And I think that's
who knows
great.
what
Across the
happens.
beams.
The Varlorb just says it modifies unpredictably, so you won't be lying if it did something unpredictable in some other different way. But
Yeah.
that was hopes too high kind of situation. It was too difficult.
One other.
Oh, it
I know
definitely
this
was the
isn't
strongest.
Pertaining to a specific question you asked.
Everybody
but one
always
other thing I
goes
wanna
back
make
to
sure
Harvest,
is
but
getting
Necro
across,
had it beat.
because it was 2 in the weeds to go into the live stream. is it is performing that craft on the original item X number of times, which means the outputs are independent of one another. So if I have an amulet that I'm trying to annul, for instance, I could have each output, it's unlikely, but each output could annul the same mod. Like the outputs do not care about one another.
Right,
So
yeah.
in theory, with an exalt, you could exalt the same mod on all the outputs.
Okay, so this
That's
isn't quite like
stupid
veiled
unlikely, but it could
crafting.
happen.
For
So if
one,
that
you can use
happens,
it for
don't add
annulling.
us. It's not broken.
But also,
That
like,
is- that
you
is
do
how
get
it is meant
just
to work. It is doing the crafting
a
step of the
random
currency
roll
item
from each
on
of
the
the
original
possible
item X
subset.
number of
It doesn't
times.
Yeah.
mod block itself effectively.
Yeah,
That's good.
that makes sense for sure.
Yeah.
What's so the main part of it is this like splitting into separate things, but there is some unique stuff to it as well. That
Yeah,
can
Orb
occur
of
to items,
Conflict
like-
would be huge for this.
Well, that's mostly the
if it
ducats,
works.
Yeah.
which you can kind of just think about each of them as a new bespoke individual currency.
Okay.
So there's the one
Just
that
works
like
with this.
yeah, there's the one that's like you take an item with an attribute roll and turn it into another attribute roll. You know, strength becomes int or whatever. So those are basically, we had a bunch of ideas for the original Harvest-esque version of the system, and some of them had been implemented and some of them were just cool ideas, and it's like, where can we keep that? Okay, we just make new currencies that drop from the League mechanic that work
Nice.
with Allflame crafting.
Nice, there you go. Transported them over. There's a question from chat about reflecting mist with the new crafting system. I imagine that'd be like Vile Orb and that it wouldn't work, but
Anything that's actually one of the few limitations. Anything that outputs more than one output does not work with Allflame crafting because it simply can't.
because it would
Yeah,
do, you need
there's
like,
nowhere to put them.
you'd need like a bunch of 2 items
Yeah.
things.
You'd have inventories all over your screen.
You put a mirror of Kalandra in, and then you only get 1 item back. So
Okay.
Technically, this is not something that anyone should do, but technically a scouring orb works.
Why? Why?
All right.
want.
Well,
If you want, I guess. So I'm gonna do that.
Sure.
yeah.
Why not?
Send some sulfur for just throw away sulfur because you're
Yep.
rich.
That
Just
base
burning
type,
money.
that's exactly the same as that base type. Look, nah, this one looks better than those ones. I'm
Yeah, so I think I'm gonna take number 3. Maybe. Gonna have anyone else you want as long as it's scoured. A side note, thanks for the attribute swap mechanic as well. Like I saw the Ducat for that swaps attributes.
Yeah.
One of my favorites is the resistance swap. But just like fantastic addition for like gear puzzle solving.
little
and
surprised they
making it
wouldn't
easy
just put
to like
that
swap
into
your
the
gear with
harvest
stuff you
bench,
find
maybe
as well.
next
Like there's a lot
league,
less
you
gear
know?
lock in with the resistance swap, and I think attributes will help that too. I kind of wonder if there's like other things like this that might exist. I can't think of any, but
Isn't there in PoE 2 something that allows you? Maybe I'm wrong and this didn't make it in. Which, in that case, I'm sorry. But something that allows you to swap like cold damage on a weapon to being fire damage.
Yeah.
yeah, there
So
is.
that would be the one other case. That's not quite the same though, because that is more
Yeah.
changing the identity of a build than it is just
Yeah.
solving a problem in a build.
Yeah, I kind of view the attributes and resistance as that problem-solving sort of thing, for sure.
no, the attribute one is
Very
actually
nice,
slightly
I like.
more interesting because what it
Yeah.
allows you is if
Yeah,
you
this
have a
should be
strength
good
body
during the
type,
campaign.
then you
Just
can swap
like
it to dexterity
Getting
or
your best
intelligence,
alch
which is
roll,
like
you know,
technically
being able to use that on
something
boots
you can't
specifically and
actually
choose
do.
the one that
See,
has
I would have
move
expected
speed.
it to
Hell
obey
yeah.
the rules still, where it like
Oh, no.
can't do that, but you can actually just swap them to any.
Nah, it's the
Like-
Allflame.
It's like older
Yeah.
combinations.
Oh,
of
Oh
things.
yeah,
the
being able to
rules.
fracture, they did show them
Except for
doing
the rules
that.
that it
Yeah,
has.
that's
Valve
Definitely going to be
and-
huge for.
I guess
Oh,
the
this is
one
going to make
caveat
cluster
is that
duel
it doesn't
rolling
work with hybrid
so
attribute
much
rolls.
less painful.
So
That's
it won't do
great.
anything with all attributes because there's nothing to swap it to, and it won't do anything with things like that give plus 10 strength and dexterity. It only works with giving one attribute, turning into giving one of a different type.
Yeah. So let's change topics a little bit here to Mirage, which was announced to not be going core in 3.2.9.
Yeah, I mean, fracturing has
but
to be
is
the
it
best
something that you'd like to
general
go
use
core in the
case,
future? I don't know if you already announced anything about that.
Short answer is yes.
Yeah.
You seemed pretty keen when I was talking to you about
We
it.
almost always let a league simmer.
Yeah, they always
There's
let
a few
lead.
reasons for that.
The only one I could think of
we
is
like to have our. This is a more
Keepers, they
production
rolled that
internal
in,
thing, but we like to
and
have
Settlers, they
our
did that
live
because it had been
realm be
running
as
for a
close
year.
as possible to our internal realm.
I think that's all I can remember.
Right, and so if we've, let's say, let's say we're having to make fixes to the live realm, we have to be open to be able to make fixes to the live realm. So if all of a sudden we've redone the code base to not be a league and instead it's now core, we've made all these changes and everything, the capacity for us to then fix things on live becomes significantly harder.
Yeah.
So that's like the production. So that would generally, that doesn't matter in the latter 2 months of a cycle, but in the first 2 months, it would be like, we don't really want to do that. Otherwise, we don't have the capacity to respond to things going wrong on live. It's safe to say after 2 months, not as much goes wrong. But But then you've only got 2 months to now do all the changes on top of the fact we've got this to prepare, we've got all the other
And
content
they're
coming
working to
in.
get
So like
1.0 release
adding
out
that
in
itself
I'm
just
guessing
causes
November.
some problems for us. We
Yeah.
were like, oh, now we have to. How can we figure out how we can make these changes and get them on live without having
So they'll run this
what we are
game.
committing to
It'll run
internally
through-
be even close to what's on live? And so
I
that's
don't know.
more like
End of the year?
It's something maybe the players don't really often think about because it's really a problem
We'll
exclusive
get the
to us
055
internally.
launch.
But yeah, like
Either August
the
or
league
September.
worked. I think the other problem you were mentioning
We'll
as
get
well.
some more like short-term events.
I heard you,
and
Brown. I was
hype
like,
build.
the fact that it's multiplicative with everything and affects every league. It's like, are we going to sign ourselves up for the maintenance here?
I think
You know,
GGG
like
Live
Reliquary
is the start of
and a bit
November,
more.
and then we get
I
the
guess-
game launch after that.
I do want that maintenance. I want
agree.
Mirage in the game,
Nice.
but I want to do it in a way. I want to make sure that we have assessed it so that it's done in the way that is the least hampering to future development of leagues. Because if every league going forward that appears in maps needs to interact with Mirage, which it will need to, because it'll feel lame if it doesn't, then we need to make 100% sure that however we're implementing Mirage now doesn't, continue to pester us and bite us in the ass for the next, 15 leagues that we make.
True.
So I think it's very important that we, carefully take the time with its implementation.
There's even the question of should the active league get
That's true, actually.
manipulated by Mirage, or will that make Mirage feel 100% mandatory because
Yeah.
the active leagues in every area, and it, so you're kind of like, it's getting into that realm of like when we had passives for the active league on the tree and they felt mandatory because it was always there, and it's like, got to be careful with that. So probably not, unless you can do it in a way that's flavorful and not necessarily rewarding. But it will come. There's some decisions we need to make and time to do it.
This is the thing we talked about with Mirage. I think
Great
even
time.
from, like
There is another question of if
first
Mirage
week
is
of the
even
league
like an
being out.
investable mechanic on your Atlas tree.
Exactly
Like, you could
this.
implement
Should it just
similar
be
to,
extra
like,
content?
The Asmeri Forest,
Rather
where it's
than-
just something that randomly
yes.
appears in your maps, and then
Yeah,
Al-
it almost makes more
sounds like
sense
that might
as
be
just
a better idea
extra
for this because like
content
it's really good news
instead
that
of
it's going
something
cool.
that you
People seem to
can
really like
guarantee
Mirage
is
quite
in
a
your
lot.
map every time,
But
because
it
then
is
you're
one of those
spending the
things
points
that
on that. Now it's just a
seems like it has
mandatory
a
points
danger of
thing.
becoming like there's an issue in PvP at the moment with like the cities
Yeah.
feel like they're mandatory. Like you have to have
Yep.
like if you're going to do your juiced content, you've got to do it in this thing because
You
it's
got to
just
do it
so
in the
much
city
stronger.
or the
So
ocean.
I can see the same thing being with
too,
Mirage.
and
It's
Mirage
like,
would be
you're
the same
crazy
thing.
to
You have
not
to have
do that, and then
Mirage
it becomes
for
another
whatever
tier
you're doing.
17 kind of issue where it's like, oh, you need to do your juiced in that, or you're just wasting it.
yeah, I feel like the Asmeri Forest sort of avoids that problem because you don't know about it. And if
Yeah,
you're investing
random,
lots of
yeah.
like very expensive scarabs into it, then it's not like you're gonna just keep fishing maps until you find it.
Yeah, and
hopefully.
it's just it's just a super exciting win when it does happen. It's not something you can plan around necessarily. So I imagine that's probably the
I
route.
suspect
you
most
wanna
people
go.
really just want to know when they're getting their shrine belt back.
Yes, and that was my follow-up questions is like, with that not going core just yet, but maybe in the future, in the meantime, there's a few things that people are pretty excited about. We'll start with Screams of Desiccated then, like the...
So, the uniques will not be going core just yet. There are a few other bits and pieces from Mirage that will be going to core, though. Just earlier this week, I added Atlas passive support to Heist for the blueprints that have the special implicits.
Okay.
That, guarantee certain
Oh,
rewards at the end of Blueprint
nice.
Wings. I think Andrew did some stuff as well.
I kind of
Yeah,
agree with that,
so-
Medic. I did not like the
sort of
30-minute
where,
long
like,
maps.
volatile valves
I
are
hated
super
that,
cool.
actually.
I wouldn't want to just.
yeah.
I think what we'll do is we've currently moved them to Sanctum, so it's a way of making Sanctum more rewarding.
A bit more unique as well.
And I feel like if Mirage goes core, we will probably keep Volatile Valobs as a Sanctum exclusive reward.
right,
That's
yeah.
pretty creative.
The
I
other
think
one
that's
that
that's
we
actually
moved
really good.
was the
is-
Crystallized Rancor. That
Have-
was the one that enabled all the new, like, the minion
yeah.
Harvest Craft.
That's
that
too bad.
comes
That
from a
was
new
good.
Atlas anomaly.
Yeah.
I think it was in the live stream. There's like the big harvest is returned. So when you get a boss in one of those, they always drop the
okay.
Crystallized Rancor.
Nice.
That's a good way to do it.
And this is letting you kind of make these things a little bit more distinct as well, which has always been a goal to give each thing their own rewards.
We are doing more and more and more of that, and people, you can see that with like Legion and stuff like that. So, by the way, and we have a goal there, which is ultimately two things. One of which is certainly more ambitious, but the idea would be that every single league that you can invest into, as opposed to ones that exclusively randomly spawn necessarily, every single league you invest into has exclusive rewards.
Yep.
That is goal one. Goal two is every single league you can invest into on the Atlas in particular has a pinnacle boss. And that's the way more ambitious.
That's
We will see if
that's
so
good.
going there with Abyss now as an example, and the idea that eventually we will add more and more and more and more of them. That one, of course, is significantly more difficult to achieve. So I would expect
It's
more
true,
leagues to get
yeah.
exclusive rewards, and I would expect less leagues to get bosses in the short term, but eventually that would be the ideal goal.
Awesome.
Some already have them, some. And by the way, I wouldn't consider Bestiary's 4 spirit beasts a pinnacle boss. Like, they're just some animals that are ghosts. Like, it's not, because it's too dated, it's too old.
I mean, there's even some more recent leagues that don't quite live up to that. I would love to explore what a Mercenaries of Charthus pinnacle boss means.
Ooh,
No promises anytime soon, but just personally,
See.
I would love to see what that even is.
Yeah, of course. I've got ideas.
I look forward to seeing what those are. Refracting Fog is getting asked about for Mirage as well. Is that something that's going core in some way?
Unless you did something along those lines, Andrew, I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure all of the other Mirage exclusive currency is cooling off for a league. So the Refracting Frog and all the Coins of Power, those type of things.
There's a waiting until kind of Mirage goes core.
Yep. And we'll reevaluate then if we want to keep them in Mirage, keep them in the game, or move them somewhere else.
I know we had a bit of a track record of saying things will go core, and then they, we got now we've got Mirage on the list, we've got Harbinger on the list. Then the others that are we had Mercenaries on the list.
Toda, maybe.
Toda
I
was
don't know.
one.
Sort of. But the idea is, we were like, okay, we're getting too many things that we're saying we will eventually do. Let's actually try and do some of them. And then we're like, okay, Mercenaries is the one, so that at least we're getting that done. I want people to be reassured that we're not just building up an eternal list of stuff we're never bringing back. And I will at least say we are actively working on Harbinger, right? I don't want people to think that's ignored. So just before everyone, I don't know why that would come up again, but just saying.
That is true.
Things are
Medic,
coming.
yeah.
We're not
Deli,
just doing a soon TM situation.
Deli was very annoying for a very long
You touched
time.
on Abyss as well, and so that's getting a pretty major rework with some nice gameplay updates there. But
It would be good
something
if
that you
there
touched on
was. I
that
mean, that's something
rewards
that the
are
tablet
PoE1
system
structure,
in
though,
PoE2
like they're
has
not
actually
being
kind
copied
of
over from
circumvented.
PoE2.
The exclusivity of
yes
just
and
running
no.
3
so
or maybe 4
Abyssal
tablets
sockets,
and wanting to
Stygian
run the same
Visors,
one
Abyssal
to
Jewels,
juice
those all
the
still
one
exist and
mechanic.
exclusively come from Abyss.
Great.
However, the chests that spawn at the, like, rise up out of the ground when
Right,
Abyss
yeah.
is complete, those are more varied now. So it's no longer just
Okay.
like, here's a rare chest that drops stuff. It's, it's a currency chest or a scarab chest or a, weapon chest or an armor chest or a
Hey.
jewelry chest. Like, it's more defined each time. So you get,
Scarab
and that's
chest
just better,
is back.
to be honest. Like, that's,
Yeah.
having the more defined rewards gives you those moments of, oh, I got a scarab chest. And even when it isn't the case, maybe when you're leveling, you might Act 6 or something, be excited to see a weapon chest when your weapon is kind of crappy.
And did I hear there's like a bunch of new uniques with this as well?
There are 6 and a 7th that people can find.
Some secrets.
6, 7.
I think
So
that-
wait, the 6
But all
can't
right.
be found?
No, a 7th that people can uncover how to get. Let's put it that way.
And just to be clear, I realize this
So
is
you
a
have to
little bit
vendor the
confusing.
other
in
6
hindsight. There
to
is a new
create a
pinnacle
7th
boss.
one?
There are still the liches.
Yep.
They are
Okay.
still there. And they still have their drops, so it is entirely new pinnacle means new uniques, and a mysterious one.
And
It's
the
interesting that they
Delve-
reworked
this is maybe a
Legion and
little
there's no
secret,
Legion
but
pinnacle boss,
Hyper
really.
specific, but the Delve Abyssal City still has the old Abyss monsters if you're feeling nostalgic.
Oh, okay. Nice. In case you missed those. I did feel that about Breach a little bit at one point there, so that's nice to hear. People are a bit worried about things like invulnerable snakes and weird smoke cloud mechanics coming over as well with this change. That's kind of that's the potential downside of what is like otherwise a very exciting thing. Is that
Yes.
going to be the case here?
I arguably spent too much time, not arguably, definitively spent too much time on the Abyssal monsters as we ported them back, giving most of them new skills
Yep.
entirely. Like,
Okay, yeah. It's a-
I just really like making monster skills, and I was like, hey, I can do this quick because it's done in, paying this out in 2-3 weeks. It was not 2-3 weeks.
You came
But-
to me one day and you're like, I've made a mistake. I've spent too long on the Abyss monsters. I'm like, okay, wrap it up, stop, move on. Right? Like, what can we do?
But they do.
I would
have new
agree with that,
skills.
Medic.
So,
Like, King's March is
there's
just
no
really, really good now,
breakdancing
but
invulnerable
not
snake
mandatory.
woman,
You could never touch it.
which is the
and
sentence
it's
that I
fine,
get to
but
say
you
as
also
part of
put
my
a bunch
job.
of investment into it, and it's great, and it feels good now.
But now you
varied.
get to learn what the new skills are that the abyssal monsters will have.
And I
for
think
you in
mercs are
PoE1.
going to feel
That's excellent news. So, and that's
basically
making the
just
games
like a
more
good
distinct
replacement
while,
for Rogue
taking some of
Exiles.
the
Like
good
Rogue
stuff from
Exiles
PoE2,
probably
but,
should
keeping
die.
PoE one its own
That's
thing.
probably
Cool.
what
That was kind of the original
Mercs
impetus.
should have
Yeah,
done is
that and
replace
I do
Rogue
personally like working on
Exiles.
monster skills, but
but they can coexist, I guess.
personally very strongly feel that when we're taking from PoE2, which is a thing we should definitely do, if we don't, then we're not going to have the resources to deliver big enough, cool enough leagues. We should do
why
as much
wouldn't you?
as we can to make it feel distinct in PoE1.
So you might see a monster that
Yes,
looks
I agree with
familiar,
that.
but it's going to do all different things.
Oh, yeah.
That's exciting.
Reuse the art, adjust the game design is generally the philosophy
Cool,
there,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, why wouldn't you? That makes perfect sense. Absolutely. So another I was kind of surprised about just how much stuff was going
The
on.
amount
in
of
this,
extra
because
gold they
also
added
have
into
a
the
Legion
game
kind
last
of
league helped
set of improvements
with
as
King's
well.
March working.
With a whole new reward system for that, which is exploring something that you've been doing a bit of lately, which is being able to modify uniques, which is always kind of exciting and interesting. So what unique modifiers can be ported over to a new item with this new Legion unique crafting system?
Drew's territory.
Well, to clarify first, there's 5 different crystals that can drop. Each of them is associated with one of the Legion factions.
Okay.
So, for
Okay.
example, the Marrakech faction drops one that allows you to enshroud your unique body armor items.
Okay.
So it's all.
plan
it's
is
only
always
armors.
toxic
You can't do it
rain.
on jewelry. You can't do it on weapons. So you have shields and gloves and helmets and boots as well.
Yeah.
But you can enshroud any unique armor in the game that isn't corrupted, I don't think. So you can take boss uniques, like,
You can't create boss uniques.
no,
No.
you can't create boss
No,
uniques.
yeah, that
You
would
can
be
go
you
from
can
consume
boss
boss
unique.
unique.
You can
Interesting.
take a mod from a boss unique, and
Oh
it's
my.
effectively like you applied an ancient orb to the item. So
Yeah.
it will randomly transform into a new core droppable unique, like a lightning coil or something.
That's so cool.
And the implicit will be the boss unique.
That's so cool.
Or one of the mods.
Okay.
And that is
All right,
an
this-
implicit.
my
so
brain
it
is gonna get
competes
so
with,
huge
Val
thinking about all
orbing.
the
I guess there's an
possible
alternative
unique
to Val orbing.
body
Yeah.
armors.
I might be
This
jumping
could be
ahead
good
here,
with.
but I will say, well, I'll say at the moment we've done a big pass on Val implicits. So Val implicits also are much stronger than before.
We will explore that a little
Yeah.
bit in crafting
So-
for sure.
Yes,
not-
I think so.
Entirely super duper power creep.
Not
but you'll
mandatory,
definitely-
but boy, it would
there'll
be
be some
good.
combinations of these unique items that you'll be really looking for.
Cool. Don't worry. We'll touch on that in a bit.
The balance of the vestigial uniques, the balance is not. It's not like 1-to-1, right? It's
Where we can keep it one to
All right.
one.
Oh, yeah, of
Not
course.
to
We try to keep
interfere,
it
but
1-to-one.
this
But for
right here, you
example,
take a
something like
doppelganger,
Combs Heart,
guys,
Right.
and
we
roll
aren't
it and try
sending
to
1,000
get
life
this
across to the new
mod.
item. I think
No
it's like
1,000 life lightning coils.
Copy
think
it
it's
over.
like- yeah, it's
Yes.
like 250, I think.
250 life lightning
And
coils, pretty good.
Get that onto a lightning coil.
I'm excited for
Cloak of Flame.
Facebreaker with Doriani's
There you go.
touch.
Right.
That's my build.
Yeah.
Decided right there.
So it seems like this is only taking the definitive mod off the unique,
Yeah,
not just like
it's
some random.
Usually
thing that's
a
lame.
single specific mod. So if an item has like 5 different mods, there's only one specific one that it will port over.
So you'll kind of know.
Yeah,
of
there's a
them.
few cases like
Oh,
Shaper's Touch and
boy.
3 Dragons where they've got like a cycle of 3 mods
Right. Yeah.
where it will randomly pick one of the 3, but generally it's just one specific mod.
Yeah, that's fun. So the flavor, the main thing, the thing that you care about typically is going to be the thing that comes over there. That is very exciting. I quite like this unique crafting stuff.
Yeah.
It's good to see you exploring that.
I guess it's somewhat similar to Elder's Legacy, right? Like a little bit.
The funny thing is, I think we design these independently because we figured this out pretty early on in League development. So this would have been like 4 months ago or so that we figured out this
Yeah.
is what we're doing for Legion vestigial items. And then I was talking to David, who's one of the PoE2 designers, and he's like, "Oh yeah, we have this really cool thing where you can put a rune that takes the unique mod and puts it on another unit." It's like, what?
You
We're
stole
doing
our
that in
idea.
PoE1. But it does feel very different, to be fair.
Yeah, so I feel like this same concept is like all of a sudden being explored from a bunch of different angles by different people, which is kind of cool because you're going to arrive at a bunch of cool ideas that eventually you can.
It's
Compared.
the actual literal case of the great minds. Well, just minds think alike. I won't say we're great. We're just
Aw.
we're just minds.
Come on. So that is like a pretty exciting new thing that you can do with Legion. But with incubators being removed, which is kind of like a lot of the baseline reward for Legion, doing Legions in maps, do you feel like the raw reward value of Legion will still be there? Is that being kind of compensated in some area?
Yeah, well, personally, last league I actually ran a lot of Legions, so I knew like the pain points especially.
Yeah.
And I was flooded with so many incubators. I literally had to filter out like 95% of incubators.
I'm so glad that
Very
they're just
few of them
killing
I
the
felt like
incubators.
actually gave much like value, and I just was annoyed that every few maps I needed to apply 10 currency incubators.
Yeah, I think this is a good
Yep.
change.
So I don't
for sure.
think you're losing too much. You still have all the other reward icons. Like another thing to note is
Oh man, that could be
I
really
think it was
good.
mentioned is like Abyss Jewels are now exclusive to Abyss.
Yeah.
Talismans are now exclusive to Talisman.
Yeah.
So Legion has a
The
smaller
best area.
pool. A smaller
Honestly,
pool
even
of
if it was
rewards
just like
means you are
the
seeing
corrupted
things like
blood
currency
immunity
rewards, scarab
mod
rewards,
being
unique rewards
transferred
more
over to
commonly
another
because
PC.
Yeah,
we've
that's
not
still
removed those
useful.
other rewards.
Right, they're not being
Still give
replaced.
you
Like instead of
corrupted blood
a
immunity.
random incubator that you're filtering out, it's going to be a currency box or something instead. So okay, that makes sense.
It's a nice
Obviously not
side
as
benefit
good.
of this whole, ongoing effort to get each league mechanic to give its own special thing exclusively.
Yeah.
Because it
Yeah.
kind of incidentally
Yeah, of
buffs
course
the
you want
rewards
that.
of other league mechanics too, Like,
Charges
were you
of
ever
some
really
flavor.
excited to see an Abyssal Jewel from Tujin when you rerolled his shop? You won't see those anymore. And now you might be excited to find a high level Abyssal Jewel from Abyss because the market isn't flooded by a 1,000 people clicking reroll on Tujin every day.
Yeah, this is absolutely the right move. It gives
Yeah,
people their niches.
that's what they're doing.
Their little
Yeah, I
thing
mean,
to be
that's such
proud
a
of. Like, I'm supplying the
obvious
Abyss
and good
to the bunch.
change.
When it
Fun
comes
incubators.
to like conceptualizing this, I know like Andrew came in. He's like, I got these pain points. I want to improve some leagues, and I think the thing we're trying to do here, and I hope it's something players prefer. Instead of going fix a little bit here and a little bit there and a little bit there across all the leagues, I'm like, nah, let's just go all in on a league, do the exclusivity, give it an identity, be it a pinnacle boss or a reward system, upgrade it to uniques, fix all the problems with it, full fresh coat of paint across the board, and also quality of life, any just like, the whole you couldn't break out, you had to find the last monsters when breaking out a legion, and now you don't need to, is like honestly a huge difference.
Yeah, that was me last league. I'm just
Legion's good.
cycloning through the
It's gonna
whole
be
Legion,
way
and I'm
better
just going
next
back and
league.
forth over it multiple
Yeah.
times, being like, why won't you
Really,
start?
really good
'Cause
stuff.
I haven't tracked down the last
Yeah.
monster hiding around a corner.
RIP Heist and Expedition, I suppose. Although Heist got the bump
as
that
opposed to just like it would have been really
Octavian was
easy to
talking
just
about in the
fix
tree.
the few
Looking
like
forward to
that
seeing what
problem
else is
and a
in
couple
the
others with
patch
Legion,
notes.
like getting rid of the icons, so you don't just have those arcade style reward icons covering your screen in domain, all that. But then we're like, well, while we're at it, new reward system needs it. And with Abyss, we're also like, new pinnacle, why not? Because it needs it. And and we kind of hinted towards some ominous mastermind of Legion there, so you can already see we're heading in a direction
flashbang.
towards.
All
More
right.
to come.
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
what we
cool.
had. Abyss rework
but
we nailed.
I hope players enjoy the
missed on a lot.
more grander reworks as opposed to like what would just get lost in a few almost bug fix patch note style things across the board. So even though some leagues, because I know a lot of people can go, what about this league? What about that league? What about like our idea is to just we got a new league. Here's a couple of leagues we want to improve by giving them identity, fixing everything, addressing the gameplay concerns, and we're just going to cycle through them. And I'm sure by the time we get to the end, we have to go back to the start. So, Legion rework 2.
Yeah, that would be good for Heist.
2029.
Just to get more stuff. along
There's a
the
weird
way.
question from chat there. Can Foulborn unique mods become vestigial unique mods? That would be kind of wild.
No, I think that's the other restriction of the system. You cannot use the currency on corrupted uniques, and you cannot use it on Foulborn uniques because it's sort of
Probably
like
for
a
the
different
best.
sort of magic. You
Right,
can't-
yeah. Okay.
They've been defiled in their own way.
Yes. You're not crossing the streams. Things would start to get pretty complicated pretty quickly
Yeah,
with that
okay,
sort
that's
of thing.
probably for
wouldn't
the
they?
best. Probably for the best.
Another thing that's been reworked and indeed come back is mercenaries. There's a long list of stuff going on in this expansion, isn't there? So to clarify, the base mercenary mechanic is now that you fight them in a zone and then they help you for the rest of that zone, not that you can then like hire them permanently on any character, right?
Yeah, so they'll start showing up in Act 3. There is a change that we want to get in. It might not get in for the patch, but in the campaign, we do want to see if the mercenary can follow you for multiple areas.
Oh,
But
like,
if you, so in the campaign, it's like you find them in.
yeah, you wouldn't want that. You wouldn't want that in endgame, would you? But like, in the
It doesn't
campaign-
really work because they have to go
Yeah.
from a combat area to a combat area.
Yeah. Okay.
You can only have one temporary mercenary at a time still. So if you find a mercenary in one area and then the next area, you don't have you aren't taking a full party with you. But, yeah, undecided if that will get in time or not.
Okay. I did definitely notice that you have buffed them, like, because they're now this.
Yeah,
limited
I feel like
thing,
they've gone
it
the
seems
opposite
you're just
direction
like,
with
well, let's
heist
make them
side
ridiculous.
rooms too.
Well,
like they're just
stronger
making
than
them even
me.
weaker
The main
by
thing with temporary
by
mercenaries is you
doing
cannot tweak their
things
gear.
like making
And
delve
because you cannot
rewards
tweak their
be
gear,
unique to
we
delve,
can make them
and
much stronger than before because
Abyss
we don't
rewards
need to
be
balance
unique to
around you
Abyss.
giving them 1,000
It's
TPS
good,
axes
yeah,
and
that-
Toyani's
but
prototype.
then there needs to be
whatever
something
else.
for heist
Yeah,
to actually
they
have
do
those side
powerhouses
rooms.
The
and
good
like
thing
If
is
it's
we
just
can
raw
balance
currency,
permanent
that'd be great,
mercenaries
but
and temporary mercenaries
not
completely
exactly
separately.
unique.
Yeah, and that's really cool. And that's the other thing. So you can now get permanent mercenaries through the Luminary, and I feel like this is the most interesting, unique ascendancy possibly ever.
I feel like
Oh,
I maybe
yeah.
lied last time we added the last Scion class, where I said we'd add another one after 13 years.
You did, yes.
Turns out it was 6 months. My bad, give or take. So sorry, apologies for the dishonesty.
I'll forgive you on this one.
But yeah, as you were going, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's like so the Luminary allows you to permanently hire a mercenary, and then there are like it's scaled back a little bit in that you need to say, oh, I care about them having unique gloves, so I'm going to allocate that point, or I'm going to mix and match those guys. So it seems like you've
That's
put
right,
some
Beholder.
kind of effort towards making them a little bit more balanced, but this is like a super. I don't know. This is a super interesting ascendancy because it's got like a really long tail on it. Like you can keep finding new mercenaries as you go long term,
Yes,
right?
it's also interesting if you're not a luminary, because if you find a really good mercenary in a map, you can itemize it and trade it to a luminary.
Ah.
So there'll be a market for farming mercenary for other luminaries, assuming you know what the very
like
valuable
all these little
mercenaries
micro
are.
Yeah,
markets
another
developing.
bit
I
of
can't
game
wait for someone
knowledge
to buy
turn
like
directly
an
into
ultra expensive
currency.
warrant, because that's what the tradable thing's called,
Yep.
the warrant. And then they're like, yes, I get to hire it, and then they just die. I like.
Yeah, that's the
I'm
thing,
like-
right? If you're trying to capture that on a basically an Orabot.
I thoroughly love where the Scions now ended up.
Yeah.
The 3 classes it has. You've got the Reliquarian, which we teased yesterday, day before or something.
Yes,
the new
we've
set.
shown the new ones.
You got this, like all 3 classes. The Ascendant obviously is a bit more, but there's still many permutations. But still,
Yeah.
3 very unique classes.
Yeah.
Insane build variety. It ended up just being amazing and special, and the
Yeah,
Luminary
exactly.
just is
Warrant
the
carries will definitely
icing on
be
the
a
cake there,
service.
honestly. I'm looking forward to playing it. That's definitely my...
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm 50-50
obviously.
at the moment what I'm going to play. It's either going to be a Flame Link mercenary, me using the Flame Link, or channeling Lightning Tendrils, which sounds weird, but there's stuff.
Yeah, I was going to
interested to
say,
see.
Andrew has adjusted over 100 skill gems. For
Yeah,
this
I
patch.
think I still got a few dot buffs to do, but
Go on.
everything else should be in the notes.
That's literally our next topic. I've just got a couple mercenary chat questions before we move on. So, will mercenaries revive automatically if they die after changing zones, or do they need to be revived with gold still?
They still need to be revived with gold, and same system as before, where they'll turn up in the next area.
Yeah. Okay. Did you guys like? I can't.
But their survivability has been... No, I don't think it's been messed with too much. I think it should be all good.
Okay.
You will need to, put defensive gear on them, I think. I can't remember. It was too long ago when I looked at the balance for the...
figure it out.
Did you guys improve the UI or something like that? I feel like it was a bit better or something. I don't know. It's hard to recall. Exactly.
We have added extra panels so you can see more
Yeah.
information about your mercenary.
Yeah, there was
So,
the passives
yeah.
and defenses and stuff.
So the
Tabs
defenses,
for them.
I think, used to be there, but we've added a new panel for their passive stats, which will show... Because mercenaries in the back end, they have effectively a fake passive tree,
Yeah.
which you couldn't see before, but it's very useful to know how many damage increases they're getting, how much crit multi they're getting, those
You can
inherent...
actually build them
yeah.
a bit more because you know what they're going to scale properly. Yeah.
There's 2 things about the Luminary that I think are worth... You're talking about passive stats, and it reminded me. There's 2 things about the Luminary. So the first thing is that what we found is people were playing the Luminary and then they'd find no mercenaries. So the campaign has... How many fixed spawns? 3?
4 areas, yeah.
Yeah. So some guaranteed ones. You're still,
Yep.
and the random ones are still there, so that you can't just I've played this class and I can't do anything. And then the second thing is in the campaign specifically, because you can't guarantee them with scarabs and invest into them always being there, they level up with you. so that the ones you do find earlier on will sustain.
Okay, that
for,
was one of my biggest concerns
well,
about like League starting that.
Their
which
skills get
not
better. Their
planning to do,
passive.
but,
They
you
get
know.
the passive.
Yeah, so
That's
when you're in
good.
an area, it's just matching their passive stats and their skill level to the current area level. But what it doesn't allow you to do is you cannot equip a like high level item on a mercenary you found at level 30. So you can't give them high level items, but all of their passive stats and skills. I think this benefits spellcaster mercenaries a little bit more than the attack ones.
Yeah, but without that, honestly, it was a
It
little
does seem
bit
like they might be.
leveling up as well.
Yeah, I ascended and I immediately found one in Scepter of God, which was the very next zone I went into. So I was like, and then since then I've done like 1 or 2 extra acts, and I found like another 5 of them.
Flame Link does make sense.
I
Like you
found one
stack
of the,
life and they get
like the
a
higher
ton of flat
end,
added
the
fire
next
damage
tier of the
anyway.
mercenaries is called.
Infamous,
Yeah,
Was it like
I found an infamous kineticist
130
and
flat added fire damage
Oh,
plus
that's
an
big money
extra
right
5%
there.
and then I went
of
into
your
another
max
zone, and there
life.
was one of
So
the
if you have
temporary ones. I got those
just
guys,
go
and
life
I was
stack,
just like sprinting through the zone, and he's like slamming,
6K
teleporting, and
life.
she's throwing bolts out everywhere. I'm like, nice.
What is that, 300
That's
extra
pretty
flat
fun.
fire?
It's gonna be fun in endgame when you like
Plus
get a
you can
good
increase that
temporary
with
recruit on
buff
top of your
effect.
already luminary.
Oh my god,
To
that's
be a
one as
support
well.
character without friends. my mercenary friends.
Absolutely. Will Triathlon skill gems drop from mercenaries now, or they remain exclusively as a heist reward? It's another question.
Yeah, we've moved them back to mercenaries,
It
so they're no longer
absolutely
optimized.
does.
That makes
And
sense.
I love
I'll
it.
each
I'm
think of
happy
its own
that
unique
that's
rewards
happened.
after all. Will there be a forbidden flame and flesh jewels for luminary ascendancy nodes? Oh, I imagine not, right?
Nah, there won't be. Because
Wouldn't make
most
much
of the nodes
sense.
don't work unless you have the node that enables
And
you
then
to
there's
have
that
the
one that
mercenary.
would just be completely busted.
So it's similar to Reliquary, and neither of those two ascendancies. You can still use the Ascendance ones, but you can't get the
Yes.
Reliquarian or Luminary ones.
Sign
That
on
makes
and
sense.
being a weirdo with her ascendancies.
Yeah, she's an edge case.
Fun little thing that I'm sure. Well, so we were just discussing this before because you experienced it out here, where a lot of players probably have forgotten. But for those who remember the first time players have to actually go and unlock the Scion to be able to play the Scion.
Yeah, I had a fresh account here, so I was all of a sudden like, wait, what? I forgot about that.
You guys have removed the Scion? Because who actually remembers that from whatever, a decade ago?
Oh, yeah.
So obviously when we announce a class like this, a lot of people who are going to start playing the game are going to be like, I wanted to play this thing and I don't know where it is and I don't know what to do. Almost certainly after this, we're going to go and make it so that the Scion is just unlocked by default at this point. We should be adding new interesting discoveries and unlocks, not like holding on to that when people might want to play this and come play the game and actually engage with the Scion straight away, and they don't have to. A new player shouldn't have to play to Act 3 to then reroll to do it. I know this is a thing that like isn't a huge deal
Most of
because
us unlocked it 15 years ago or something.
everyone just has done it, but like, yeah, it's easy to forget that even was a thing. So hopefully, yes, they don't have to play to Act 3 to then re-roll in order to play the class that they want to play. Which is a little bit sad because it was a fun thing at the time, but honestly, I forgot about it for 8 years or something. I don't know how long it's been.
Most of us did, indeed. So, Andrew, you did some work on skill balancing. It seems like hand casting, aka self casting, was a big part of the focus. What was your kind of like goals with skill balance this time? What have you been working on here?
Yeah, well, it's a couple of words that keeps cropping up over and over again. So we sat down and had a look and figured out like what are the problems with hand casting. It's like what are all the different things we can change. I mean, the general thing from my point of view is I think hand casting is like not bad in the campaign and like early campaign, but I think it falls off quite a lot in the middle game. And it comes back online very, very late game because you have a lot of very unique interactions like life stacking, that type of thing, which can then push it to be like very, very competitive. So a lot of the focus here was adding more scaling into that mid game, especially. But also the fact that we have like hundreds, I think it was like 180 spells that were like viable damaging spells that we could like were candidates for balance effectively.
Yeah.
So it's like you have so much choice. Why would someone pick one spell over the other? So we've also done a focus of like trying to differentiate the spells a bit more based on like their inherent damage types.
Yeah.
I wonder if
for
this has
example,
made
like,
rolling
blade
magma not
spells now
the
have, like,
only option
10% crit
for
chance instead of
early
6%, so
campaign.
they're massively
caster
crit focused,
leveling.
whereas fire
would
spells
be
have
nice.
lower mana costs than other spells, but they have higher damage effectiveness, which sort of leans into them being very good for Ignite.
Yeah, I noticed you were doing more elemental distinction as well. Yeah, so like same. I saw similar kind of reasoning behind cold and lightning as well. Like lightning is faster, but higher mana cost.
Yeah, so lightning will be interesting because lightning has like all of the cast speeds are faster, but the mana cost is also higher. So
That's like a double whammy
Set
for
your
like how do
mana
you
pool on
manage the
fire.
mana on
Alright.
that, and then if you're doing archmage things as well, especially. I mean, that can be a good thing. It's a good thing to have the higher mana cost potentially.
yeah, I mean, Archmage doesn't scale off. I don't know. There's not a huge amount of things that scale off current mana cost anymore. I think there are a few, in which case
Okay, yeah.
that is actually a buff for those.
Yeah.
All those lightning
Like
spells.
unique or something, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a bit stronger distinction there. I saw you're also kind of like, any kind of pure ice spells are getting a chance to freeze, and I saw a chance to shock going in. It's like, yeah, why doesn't this skill have 25% chance to freeze?
Yeah, the annoying thing that I found with freeze is that like it's such an inherent part of a cold build's identity,
Yeah.
but most skills just can't freeze unless they invest into critical strike chance. So having a bit of like chance to freeze inherently on some of the very basic cold spells will make freeze actually be something that you'll notice early on in the game.
Cool, yeah. And it's not just that though. Like I definitely noticed some pretty substantial damage buffs for a lot of these skills too, which is important to like give a bit more diversity. I even noticed in the early game, it's like, I don't feel necessarily like I have to rolling magma quite so hard.
Yeah, I think
I'd
there
love
weren't
to
a
hear
huge
that.
amount of.
I think
like,
everybody
to be
loves
honest,
to hear
a lot of
that.
the changes were to the growth of the spells. Like for example, channeling spells because they don't have a huge amount of like different axes for scaling. We've increased like the damage growth on those, so their
Yeah.
damage isn't like hugely different at like level 1, but it ramps up quite a lot more throughout the game. But we deliberately just nerfed Magma Orb very, very early game, just so
Good.
you don't feel compelled to use that one spell. Please try something else.
The the curse of Magma Orb is finally over.
I mean, there'll be a new curse,
The
but
most
hopefully
weird, awkward
we'll
spell.
change it more frequently than we have with Magma Orb.
Curse of the Allflame.
So
Along that line, there is the classic, meta nerfs, so to speak, that we like to do every league. But Andrew's a specialist at just give me a giga spreadsheet of numbers, and he is the king of just change all the numbers of all the things. Like most people are like, oh, there's multiple hundreds of things to do here, and they're a little bit reserved. And Andrew's just like, yeah, all good. Let's go through every skill in the game. Let's do it.
Oh man, there's a long list of. It's going to be some long patch notes this time around for sure.
Oh yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, not to say there aren't any like nerfs related to.
Yeah, that really does
one of the
seem
things
like
is
it.
because we're buffing a lot of the spells. I don't want to just buff every channeling spell in the game and everyone's like, oh no, I'm playing totems. No, I'm playing mines.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
do note there might be some like counterbalance there.
Yes.
That's a good thing. Otherwise, you're not even necessarily then making people want to handcast, right? Like, obviously. So.
Yeah. Do you think that there might be a need in some areas for any sort of like mechanical changes to handcasting and channeling in
Well,
particular?
there is a dream, and the dream is
Oh.
cast while moving, but that is.
Yeah.
I don't know if
yeah,
we'll
that
ever
would
see
be
that
the
in
fix.
31.
So that's a
Fathom
tricky
It
Excel too.
requires the new rigs, I assume.
We will someday.
One day.
one day.
That one's an actual long time away, though. That's not
Yeah.
but it will come. We've explained that a whole bunch of times. It's the exact same reason why there's no WASD.
Yeah, I see the question, and we've answered it before, the WASD question, but that's the same thing.
We
is that
understand
it
how-
kind of needs the rigging to work. It
We
just can't.
understand how popular those things will be, and it will happen. It's just taking its time, and not due to us not caring. There is a whole department actively working on aiming towards this goal
Yeah.
all the time.
Yeah. So ironically, with the discussion, like a lot of the focus being on hand casting, self casting, and trying to make those better comparative to like triggered and other means of getting spells out, which have been dominant in the past. There has still been a lot of questions about cast on crit and cast while channeling, and those feeling weak. Interesting. So it's especially like cast on crit players seem to be like lamenting the loss of awakened cast on crit, for example, and feeling like they're a lot weaker now, or that's a lot less viable. Is that something you've considered or looking at in the
Well,
future at all?
There is this new node on Assassin, which is sort of insane
Oh.
for cast on crit.
Interesting.
The
If you're
bifurcated
familiar
crit?
with bifurcation, and
Yeah.
I don't know if it was shown in the live stream, but if you're familiar with crits bifurcating in PoE 2,
Yeah, they
yeah,
show
that
it.
we've
thing.
pretty much ported the exact same mechanic back to PoE 1, which is especially effective on cast on crit.
That was a whole can of worms, that thing. I'm surprised you've
Yeah.
got opening that one again.
Yeah, cast on crit, I'm like, sort of just ignored this patch. Cast while channeling, though, feels a little more like you are casting it yourself, although you can cyclone, which... So, cast while channeling has received some buffs. I don't think cast on crit has really...
Okay, yeah.
Got anything.
Apart from maybe something with Assassin.
Apart
there.
from Assassin might be very, very strong for it.
Yeah, I'll ask more about Assassin later, although before there was the exceptional support. We should probably touch on that. So you did the removal of the Awakened supports and then the new exceptional supports. And now that we've had that for a league, I'm just curious. I've seen some questions here and there about it, and I've seen
Caster crit always
people
devolves
saying,
either
especially
into
dot
like
builds,
Lancing
maybe
Steel
poison builds. I feel like they lost a
or
lot from the transition.
Cyclone,
they had a bunch of
you know?
damage now before
Also,
that
yes.
they don't have now. They were kind of already something that was a bit capped in terms of damage.
The problem that a lot of those non-ailment dots have is there's very few mechanics that you can do something like super interesting with.
Yeah.
And previously, a lot of the old Awakening supports were just pure damage multipliers.
Yep.
All the supports they used were like Awakened Burning Damage, Awakened Deadly Ailment, or
Yeah.
not that one, but
Awakened gems
Swift
were kind of
Reflection or
boring
whatever.
for the most part.
So, yeah, they
I mean,
certainly
they were
did lose
very
a little
strong,
bit of damage at like the
but they
super
were,
game,
you know,
but
5% more
hopefully
damage.
I'm undecided. Like I said before, we've still got some like, I've got a specific list of spell dot skills, which I haven't exactly figured out how I want to buff yet, because it could just be damage growth. But I think the correct answer is we add more different, it could be support gems, there could be just some in-game itemization.
I would
that,
love to
like,
have
adds
support
extra
gems for
access of scale
damage
into
over
these
time,
deals.
brother.
It was shown in the live stream, but one of the packs is very focused towards these.
Yeah.
The Pact of Gore, depending on like how many different types of non-damaging dot skills you use, you'll get like a huge bonus to their like damage and
So there's still some stuff that's going to come in the patch notes as probably early next week. So the dot skills, as you mentioned.
Oh wow, this patch then.
Maybe, unless he decides not to. And we were even working on some. We're working on some keystones for casting that we haven't quite figured out. But the hope is to be able to do them. Like kind of one for fire, one for lightning, one for cold, something like that.
Wow.
No promises, but
I love how much they are
they're
willing
close.
to
We're
run
like
it all the way down
80%
to
into
the wire.
solving it, and there's just a few bits left. But we didn't.
Exciting.
I think
didn't
that's
want to add
something we
something
can both
too kind
relate
of
to very
convoluted,
much.
and so just trying to find out how to simplify them and make them feel a bit more fundamental, as opposed to just like a confusing mess. And if some of that can just be a matter of descriptions, which. Oh my God. Also, I don't know if people notice, but we have the helper text system now in PoE1.
Yeah, the tooltips.
Yeah.
I definitely noticed that. I love tooltips.
I just remembered. I was like, we didn't talk about it.
I was like, wait a second, that's a tooltip right there.
Yeah.
On that note, though, we don't have everything. The system's there.
That's gonna take time.
The new stuff has it. The old stuff going to require
Slowly
It's a
gonna
lot
get
of, you know,
updated.
Wintertide
all the cases
brand.
where it's
That's an
necessary,
interesting one.
writing
You know,
all the
that is a
text.
skill
Yeah,
that
like,
we
you can
consider
automate some of
doing
this
a build
once you
around.
have a
Like,
keyword, which is what we
kinda
call
call
it
this
internally.
probably
You can, you know, you
I'll
can
just
go look for all the
Wintertide
places in the game.
brand. Maybe
that
that
use
happens as a
of
second build
that
this
word
league.
that you're trying to keyword.
Yep.
But the actual writing of each individual keyword,
Yes.
that needs to be done
Yes, it is.
manually
Boys,
by
it
people
has
who
been
understand
so
the systems,
disappointing.
and is also very exacting.
Purely
because
being
Path of
carried by
Exile is a very
Betrayal staying
precise
now.
game.
Exactly.
And so if you
Yeah.
have slightly different wording, it can mean a wildly different thing.
We only let a few people in-house actually write these things because we want to make sure they're very consistent.
Yeah.
You see in some games where you've got descriptions and it's just, you look like each developer wrote their own variation of it. So yeah, we generally try and make sure these are done very precisely, because it could, misinformation's way worse than almost no information, right? Like it just confuses people. So yeah, they're going to get filled in, but you know, we're needing those specific people to be free to do it. But yeah, it's a good
Yeah,
QOL
same with
addition to the
Overlash.
game. And
I
good
like
for
the
onboarding as
original
well, and,
real,
so that's just random pivot, but I just remembered that when we were
Viper
talking about the
Strike
keystones and
and
describing them.
Pestilence Strike. Like, those
I
are
see
fun
chat bringing
skills
up nearby.
that
Did we
suck.
get that nearby?
Oh
thing,
yeah, I
Andrew?
was gonna mention
The highlight, the circle?
It's
Yeah,
all
so
Peaconk and
I
Viper
think
Strike
what
and
we're
Mamba
gonna do
only
is we're
for,
gonna
like,
do a restart patch, like the
3 or
content
5
update,
years
maybe a
now.
week or two after release.
Yeah.
And for that, I have a plan where I'm gonna unify all the nearby keywords.
Oh.
So nearby, close, present, proximal, all of that stuff. And then it will all be keyworded, and you'll be able to highlight the keyword, and you'll get the nice little ring around your character.
I just want to clarify, because people got confused last time when he says restart patch, it just means a patch and where the realm goes off and then back up. Just to be clear.
Not resetting.
I saw last time people going, what do you mean there's a week one league reset?
As in, there are some changes that won't work unless the client has been restarted. So it just forces everybody off the game.
Some eternal terminology leaking
It's
out.
about client-server synchronous. But
that's good news.
I've seen us. We refer to it as a restart patch internally, and I see some people rightfully misinterpret that as an economy restart or something. I'm like, no.
You don't need to do that for
the
a
only
tooltip.
cold dot I can really think of is Allspell. It's like Wintertide Brand, Creeping Frost.
So we've had the Assassin rework, and how do you feel like that
That's
landed?
mainly it for cold
And there was
dot.
also kind of like linked questions about. Well, we talked about cast on crit, but also like elusive not feeling very good to build around. But I think before you could refresh it, but not anymore.
Yeah, I feel like when we reworked it, it landed a little bit too weak, which is why we're making
Elusive
changes
was
this
way
patch.
too strong for a long
not
time.
just it's mostly because it's an intelligence ascendancy, and so we can like put it under the umbrella of self-cast buff. But do note that the
Oshabi
Death Mark node, the
Bloodline
one that
Ascendancy
is
that lets it
applies assassin
cancel
mode,
at
that has
100%,
also
so you
been
can
massively
restart
buffed.
it
So
early.
if that
If
node
you're
is
playing an
much
assassin and
stronger
you have like
for attack builds, then hopefully assassin is
250,
also
300%
viable for
increase
them
to
too.
elusive
Control
effect.
Assassin in the patch notes then. That's good news. Yeah, because I was
That-
doing a little bit of research on that just kind of
that
see
is
where it
good,
landed.
but
And
that
ultimately
requires
it's
an
like
entire
2%.
Bloodline
It seems like the
ascendancy.
shadow ascendancies in general are all a little bit low.
Yeah, I mean, we do
Hey.
sometimes look at
I wonder
Pyramid
if somebody
Ninja just
pointed
to
that out
see,
in the
like,
video yesterday.
the
not
one
the
or two
absolute
ascendants.
authority on this.
No,
Yeah,
no.
we often
I
have our
wonder.
like we
I wonder.
make sure we address the least played class or two. But because some of these, we just instead went with more of a like.
That's it. Frostblades of Catabasis. I knew there was one. Yeah, it's terrible. It was good for one patch like a
related
year
to the
ago,
assassin
and then it
questions,
got
a few people have been
dump
asking about
trucked.
daggers and claws. Daggers in particular feel like they lack a bit of an identity. Like you would expect them to be the highest crit thing, but in many cases that seems to not be the case. And a lot of the times it's like, unless it's a unique, it's like, well, I should just use a claw instead. That's going to be better.
One of the things that's going to be in the patch notes is quite a lot of caster itemization changes, particularly to like staves and daggers and wands and scepters.
That's probably for the best.
So one of the things with daggers is they're implicits. We just had a look at them compared to like wands and scepters, and it's like you're kind of weak.
Yeah.
So all of the crit chance on dagger implicits has been buffed.
Nice.
And
nice.
the changes that were related to wands and scepters generally proliferate to daggers as well. So rolling caster daggers will have a bunch of improvements. As attack daggers versus attack claws, the only real change there is that daggers have slightly more crit chance.
Yeah, I
fine.
imagine it's a bit out of the scope.
They
of
were
this
both pretty
current one, so
competitive
it's
with
not
each
in
other
focus
for
now,
the,
but
like,
something to look at in the
It's
future.
the
maybe.
same thing where we
builds
try
they
and pick a
use
package
daggers
similar
or
with the
claws
League
to
reworks,
attack.
but instead of just bits and pieces all over, we're like, what's something cohesive? So when you go hand casting, and then you kind of let it spread and affect things that are somewhat adjacent, but
Daggers already had a pretty high implicit on some
players
of
need
them.
will
for
then
crit,
tell us
you know,
what the
like
next
30,
like
40,
we
50%
almost
increased
always
crit,
go
so
off
if
as
they
he
bumped it,
said
they doubled that.
when the word hand casting or
It's actually
self
pretty
casting
good.
keeps coming up. That's how we ultimately decide here's what we're doing next. So ultimately we just keep paying attention to what people think is not on the right spot, and then we go, okay, how are we going to turn that into a package, a rebalance package, and
Exactly.
that's kind of how we
Claw
go
tree
about
is
doing
better.
it. To be honest, so let us know is
Better
the
defensive
answer.
sustain.
Well, I
Two
mean,
out of most
that's
claws,
the next question
most of them.
is about defenses on ranges. Obviously not in the scope of this patch, so no one expects anything in that regard.
No one expects it.
But it's maybe a good one for the future to look at. Defenses on the ranger build archetypes, especially with bows, it seems to be is kind of the topic here, and I had some prolonged discussions with a few people about this one. So I have some extra context on this if needed, but the main takeaway seems to be that range defense suppression,
Doesn't exist.
namely, was nerfed as a result of other classes heavily investing in it, which is like a good thing to do because you don't really want like the build checklist of like, oh, I have to get suppression on every single build was obviously a
evasion
problem.
is so good in PoE 2,
So it was like
it's
nerfed
so
down to
ass in
327, and
PoE 1.
there was some
it
stuff
definitely
before
needs
that
work.
as well. So while probably good for other builds balance, Rangers seems to be lacking in their own way to make up for that. And evasion seeming kind of increasingly weak with less benefits to stacking it than other things like armor and energy shield. And other defensive layer options in that kind of archetype seem to be highly conditional, or they have some really big downsides. And the ascendancy options are really high in point investment typically. A lot of them are 4 pointers, where other things in other classes would be 2 points, and also highly conditional. It's like, don't get hit, or you don't have any defenses kind of thing. So I was wondering if that's like an area that you might be interested in looking at in the future, or something you've been tracking.
I mean, if the player base agrees, and then we look into it, which, I mean, you're primarily correct, yes.
Deflect would be
then that will
the
turn into our
solution
next package,
for
right? Like,
Ranger.
we don't.
And that probably is going to happen.
We pay attention to it
That
during
would
this
be my
league, by
guess.
the way. And then we go, okay, you got this, this, and this. What one are we going to focus on? Maybe we can do a second. So,
because our
again,
ultimate way of sorting
that
defense
is
for Toxic Rain is like we do evasion
a worthy
initially,
candidate, for
but we
sure.
just switch to Lightning Coil,
Yeah, I haven't played an evasion build in
convert
like
as much
2 or 3 leagues.
physical into
So I can't
elemental as possible,
the defenses,
stack as
but
much lightning
I
res
remember
as
the,
possible.
the philosophy of that change was
Don't even
basically
think about
that,
evasion.
Like, a lot
At
of
that
the
point, we just drop
investment
evasion,
in
and then we
the
try to
ranger
get a
area
purchase
of the
assist
tree
as
should be
quickly
able
as
to
we
get
can and
suppression
choose
back
that.
to the level that it
And that fixes
was
our
pre-nerf.
defenses, and we
Yeah.
can do
If
everything.
that isn't the case, we can probably do more there.
Yeah.
But we're
You
not
wanna
using
adjust
evasion.
things
Like
that
the
are,
goal
like,
is no
solely the
evasion,
domain
no
of that kind
armor,
of
no
build,
energy
right?
shield.
Yeah.
That's
So,
not
like,
great.
Pure evasion bases, or maybe quivers, something like that. If you're talking about bow builds being a problem specifically.
It could be we do
be
it more
ascendancy
dex.
stuff.
Like if you dexterity focused kind of defenses pass plus weapon distinctions. Like if you're talking about attack claws and daggers, like I can already see this coming together and becoming a bit of a thing. So even if it's not just defensive, it could just be something to do with that.
That is
since
true,
we're kind of
Medic.
talking about like the daggers and
that
claws
ultimately
and stuff,
winds
that's
up being the
also
best
in that
defense. It's
similar
just
area.
don't get
So I
hit.
wonder if that's like
Just don't
there's
get
a
hit.
package kind of in that area.
I can see that. I could see that coming together. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like there's always going to be people who disagree on like what's the next area that should be focused on, but that's one that got brought up by someone who's got an opinion I kind of trust on that
Yeah,
topic.
I do agree that I don't think PoE1 has super good identity between different types of weapons, because like if you're a slayer, it's like what's the difference between using a 2-hand sword axe or
yeah.
mace? Really, there's like a few mastery options, a couple of different implicits.
And that's
but
a
all the
fun
mobs
thing to
are the same.
improve too. Like
Yeah.
it results in things being more interesting typically whenever that sort of stuff is addressed. So
I mean, one of the benefits of having this, cadence where we have the split teams with, designers fully dedicated to PoE1 is we have the time and resources to address these kinds of problems.
Yeah.
We can do much more significant balance shakeups every league if we want to.
that's clearly evidenced by this patch with the gigantic delve into the various problem areas. It's good news for sure. Production, can we scroll past this part? Yeah, a bit down further. Thank you. Cool. Another thing that got mentioned that I don't know if it was mentioned at all in the... Well, okay, so you mentioned something about Varlorbs, and this is connected to this. So, synthesis. You mentioned something's happening with synthesis modifiers.
Oh yeah, we're just getting rid of them.
Nice.
That is the thing that's happening. Yes.
Good riddance.
Yeah, well, to be fair, the synthesis unique items are still unchanged. They still can get synthesis implicits, but they sort of... We've never really liked they're just like item bloat, and they don't really have a specific home in the game currently. So
they're just getting rid
why
of
have
most synth items.
synthesis implicits when you also have val implicits, and it sort of removes the identity of implicits on like weapons, for example. So
the whole identity was you take multiple for those who maybe remember the league, you take multiple items
Long time ago.
explicits mods and put them as implicits on something. Like the whole idea was that you're turning explicit mod power into implicits, and then we removed that conversion process and then just had... So really what it just looks like is there's just a random amalgamation of different modifiers that are implicits on these items. But it's like, you never synthesized it. It's just an item. So even like just immersively, it's just like, or narratively, or in world, it's like, what does this even mean? Now that there's no actual crafting bench to achieve it that Synthesis had during its league.
That's too
forever
bad,
ago.
I guess.
But yeah, then it's just like, okay, now you've just got this amalgamation of so
I don't know.
many
We have
different
other
stats
stuff
that are just
coming
contesting
in.
with design,
Like if synth
ultimately blocking
is
design
competing
space.
with the new
And
Legion uniques.
they don't really have a purpose, so like we just
I don't know.
eradicate it so we can free up some, make
Doesn't
some of these
affect
other things
most
more
of our
powerful,
builds, I'll say that.
or free up some design space to be able to do some more stuff in the future.
Which we then did immediately use, right, Andrew?
yeah. So
Tell me more.
well, I guess that's sort of like the vestigial items, but those are unique, so they don't really compete with synthesis bases. But the main thing we did is we took most of the interesting, powerful synthesis implicits and turned them into Veil corruption implicits.
Yeah, so you
can corrupt a ring and get +1 frenzy charge, for example.
Well, that's a potential big buff to Veil Orbs. Then it seems like that's a much more interesting thing.
You'll see it in the patch notes, but in doing like the Abyss changes, we've ordered all the mods on Abyss Jewels, and we've removed bad ones, buffed weak ones. Same for all the Veil.
I think we got rid of the increased damage versus abyssal monsters one, right?
Yeah, I think
that's gone.
I think I petitioned you to get rid of those like years ago, and now I didn't even ask you this time. I just removed it.
Yeah, get rid of them. I don't know why I ever would have defended that. Fever dream.
Memory hole.
One of those days. Did you ask me before 10 a.m. and I hadn't had enough caffeine?
I can't remember.
You can't do that. I need that for a reason.
That's the right answer.
Yes. I mean, that's a very juicy buff to double corruptions. There's going to be some fun double corrupting actually coming out of that.
It also means you can no longer mirror the best items in the game anymore.
Yeah. I was going to say, like, this is the sort of change that affects, like, very, very pinnacle high-end crafting, because, like, you can't get those crazy bases to craft on now.
The only small reservation is it sort of removes a little bit of the value from the leagues that actually did, for some reason, drop synthesis items. So, for example, Ritual
Which is everything
and Heist.
but synthesis, let's be clear.
Yeah. So, those might be the next leagues in the future on the, like, let's audit their rewards, make sure their exclusive rewards are, like, much more powerful and interesting.
It somewhat bounces in the other direction, though, because there's a lot of leagues that'll generate corrupted items as outcomes, and now those can be much more of a jackpot, right?
True. Yeah. Well, so part of my follow-up question was, like, it was at some point mentioned that we would get the ability to add synthesis item drops back to synth maps, because that was always like one of my favorite things. It's like it's such a high variance, fun win thing. It's like, oh yeah, man, rings are dropping with synthesized implicits. Like, that's awesome.
That's
so now obviously that's not going to be happening since they're not a thing anymore. Is there something that synthesis maps could get to make them have their own unique reward? Are they even a candidate for that kind of, like, are they a system enough?
Well, they're sort of under the umbrella of unique maps being very old and being not very good. And we would love to just, like, completely redesign all of them and do them properly.
They're getting sad. They're getting real sad.
Yeah.
It came up as part of the Atlas anomaly discussion. You know, there was a point where we were like, should all unique maps just be Atlas anomalies? And should we then do a pass on all the unique maps to make them more worthy?
Yes.
And it was just too much of a rabbit hole of work at the time. You know, it was maybe a month before release, and that's not the point in the development cycle where you can make that kind of decision.
Yeah.
I will mention one thing though. Doryani's Machinarium is no longer required for challenge completion. However, Doryani's Delusion, the unique boots that drop from the map, have been like, they always drop corrupted with an implicit, and they've been massively buffed. So. They're very high variance, so you'll want to run that map to find some
that's
potentially crazy boots.
Awesome.
All right.
So we recently had some of the bigger Chaos Orb sinks removed, probably causing the quick spike to 300 plus Chaos to Divine ratio that was in Mirage, compared to the more typical 150-ish that we had in Keepers and before that. So
I'm fine with that,
I'm curious, like, is this something you guys really look at or care about too much? Or are you like, the economy's going to economy? Like, what are your thoughts about it? What are the impacts on players of this sort of change? Like, if you have an economic shift like that, is it something you care about?
Yeah, too much.
I mean,
not if it's too.
That's the impression I've got in the past.
If that
like
was 3,000, whatever. Obviously, the magnitude matters. It's, you know, not to say it isn't a thing we might want to consider. I'm just saying, like, it's not a huge deal for sure. Not unless it actually spirals out, like, out of control.
There's this thing with the economy that, like, from your guys' perspective, I get the sense that, like, well, this is kind of like the player's domain a bit more. We don't want to necessarily influence it too much all the time.
Yeah, maybe the new de facto currency will be chromatic orbs. You never know.
Could you imagine?
Oh, maybe.
I don't know.
Weird.
Not to be contradictory or anything, but, like, I don't personally have much of a horse in the race of the economy part of this, but I really like there being sinks for things because I like things leaving the economy, thus allowing things to retain value over time.
Yeah.
It's one of the main reasons that I like personally play hardcore trade over other leagues, because things leave the economy.
Yeah.
So would I want more chaos sinks in the game? Yes. Yeah. Do I want them in the game because there's a ratio of chaos to divines that's wrong in some way? No. It's just because it's good for the game generally.
Okay. Yeah.
It is sad when the Chaos Orb as a drop now feels weak,
Yeah,
right?
I think
That
that's
is sad. That
that's
is
the
sad.
most compelling argument that I see when I'm thinking about this, because I usually ask people when people think about, like, have you seen the economy ratio? And I'm like, well, why do you think it's a problem? And the answers I get are varied and not always super convincing. But the most convincing one that I hear is that the players who are picking up Chaos Orbs aren't getting that kind of like incremental progression towards their thing. Like that appeals to me. I feel for the normies being one
The
myself.
fewer items that are satisfying to drop,
Yeah.
like if it only becomes here's the only 2 items you care about that drop, that's bad. So yeah, we do have to keep as many drops as possible feeling satisfying, and that is the main motivation to go, okay, if it's crossing it's a grey line, it's like weird, but if it does cross the line, then, or I mean, I guess it's not even really a line, it's just the more items we can keep satisfying, and thus you could argue, yes, this is something that we should push for fixing for sure.
That said, we have added a
I was gonna say,
couple
I'm
of
burying the
new-
lead. Yeah.
Yeah, so we've added 2 new crafts. Andrew did the balance on them, so
Oh, only the costs. That might be wrong. We'll find out.
There's there's bench orb crafts for Chaos Orbs now, I saw.
yes, they behave. I mean, if you're familiar with the PoE2 Chaos Orb, where it removes a mod then adds a mod, there's one that does that, and then there's one that removes 3 mods and adds 3 mods. So you can kind of use these to try and salvage items that have a really good mod that you want, but a bunch of other trash. Potentially.
Interesting. It's hard to tell the impacts or like how much that'll be
Fascinating.
used, but it's an option there. We'll see how that plays out. But yeah, that's gonna sink a few Chaos Orbs. I saw that one of them was like 8 Chaos or something.
We'll keep an eye on it. I wouldn't want Chaos to become pennies, that's which you could argue they're 1/3 of a penny right now, I guess, depending on what your
Do you call a
definition.
divine a dollar?
Depends what your dollar is, I guess. Well, I would argue the divine is somewhat of a dollar, but we'll keep an eye on it as well. But again, the ultimate philosophy is we should be keeping as many drops as possible feeling satisfying. That's the goal. So anything that goes away from that is technically in the wrong direction. It's just, it can get a little bit away from it without us having to take action. And sometimes there are short-term things that influence, not to say that that's what's happened here.
Yeah.
And then they just course correct next league. And sometimes there are things that are needing addressing. I don't have an exact answer for it now, which is why I'm kind of being a little bit vague, because we need to discuss and figure out what to actually do. Hard to promise things at this point, but yeah.
Well, we've kind of touched on it a little bit a few times, but Bestiary is had to have seen some changes to its beast crafting. You also mentioned like the specific beasts are dropping specific talismans as well. Side note on that, is that something you
was
can
an
target farm in
interesting
some way
change.
since they are specific?
Yes, so every single red beast has its own specific talisman it drops.
Yeah.
So for example, if you want like a Rex talisman, then there is the node on the Atlas tree that increases the chance for like beasts from that specific genus to spawn.
That's a cool little buff for
So
those.
yeah, you can.
That makes that way more
Oh yeah,
useful.
a Rex just looks like a some sort of mammal to me, but
I think
yeah, it
it's
is
a bird.
Okay.
Is it a bird? It's a bird.
I
You
have
can
no
plus
idea.
birds. The more likely for the bird species, I'm pretty sure will increase the Rexes. But I didn't actually ever think about how clear the correlation between the genus and the actual monsters is. So I guess it's fine. Whatever.
One of you mentioned to me that beast splitting is gone. That's obviously a big change for some folks. It's a big crafting thing that was used for some high-end crafting projects or just getting extra value out of certain drops, I suppose, in some cases. So talk us through the removal of the beast splitting.
Well, the main thing is I
That is
feel like
surprising.
historically, beast splitting was never really intended for, or has never really been used for its original intention of splitting the mods from one item onto 2 items. It's almost
Yeah.
always just been used for, I just found the most valuable base type in the game in Heist, and now I have 2 of them.
I mean, it came
I think
about because we were
unless
looking
they
at
also
the fact
remove
that we
fossil
don't want
splitting and have
every
it told us,
simply
yes,
to
it is, which
become
means
2,
delvage.
Like that. That was where
Even
this
better.
came in. We started discussing it and we were just like, is this even healthy at this point? Like, just ultimately every base type that's of value becomes 2 base types of value. And I get that it's just taking away the value, but it also just honestly isn't necessary at that point.
And worth noting, Fractured Fossil has also been changed.
Damn.
Okay. I mean,
Because that does a similar thing.
It fractures the item now, like the name
Oh, right.
suggests.
Oh,
that makes
yeah.
sense.
Yeah, it just
Well,
doesn't,
that's
it doesn't fulfill its
potentially
original
better.
purpose. I could see people being a bit like, oh, no, but I liked having 2 of everything I found.
Yeah, but-
I mean, there's also like, what if you just doubled the frequency of them appearing and removed it?
I
not
think
just
that might be
everything,
better.
Even
by
if
the
you
way?
don't, it's like the thing you get now is worth like, 1.5 times as much or whatever the difference in the cost of
Yeah.
the beast splitting was. Like it was just priced into
Yeah,
the.
no, this is a
economy of
good
it anyway,
change to
like,
remove this
so
because
just
it was
became this
very
kind of,
stupid and
obligationary
annoying
step
to
that you just had to know about,
every
you'll get
video where
scammed
you talk
yourself.
about a
Yeah,
mechanic where it's
And
like
in many
maps
ways,
or
the
something
new
of value,
Allflame crafting is
grand expeditions.
splitting items.
Yes,
Sure.
also
In
that.
a,
Somewhat.
in a
You're doing
subtle
grand
way.
If you want to do
expeditions,
the
then you have to be
original
like,
intent of
make
the
sure
game,
before
closer to
you-
the original.
there's a Duke
Run your
that's very
logbook.
similar to that,
That's true.
which splits it into a bunch
Just
of
split
ghostly
it.
forms that each have
If
some
it's
of the
cheap.
item or one of the mods in the
so
original
you
item,
can
and then
take
you
the-
pick one.
You can take the mod set you want. That's a cool idea. That
Yeah,
one.
so like that is closer to what the beast was originally intended to do.
Yeah. Okay.
Isolate a strong mod to then craft from.
But noting on the
Yeah, it's
case
way
of
better.
bestiary, I know Octavian, you share this as well, but both of us probably. I don't know how you feel about it. It's our
What the
top,
hell does Fenimal Plague
on our
Arachnid do
top
now, though?
list.
Oh yeah, even
So your number
our,
one. It's my number one for like.
Our programmers keep asking me when are we gonna get.
Oh God,
Need a dire rework.
it is a rat's nest, man, on the back end. Like when we added that scarab that added the new beast, the Black Morrigan, like that was just add a unique beast that has a few crafts, and that was like 2 weeks worth of going
Yeah.
back to it, fixing a bug, going back to it, fixing a bug, because it's
Sad.
Yeah.
It is. It is
it's
the
a bit older, that
number
one.
one league that's in a dire need of a rework in our eyes.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Monsters are old. The combat's old. The bosses are old. The crafting system has gone through so many different identities and different things to the point where I honestly think it's like kind of lost a bit of its groove.
I mean, what I will say is it's a very strong concept, though. Like going and
Yeah.
capturing beasts,
Yeah.
like wild spirit beasts,
Yeah,
is really
that's
cool.
worth
And that's
figuring
kind
that
of
out.
why the very original pitch for this league was like, go back to that theme. So we'd want to keep the strong theme, but
Yeah.
I know that one. We all agree. I don't know how players necessarily feel,
Well,
but
yeah, I mean, I definitely have had questions about that, especially on the quality of life side of things. And since you're already thinking about that, it'd be worth mentioning those now. So people like, particularly like just with hitting the limit of beasts and then like having to empty them out. There has been some improvements there, but it seems like it's still like just a big problem for people that are
honestly,
actually trying to engage with the mechanic.
we've been doing kind of weak level band-aids for a while.
Lucifer, that's the fourth time you've asked, and
because
we're
the actual
still
solution
not
is quite
the official
a
Path of
lot of
Exile
work,
channel,
and
so
we
you
keep
can
going to do it a
stop
lot.
asking for it.
Really afford to spend this much time on
We don't
that
make the
instead
game.
of, and there's all this like cool content stuff, and every time we're weighing the scales, it's like, it's not quite there, and so this is where I'm like, okay, in order to actually do this, we have to make bestiary the focus. So we have to go, this is the rework, and then we'll be able to do all of this stuff, but it's surprisingly more work than it might seem.
because
Yeah.
if you do it in that way, where you're making it a focus and you're, revamping a lot of the content as well, then you're not having to choose between, do I fix these problems or make cool content? You're just fixing the problems while making the cool content.
Yeah.
Make
yeah.
league good.
Something I was sort of kind of like asked is like proposing the idea is like, do yellow beasts even really matter and need to be a thing like they are? Like, what if they just kind of dropped a life force beast juice or something like
Discussed
that?
this
That's right,
recently as
anyway.
well.
Interesting.
Well, this was part of the original spec where we'd basically wanted to say that yellow beasts still appear in maps
Yeah.
as extra monsters, but Ironheart doesn't capture them. And then all of the recipes just require a red beast,
Yeah.
and he'll spawn some random other beasts alongside
Nice.
when you do an
Yeah,
encounter.
maybe
Yeah, when
someday.
I imagine it
But-
modernizing past, that's kind of what I imagine. Yeah.
The only problem is that is a lot of programmer work actually.
Yeah.
Every solution we came up with was like, all right, we've done all the like 1 day tasks. Now we're in the many day to week tasks, and we're like, it's just getting so. Again, it will be a focus
I
soon.
wonder if that makes it a candidate for more of like a bestiary 2.0, like a more substantial thing, since it is going to be so much work anyway. Just to untangle that. Like,
Not necessarily as an active league, though it could
Yeah.
be, but I'd say currently still probability wise, it's more likely for just a rework, similar to like Abyss and Legion this
Yeah,
time round.
yeah.
It'll be here's a new league, here's a bestiary rework.
insert other things here.
We've got some rapid fire kind of quality of life and technical questions here. EU servers seem to be having some major issues each league launch and maybe beyond that from what I've heard. Any news on sources of that issue or potential improvements on the horizon?
None of us three know about that, unfortunately. So Jonathan handles that with our more live ops and sysadmin team, so we just don't know, honestly, what's going on. Like,
I'll ask him about it then.
That is the better thing to do for sure.
I'll get on it. I'll get on it. We talked about the tooltips. Excellent. In-game price checking was added to PoE 2. Is that something you're planning on adding to PoE 1 as well?
Almost all of that. Well, yes. Don't know when. Same with like price checker, build planner, which I guess is a bigger
build
thing.
planner. Yep.
There's some complexities around it. Like we are trying to, as from the helper text thing, we just got that ported over. So
Makes sense.
Slowly porting stuff over, but often the best person to do it is the person that implemented it, right? It makes sense to port it. But those people are working on PoE 2, big upgrades. So we've got to find these like windows where they're like kind of between tasks where they can migrate it over and make it work. Otherwise, you're having someone who doesn't know that code base at all trying to maneuver it over, and they don't understand the, parts of it that are less important and more important necessarily. And they can figure it out, but it would just take a lot more time. So we try and find these lulls between major tasks for them where they can go and port stuff back. And we just need to do some of that, really. So.
And those are the sorts of things that work towards the goal of like, you don't really have to install third-party software to play PoE if you're a long-term player. That's ideally the outcome there. And that got me thinking about that. There's two features of Awaken Trade that I would keep me using it, even if you had the in-game price checking that was working just as well. And those are /hideout macro, the ability to like return to your hideout quickly.
Oh yeah.
And the second one is the control scroll wheel your slash has without being moused over it, because that exists in game, but you have to mouse over it, which kind of defeats the purpose.
Interesting.
So I'm just wondering if those are things that could just become core behaviors.
Well, the latter one, I can just go and talk to some UI programmers and see whether we can do that.
Both are fully feasible.
Please do.
The first one I'm less certain of, but
we added why not? It's just a check command.
I think in PoE 2 there's a return to hideout button if you go to someone's hideout to trade. I don't know if that's in PoE 1 currently. So that might be just like a little gap.
Also,
to fix.
Similar to how we bound use town portal. Like
it could be a hotkey,
we could have
right?
a return to hideout.
That would be amazing.
Or just a go to hideout.
F5.
Obviously, it won't always work. Like if you're in an area where hideout doesn't work, it won't work.
Yeah.
But
Awesome.
And maybe then do one for like, / King's March or whatever the one is that brings you to King's March. And
that's kind of the one I use the second most if I'm playing that.
Half your keyboard just teleports you.
Yeah, we got a lot of hotkeys, but these could be optional ones, I suppose.
There's some are more used than others, right?
Yeah.
So we'll start with those ones before we add a whole ruckus of.
Oh, that'd be amazing. If the control scroll wheel's possible as well, that'd be awesome, because that's just like when you're transferring stuff from your inventory, you're moused over there. You don't have to mouse over to change tabs and then back and forth. That'd be awesome. Oh, great. Awesome news. The Toter event caught me by surprise. Trial of the Ancestors.
Me too. And I did get a little bit
surprised.
A little.
How did that one come about? And just kind of like, just quickly, kind of, what are your thoughts on it? Any useful takeaways? Learn some useful stuff about.
Well, we wanted to just have like a variety of different events we can run, and it was like we don't want to just keep doing the same thing. And so it kind of was like, okay, we've had this and this. Like we even discussed at the time, going, could Mercenaries be an event format? And we went through all the different options. And then I think there's been a bit of a because Trial of the Ancestors effectively got dismantled after the league.
Yeah.
And it was like, so much work to bring it back. Turns out wasn't that much work.
Yep.
My keybinds are
1 day to revive it.
Yeah.
Hideout,
ended up
obviously,
being
King's
way
March,
quicker
and then,
than we had
Monastery, I
expected.
think's the other one.
So we were like, well, let's just do it, run it as an event. I know
F5,
people have been
F8 and F9,
craving it, but let's actually see if
what they
it's
think.
more nostalgia fueled or otherwise. But yeah.
It's one that I see, like, some people just like they tried it here and they're like, nah, I don't get it, I don't like it. But then I see other people, like I was reading a thread about it today, and they're like, I love this, like I want them to make it cool. Like this seems to some people really fall in love with this mechanic.
I would like for Toter
is it something
to
you
come
want to make
back,
core at some
but
point
I
still?
want it to come
We're
back.
on the ultimately we were like, do we keep it as like a kind of event thing, and that way certain people play it because they love it and others won't, or I guess there is still the room to integrate it into core and do a bunch of stuff around that, as long as it's
do with it on the tree.
Have to do it, right?
Like, what the hell do you do with
like
it on
that.
the tree?
Similar to say heist. If you are into heist, there's always a crowd that loves these different things, then you can go do that. And if you don't want to do it, then just
Yeah, I don't
ignore
even
it.
know.
So as long as it's in that format, because it is quite specialized content.
Yeah, super.
Like it's just totem rugby.
The most of anything,
Yeah.
I think, the most specialized.
So, you know, it has a place. We just need to talk about it and figure out where we want it to be.
Yeah, could we scroll down a little bit, production, just so I can see those questions down there? Do the Ducats increased intangibilities? There's some random chat questions we have here. So
Depends on the Ducat.
Depends.
Yeah, every
Depends.
currency is just set by myself as to whether or not it does or doesn't. There are a lot of lower level currencies that you would use at lower levels more frequently don't. So like an alchemy orb doesn't increase intangibility, but things that you're using when you're finishing an item often do. So like an
Yeah,
exalted
that could
orb,
maybe
for
be
instance.
it.
Can replica unique mods become vestigial unique mods?
Yep.
Yeah, that seems like it would be legal unlike the other
Those
ones.
are legal.
Yeah, because they're just kind of
That's
they are just
really
a unique.
interesting.
There are some interesting things you can do because you can take a replica unique
Oh,
and then it can roll into the non-replica version of the unique, and then it can, in some cases, it can have basically 2 of the similar mod.
interesting.
On the same
That's kind of
item.
wild.
Wow, that's
I imagine
a really
you can't
huge
create a
potential
replica
buff for
unique
ice.
because they're from a specific piece of content, same as boss drops.
Yeah, we didn't want to do the
You don't want to cheat that.
getting all the boss drops and no one's even killed the bosses.
It's no good.
Later.
The things it can create are the things you can ancient orb an item into.
Nice. That makes sense. Can we get log into hideout or so I like that option that logs you back into your hideout. I think PO2 has that.
As much as no one's gonna like the answer, no. The logging into town is important for us.
Yeah.
And probably for reasons people won't like. But ultimately, like just to express it, it is ultimately we want the game to feel like a multiplayer game, and we want you to log into a hideout and see other players and be part of this universe where there are other players.
Alberon and a replica.
As soon as you can just
that's
bypass that.
Yeah.
And
Get
again,
that
I know
strength
people aren't
stacking
going to like
buff
that
on a
answer,
different pair of
but that's
boots.
just where
My
we stand on
God.
it. And not to say it. I used to say it a lot more, but my answer is kind of deal with it.
Deal with it.
I mean, honestly, just get it in a regular
I know
Alberon.
it's not going to be a popular take for sure.
Will we eventually be able to switch out gear in the recently teased Animate Guardian UI? The teaser has locks in the UI indicating that we can't take items out. Interesting.
Yeah. Well, the Animate Guardian we sort of just got that in like a week or 2 ago. So at the moment, it's just very bare bones. You can right click the icon and you can see what items are equipped on your Animate Guardian.
Yep.
You still have to go through the really jank process of dropping the item on the ground and using the skill on it to actually equip it.
Yep.
We do want to actually change that so you can just drag and drop items.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if we'd want to allow you to remove items that are on an Animate Guardian.
No, that's fair. I imagine it'd be like mercenary. You can put them over. Yeah, fair enough. I think that leads to my final question of today, which is ExileCon is fast approaching, and I think in many people's eyes, it's a lot about Path of Exile 2. It's a big event to announce the big stuff for PoE 2, but is there some stuff that PoE 1 fans should be excited about for ExileCon? Is that a focus? Is something happening there?
For sure, it's not PoE 2 con, it's ExileCon, right? We've got 2 main games, 2 titles, right? And of course, ExileCon will have a thing for PoE 1 and for PoE 2. And I actually saw some people just before the stream was started. I saw a few people going, "Last PoE 1 patch for the year." And I went, "No, it's not. There is a 3.30. It will be before the release of PoE 2." And so
okay.
it's crazy to think there's that many expansions.
I know, right?
So we're going to get a 330 before PoE2.
There's been 30
So we'll probably get 330 in October.
Since the
3 series?
Or maybe the very start of November.
Yes, we will have another PoE 1 expansion.
And then that means we'll probably have
already cooking up
1.0
some awesome
either
ideas,
very
and
end
I'm
of
sure they'll
November
release
or
it.
in
I'm
December.
sure next Saturday for us, we will be able to nail it down mostly. But yeah, some pretty cool stuff in the works.
That's
to be in the
fantastic.
works fully since these guys are wrapping up. But yeah, should be epic. PoE 1, PoE 2, big end of year for us. Absolutely
great.
monster of an end of year for everything.
First of all,
Path of
just
Exile
fun
related.
as a
Absolutely.
fan.
Excellent. That's
That,
fantastic
of course,
news.
content
Exactly
creator
what we
brand.
want
It's
to
like,
hear.
that's great.
Well, thank you
That's
very
great.
much,
That's going to
all
be a ton
of
of
you, Andrew,
content.
Octavian.
Be a ton of content between
thanks
that
very much for
and
the,
World of Warcraft.
curator.
Thank you very
We had a
much.
very
and
fun, busy
awesome
time.
job, you two, by the way.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome job to you, Ziggy.
Oh, thanks.
Oh yeah. It's a banger of a patch.
Absolutely.
Exciting.
All right. See you guys later.
All right. That was a hell of a reveal. All right, now we can look at the
At
big
least
page.
this time I wasn't like, so are they wrapping up soon so that we could look at the patch notes?
Yeah.
Because sometimes I do feel like they're just sort of vibing, which I'm not gonna fault them for,
Nope.
but they're just sort of vibing and continuing on and on and on and on. I'm like, all right,
Oh yeah. All right.
let me look at the things.
Yep.
I want to see the things. Show us the thing.
All right, now to download this press kit. What is this called? Curse of the Allflame. We'll call that Allflame. Yeah. Alright, here's all the images from the Allflame press kit, starting with the Abyss Pinnacle boss. We're just going to look at these, see if there's anything cool in here. Alright, Abyssal Pinnacle boss. Abyss Encounter, nope. Alright, so yeah, I mean, it looks very PoE too. Get that big. Very nice, Beholder. Okay, yep, we'll definitely be wind up be using this as like a background for a thumbnail at some point. This is the Allflame crafting, looks cool, and that Ghost Flame Pirate set, that's one of my favorite MTX, so that's great. This one seems really, really like awesome. This splitting into a bunch of forms and basically being able to winnow down to one mod for crafting, so you can start with one mod without having to fracture and scour. Okay, that's just some water. These are the Atlas anomalies. This was, okay, yeah, this is actually useful for us when we're like creating our outlines for the video that we'll do about the big reveal, like voyages, Allflame crafting, Mercenaries of Tarthus coming back, but not in the way that people were afraid of. Abyss, rework, and Legion. They said rewards overhaul, and that's true, but they did also buff the base mechanic to not have to kill every single guy. It's like actually pretty humongous quality of life buff for Legion. And the Atlas anomalies seem like the little tiny thing that could actually be pretty cool. And then this, I mean, Socket Colors reworked is just like thrown in there. That's so huge. That completely fixes the biggest lingering problem with the game for new players and like the biggest annoyance for old players alike. Yeah, it's good. Huge. She's cool. I like the pipe that she was smoking. I hope that's part, or this outfit that she's wearing is like part of the MTX reward for doing 1,000,000 challenges. Yep, so we do get a league boss. It's this eyeless fish beast with 1,000,000 teeth. Terrifying. Yeah. Ugh, bow buff would have been nice. But yeah, I mean, that is a bow buff. It's true. Honestly, just indirect bow buff. It's a indirect everybody buff. Yeah, she's very Act 4 PoE 2 coded. Okay, so he burrows down into the one hole and comes out the other, and then he probably covers up this area with some sort of death, and you have to like bounce back and forth. Rhinrot Plunder, Cursed Treasure, cool looking cinematic. I like that. I like that. I like that wall of.
Very much my aesthetic. I like that color.
Yes, I agree. That is very much your vibe. I mean, same. Yeah, this is cool. Again, this will be something that goes in a thumbnail 100%. That one also is pretty cool looking. That's the Atlantis outfit, which I also like.
Yes, I appreciate them providing all of our future thumbnails. That was really
That's
nice
right.
of them.
That's right. Well, you can't turn off the UI in the game, so you gotta use their press kit. I mean, that's literally what it's for. Usually in the press kit, there's some like more info, like some reveals that didn't make it onto the big sales page, essentially. I haven't seen any of that yet, but, you know, maybe. That's a cool looking image. Just nice action gameplay shot as you're dropping down the thing. More UI settings would be good, let me tell you. Yep, that's pretty good. That is the logo. Yep. Yeah, the Luminary Ascendancy, we're actually able to see all of the passives for that. They didn't save any of that for us to find out later, which is pretty cool. So we'll look at that on the big sales page in a second here, whatever they call that. Yeah, so you recruit them for the rest of the map, basically, and then you also get to have all the currency that they have, which is good. Nice. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I like the bathysphere. That's very cool. Are the patch notes out already? I didn't think they were. Nice pipe from, what's her name? Valerie. And then the Voyage UI. So it looks like it starts with, or no, it's always 9 pieces. Okay, yeah, 9 segments. And that looks like that's the end of the images. So they said, and maybe they're ahead of schedule, but they said that the patch notes wouldn't be up until 7. Okay, not quite yet. All right, that's fine. 10 minutes, I can wait. Okay, so this is the big page where they sell everything to us, sell us the league. You know, this looks like a small league. I don't think it is that small. Also, they have the hold Alt and then click tech from UE2, which is cool. And I guess if you hit Alt again, it despawns it. All right, well, that's better than PoE2, where I'm just fill up my screen with windows. So most of these just seem to be, you know, like regular map mods. They do have, you can see that they have like a biome type, abyssal plain, seafloor ridges, so they're going to have a bunch of biome types for the chart. Abyssal plain, I wonder if that means it's going to have abyss monsters in it, or, you know, what. I guess we'll see. It's like a small league mechanic, but then the crafting from it is going to be some of the most incredible and like pretty accessible crafting. Like I think this will make it very easy to get decent gear starting out in a league, and in the campaign it's going to be easy. This is the one unique that they've shown off. Not really anything super special, I would say. The sea blister, just a shield. I don't know what Savage Barnacle is. That could be useful, but it seems pretty eh. Yeah, we never really liked Delve until last league, and then Delve got that big like rebalance last league, and playing around with it, it's super awesome. Like to the point that it was, you know, coming into this announcement, maybe it won't be, but it was our plan for like early currency was just to do Delve. There's definitely more build stuff that we haven't seen yet, like this Rotmother's Ducat, the augmenting rare belts with trapper mine modifiers. Like, that's not anything that we've seen before. Getting an additional trap if you're dual wielding, getting an additional mine potentially if you're, I don't know, holding a shield or using a staff or something. Like, you know, you can expand that out to several other types of Ducats, and that could be pretty interesting. That is something that we didn't see in the live stream reveal of it either. Then we have a special type of chart. Voyage modifier will be revealed. Then it's mostly just regular mods and more Deadman's Sulfur. Let's scroll up and look and compare that to the other one. I don't know what the difference is. Kashara's Rest is in gold, so that must mean something. But I don't know what. But it's quantity, rarity, and sulfur. Quantity, rarity, sulfur. The numbers on this one seem to be slightly higher, but I think that's just based on the number of mods, so... Oh, really, Echo? Well, anything that can kill the goblin troop is good. And then there's also this unique flask, Stormblood. 35% chance to gain a flask when you deal, or charge when you deal a crit. All damage from crits can apply lightning ailments during effect, reduced duration. Okay, so this is like... You could play non-lightning and use this, and as long as you crit, you can do like shock with cold damage or fire or chaos or his, I suppose. Any crit damage can do shock. And sap, potentially, if you have some way to sap. Huh. That's pretty interesting. Especially considering the way that shock works. Wanting you to hit very hard with a big individual hit. That seems like that could be... I mean, realistically, it's probably 1 chaos unique, but, you know, mostly because of that reduced duration. But that's interesting. I don't know. Merc's coming back is cool. The new Luminary Ascendancy, we're able to see the entire tree. So you have to take Noble Blood. That's mandatory. Permanent Mercenary Hiring, and then your small passive is Light Radius and increased damage. And then you have 6 bonuses for gloves, helmet, boots, belt, rings, amulets. So rings you do get double value because you get 2 uniques out of that. Everything else is just 1. So by default, you're able to equip no uniques on your Merc. And then if you take this second point down here, you get to use Weapon, Shield, and Quiver. And you get more damage for each unique they have equipped. So if you have I mean, you can't get all of these, right? You have to take 2 points here and then 1 point here. And then you would only be able to get 5. So that'd be 1, I guess 2 out of the rings. But 1, 2, 3, 4,
Math
5,
time
6,
with Blairald.
7, 8. If you do Weapon and Shield or Weapon and Quiver, and then all of these, right? Like you're using Rare Boots or something, that's 8 uniques. So 64% more damage. That's assuming you only do that. That's a lot of damage. But I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I am going to look at that Manifused and Infused Staff Gem, because the unmodifiable reservation is very strange. So then you have Oath of Fealty, which seems really good in conjunction with Flame Link. Like I said earlier, that gives you something like, with no modifier, like no link effect on it at all. If you're just stacking like say 6k life, you get something like over 300 flat added fire damage for your Merc. That seems like a lot. And then not having to reapply the link and not dying if the Merc dies. That's good. Although I think if the Merc dies, I think your map is bricked. I don't think you can revive them, so I think your map is done. And then increases introduction to light radius applied to the effect of your link skill buffs. So now you suddenly become a light radius stacking build where you can get like well over 100% increased link effect. So now instead of transferring, 300 flat fire damage, you're transferring like, I don't know, let's say 1,000 flat fire. That seems like a lot, but that is 6 points, coming up to Noble Blood and all the way down here. So you're only able to be like, yeah, you can have unique rings and a unique weapon and shield. Ta-da. Or two weapons or something. So now you're getting 2 rings and 2 weapons. 32% more damage. Not bad. Then on the other side, you get to basically like damage shift into your Merc or give them recoup. That's not amazing. You do get light radius out of the small passives and increase life for the Merc. And then taunt on hit and increased effective non-curse auras from your Merc. I mean, that's interesting, but I don't know. If taunt gave more than 10% less damage, I think that would be really good, or if it lasted longer, but, I don't know. These all seem like they're pretty interesting, like, potential to be pretty good. Still no patch notes. That's fine, we're still ahead of schedule. The only Abyssal unique they've shown off, at least that I remember, is this weird-ass two-handed axe that has 6 Abyssal sockets and increased attack speed, or crit chance, or physical, or Minion Impale chance. I don't think that Minion Impale chance is ever getting used. Increased physical damage could maybe be useful. I don't know. This seems like a 1 chaos unique, but I don't know. Especially when you think about like 2-hand axe builds usually not being like very crit oriented, and then this is of course on a crit base, the Flesh Ripper. Yeah. This is the one that seems like it has the most juice of any of the new things that have been added in this league. The ability to use these, what are they called? vestigial uniques. We were looking at that. I was looking at that toward the end. The idea of getting like Replica Alberon's Warpath, as we were talking about. Replica Alberon's Warpath, taking that adds 1 to 80 chaos per 80 strength, and converting that over onto another piece of gear. If it actually goes at full strength. That's the thing, right? Like we saw the they're not showing it off here, but what they showed off in the live stream was a lightning coil that had, I think, Cloak of Flame modifier on it, but it was 20% of Fizz taken as fire. So if it only converts the valuable bonus over at like half power, that really changes things, right? Like the idea of getting like a Cloak of Flame that has the 50% Fizz taken as lightning from Lightning Coil without the downside of Lightning Coils, like minus 60 res, would be huge. That would be better. But if you're only getting like half, like if you were getting 40% of Fizz taken as fire out of the Cloak of Flame and 25 out of converting that Lightning Coil, that would not be as good. Still better than a baseline Lightning Coil, though. And you can run the Life Mastery that gives you, whatever it is, 10-15% increased life for not having life on your body armor, because obviously there's no life on a Cloak of Flame, unlike with a regular non-Foulborn Lightning Coil, which is part of why we like Foulborn Lightning Coil. You know, like it has that Fizz taken, what is it, Chaos taken as lightning damage as the Foulborn modifier instead of the life, and so then you're able to take that Life Mastery, and then you're good to go. All right, it just rolled over to 7. Boom. Patch notes are available. Let's look. Yeah. What's up, Valerie? She has a cool pipe. We looked at her already. Yeah, I don't know. I like pirate stuff. I'm not like a international talk like a pirate day enthusiast or anything. Oh, I do
He's
remember
lying.
in college when that was just
He's lying. I've seen
starting
him.
up with nerds, and some professor came in dressed like a pirate and was like, "Arr, we're doing class today." I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna cringe out of my skin. My skin is gonna get up and walk out of the room, and all my flesh and bones will be here.
Ah, free your skin.
Uh-huh. Wow, alright, here are a bunch of exceptional skill and support gems for casters. Oh, so they did talk about the Katash and Lycia ones, even though they didn't talk about them in the video. They talked about them right here. So your Vol skills for Pact of Katash, they do more damage, and they have less soul gain, prevention duration, and refund souls when used. Oh my god, that's good. Alright, wellness check on Captain Lance. He might have just overdosed on... his serotonin levels have spiked. I don't know. I'm sure that's great. And then Pact of Lycia, empowering the next channeling spell you cast yourself, burdening you with an affliction, more damage, and periodically trigger lightning bolts while channeling. Alright, that could be really good. Wow, Vol auras are insane with this. Okay. Coursing Currents. I think that's a PoE2 support. Support skills that hit enemies, providing increased effect of chill and shock inflicted, causing enemies to be chilled when they're shocked and shocked when they're chilled. Oh my god, that's good. Okay, that is a better version of that flask. Stormblood. Yeah. That's really good. Exceptional support, Crystal Fall, trigger falling crystal on hit. I don't know what I expected. Causing a giant crystal of Abyssal Soulstone to be called from above. That's gotta come from the new Abyss boss then. Falling down to slam at the targeted location supports slam skills. Cannot be triggered by anything other than you. Okay. Well, that could be really good or really garbage, and there's just no way to know until you see the tuning on it. And the cooldown especially. Yeah, that could wind up being really good, though. That could wind up being like a support gem version of the slammy hands from Keeper's League that were just like deleting bosses. And strength support... Oh, just skill, right. Mana infused staff, you get lower mana costs and increased block chance with staff, which is really interesting. And then you also release that arcane wave that they showed off that looked like it did a lot of damage. That's pretty cool. Divine Blast of Radiance, project a beam of holy light from your shield to a targeted location. I thought I saw them doing something like this, and I was like, maybe that's a skill that I just am showing I'm showing off my ignorance by not knowing what this is. But if it's new, then I can be okay. Holy Hammer of Spirals, they showed that off in a teaser. Holy Sweep of Hammerfalls, Reap of Butchery. Okay, they showed all of those off, or at least most of those off in a teaser, so I think we're good there. And they have Volatile Vol Orbs and Crystallized Rancor did make it through. Everything else seems like it didn't. Reroll 3 modifiers on a rare item for the cost of 3 Chaos Orbs. Reroll a modifier on a rare item for a cost of 8 Chaos Orbs. Just 1 modifier. That's pretty interesting. Oh, faster casting and faster attack will be available to everybody. That rocks. Catalyst stack up to 20. That's not huge, but it's good. Crafting bench in every town from Act 2 on. That's great. Instead of having to always go to your hideout. Waypoint in Solaris Temple level 1 and Act 8 has been moved closer to level 2 entrance. Sweet. Okay, Mercs are back. They talked about these. Nothing special. You can recruit. You can request their warrant, and that's pretty much that. And try and trade it to somebody playing a Luminary. Otherwise, you beat them, and then they're like a combination of like a rogue exile and a shrine that follows you around and tries to kill stuff on your behalf. I mean, that's cool. I like that. Especially given that they have auras. That'll be useful. Oh, okay. So they have pulled some of these uniques out of the core drop pool and put them back onto Mercs. Okay. Something I wanted to look at in here. I don't see it. Basically, when you fight with a Merc. Oh, okay. Trarthan gems are back on Mercs. Okay, see, that is actually useful. This is useful. Being able to hunt down mercenaries will be pretty easy. All uniques are all equipment is unique. Yeah, that for hunting down uniques could be like a fun, like probably cheapo kind of farm strategy. But yeah, you're able to either take their specific item, gear item, from like one of their slots or their currency. Yeah. Good. Wild Rogue Exiles have a chance to be accompanied by a Wild Mercenary. Wild Mercenaries have increased difficulty for each Wild Mercenary in an area. Okay, so there you go. That would be the justification for Rogue Exiles still existing. They've made them kind of synergize with each other. I don't know what you get from a Wild Mercenary. Do you get... Do you get their warrant? Do you get their currency? Do you get their random item? Who knows? No more Orbs of Og and Transmute. Thank God. Alright, they talked about Abyss getting a bunch of changes. This is good. Abyssal Deli Orbs can no longer be obtained. They're steadily triangulating their way toward Delirium Orbs just being Delirium Orbs with no different flavors at all. Just baseline flavorless Delirium Orb. Delirium Orb Classic, if you will. The Coca-Cola model. Abyssal Jewels can no longer roll with increased damage and hits against abyssal monsters and blah, 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 blah. Oh, thank God. That is... And like additional Fizz DR if you weren't damaged by a hit recently. It's actually kind of a good mod, but nobody... I mean, you don't want that. Very situational, but kind of good for evasion. Yeah, that removes a ton of spoiler mods for Abyssal Jewels. So there you go. That's why Abyss is good. Then, I guess. Abyssal Crystals will be the thing that spawn instead, out of the Abyss Scarab of Crystals. They'll spawn instead of reward chests, and then they make all the rest of the monsters harder and more rewarding. The Classico. Abyssal Consort, don't know what that means, but that's something. And they've buffed a bunch of the Abyss Jewel mods. Yeah, look. Buff, buff, buff. Nerf to mana, I guess, but buff to mana recoup, buff to flat damage, buff to flat damage, buff to all the weird situational flat damage, buff to the effect of different ailments. Okay, that would be the reason to do Abyss, basically. Yeah, I agree with that, Andy. Just nuke everything except for the Scarab currency and div card Deli Orbs. Or honestly, just nerf Deli Orbs, or just get rid of them. Like, Deli Mirrors are fun, permanent Deli on maps is not. Everybody hates it. I mean, I understand that it's like the ultimate juicing mechanic, but like, I don't know. Nobody likes it. Yeah, there's some good stuff in here. Big buffs to all of the Abyss Jewel mods. So that justifies, Abyss has now justified its own existence through like abyssal jewels and stuff, and then also, you know. Alright. I think that's not surprising, Echo. Mines, Totems, and Ballistas getting hit so that self-casting can flourish. I mean, that kind of had to happen. They've redesigned all the timeless emblems to be the higher version of them, basically. Incubators are gone, thank God. Timeless Delirium Orb is also gone, yep. More splinters drop at a time, less frequently. That's good. Okay, good. A lot of gem socket stuff that they talked about. Here we go. At least 2 non-white sockets for 5 chromes, 3 for 20, and 4 for 75. So chromes may wind up being the new, like, de facto Chaos Orb level currency. Or maybe they'll fit in there as like a third in between. Diala's Malefaction got a nice little bump. You always get the quality bonus from socket color, and then 20 to quality, previously 30, so that's the same for greens. But then the reds and blues are just better. Yeah, that's good. I think they did mention that they were doing like base type buffs for some of the caster weapon types, especially staffs. And that makes sense with them putting in that staff block skill thing. Pariah is better, but it's still Pariah. Scava has some stuff going on. All right, Triad Grip is now based on the gem instead of the socket. That's smart. And the bow passive mastery that gave some accuracy per green socket that nobody ever used is now bonuses from equipped quiver. Ho 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 ho. I don't think that'll wind up being good for Toxic Rain initially, but boy, that maybe winds up being good enough once you switch over to like Widow Hail and you have an insane quiver. Yeah, that's, I mean, think about how much life and move speed and double dot multi you have on that quiver. Ooh, is that worth pathing over to get a second bow cluster? Okay, let's take a look. Yeah, that's definitely an in-game bow buff for sure. All right, just looking at the others. Varici's rewards. Blanching is now trichromatism. Okay. Unblanching, if you will. Yeah, everything that used to color your sockets from tempering and tailoring orbs or from heist is all gone. Good. Talismans. I can't believe that they made talismans usable.
I can't believe it is talismans.
I can't I can't believe it is talismans. I genuinely can't. No, I mean, well,
it's fine. It is what it is.
It is what it is.
It is what it is, and it's already there. And there we go.
That's right.
Yeah, yay.
That's right. Okay, so previously we were doing this for bow. And we would either need to take this, which is useless, or this, which is actively harmful. So I don't think that's the direction we would want to go. Where else can we get a bow wheel? It has to be down here, which means we could come down and take this. And then you get Avatar of the Hunt. You get, I guess, this side. And then you would take that. Yeah, because that's the only way you're getting another bow wheel. Unless you were to come down here, take Farsight, which is also not great. Yeah, so that's not a problem, really. But it does mean you have to give up something somewhere. You probably would just give up this stuff up here, right? Atrophy? Like, atrophy's not bad. Because you'd have to give up the aura effect, specifically the mana reservation efficiency here. I mean, you can live with that. Just drop, what is this? What is this? This is 14 points? Man, that's a lot of points. And you come down here and you get, I think you would probably go through Avatar of the Hunt. And that jewel slot there is an option. Yeah, I think that's probably the way that you would go at it. There's also the potential of like coming down through field medicine and making your way over to Farsight. That could work too. That also sets you up to take this pair of nodes, Thick Skin, give yourself a bunch more life. I kind of like that. Yeah, I think that's very doable. Yeah, you could get leader of the pack, and then you get 12 reservation. You actually get more reservation efficiency of skills out of this. You get aura area, which is lame, but 20% increased area of effect and 12% area of effect, but no increased aura effect, which is fine. But you get 20% increased reservation efficiency versus up here where you get 14% effect, 6% effect, so you get 20% effect and 8% reservation efficiency. Yeah, you might, I don't know if you fit in an extra aura or not, but it definitely makes everything easier. I don't think you get an extra, I mean, like, how much do you actually free up if I just take that? Yeah, like 10%? That's okay, though. I think that winds up being the move. Yeah, talismans can't be anointed and you can't remove their enchantments, but then they have this very powerful enchantment base, like the +1 all level of skills. That's pretty interesting. Oh, Breach getting nerfed? That's good. Color me not surprised. Volatile Vol Orbs is a Sanctum reward. That's good. Ultimatum is the exclusive source of Catalyst. That makes sense. Oh, you can't be, you're immune while you're channeling Verisium Ore. Awesome. Locusts point the way to the next altar and ritual, as it should be. This is all great. Betrayal. Syndicate leaders can no longer drop Allflame Embers. The Syndicate Mastermind can now only drop the Allflame Ember of Kulamak. Okay, so they killed almost all of the Allflame Embers. Probably for the best. Scarabs dropping have been doubled. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, I haven't even gotten to the reflect part yet. All right, Breach. Average number of monsters has been reduced. Number of monster packs has been reduced. Number of breaches that can be opened at the same time has been reduced. Probably for servers, I would guess. 10% pack size. Yeah, all right. So they nerf Breach hard. That's okay. You still get the same amount of blood and gifts, but that's where they're trying to shift the reward structure for Breach. It's about the tree, not about killing 1,000,000 monsters and actually getting 1,000,000 monsters worth of loot. Fine. Oh, and they nerfed the tree. They nerfed the tree a lot, actually. Wow. Alright. Well, guess I'm not doing Breach. Hold on. Control F, Delve. Okay, great. So that's good. Delve is still good. That was our original plan. So Delve is solid as a rock. Okay, here we go. Reflect map mods have been reworked, causing them to reflect a percentage of physical or elemental hit damage dealt. Instead of that, they now have physical or elemental thorns. Physical thorns activates when hit by physical damage and lasts for 5 seconds. It reflects a fixed amount of physical damage each time they receive a hit. They can't gain physical thorns more than once every 10 seconds. You can only take physical thorns damage every 0.1 seconds. Elemental thorns, same thing. 800 Fizz Reflect, 1500 Elemental Damage Reflect. Okay, so 1500 Elemental Damage Reflect times 0.25, essentially, is 375, right? With your standard LERes, and then that's divided by 0.1. So that's 3,750 DPS. That's still a lot. That's still a whole lot. Yeah, I mean, that's with reflect, or with resists. If you have anything that reduces reflect damage or thorns damage, I don't know, you're able to mitigate it through evasion block armor resistances. Then it's like a much less awful mechanic now. Okay, yeah, I think that might be fine then. I think that basically reflect is no longer horrible. I mean, for one, it's only rare monsters, right? And it lasts for 5 seconds, and it has a 10-second cooldown. So you have like 5 seconds of a bit of danger, and if you have like leech or anything to like get through it, then you're okay. And if you can evade it, that's also good. And I still think that Diablo 3 did a more elegant solution of this, of it just shooting a, like, I don't know, barrage of projectiles back at you when you attack them while the Thorns thing is active, instead of just doing damage with no visual component. It's something you can see and dodge, but this is definitely a lot better. Good. Okay. Important. Toxic Sewer, back in the list. Hallelujah. Some other maps in here that aren't great, but Toxic Sewer being back on the list is huge. So that's good, that's good, that's good. What's out? Acid Caverns, Ashen Wood, nothing super special so far. Canyon. People like Canyon, and that's gone, but Toxic Sewer is good to get back. Worth it. Crimson Temple. I like that one, but I've kind of been out on it for a while. Mud Geyser, Moon Temple, those can both go. Underground Sea. Some people like that, but yeah. Defiled Cathedral's also out. Oof. Lighthouse is out. Oof. Oof. Still think it's a net positive just on Toxic Sewer coming back on its own. That kind of cancels out them removing anything else, but yeah. Oof. Untainted Paradise, completely gone. Okay. Oh, nope. It's an event node. Got it. Alright, little bit of changes to the Atlas in terms of the way that the bosses zones path, like the pathing or whatever, but not much. The synth change. I'll have to look at it again. I've forgotten. Desert is fine. It's like that kind of... no, Desert, if I remember correctly, is like that blown out start of Act 4 area where you go kill, what's his name? The guy who's all dehydrated. The dehydrated Emperor. That guy. Enshrouded Astrolabe has been named to renamed to Deceptive. Sure. Item drop delay from versions of the Remembered and Feared that can spawn in maps such as from Horned Scarab Awakening. Yeah, that was very long. Very, very long delay. Reduce the average amount of mod effect applied to explicit mods when using Reflecting Mist. Yeah, that makes sense. Those were way strong. But the drop chance is higher. Okay. I could be misremembering. It might be the one that's like Act 9 after the snow, but I think it's the one that's more like early Act 4. But again, I don't remember. I might be confusing it with Wasteland, which is more like the early Act 4, and Desert is more like Act 9. Yeah, maybe. All right, we did call Kinetic Fusillade getting the triple tap, so yeah. Scrying Orb is a new currency item. Hallelujah. Huge change. Huge. Okay, Dutiful Soldier gives you blueprints, have a 15% chance for a special implicit. That's great. Altered Prophecy cluster to the Atlas passive tree. Tier 14 maps have a 4% chance to drop a scrying orb. Small passives give you increased chance to drop div cards, so this is a must-take. This is the new must-take little cluster. Awesome. Love to see it. Just free money. Sources of chance to avoid all damage from hits are now additive with sources of avoiding damage of a specific type. Okay, that's... seems like it would make more sense. Yeah. Lowered the life of many monsters when used as specters. That's for the best. I don't know enough about minions, so, you know. Arcane
Yeah,
might
it's not our
keyword.
department.
Not in this game. Not in this game.
Not our department.
Yeah.
Not yet, anyway.
Yeah. Maybe this league. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm looking at that Scion thing. I'm thinking about being a support to a mercenary. They're like, you can be a support for the mercenary. I'm like, maybe I'll do that.
That seems incredibly cool. Like, that definitely seems like a
That's
build.
different.
Yeah, that seems like it's on the table for us, for sure. Not as a league starter,
Like-
but later in the
like,
league,
wow, that's-
for sure.
So different from what we normally do, which is just blast, blast, blast. And this is like, I'm a helper.
Yeah.
Yay.
Yeah. I get carried by a NPC who's going to auto attack like 15 times a second. Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
That is
That
true,
sounds
Echo.
fun.
That is true. Audio for Ray Spectre's quieter. That's huge.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, so they have the Death Mark skill instead of no
Can we
evade.
quiet the wisps now as well, please?
Huh. Yeah. Increased effective marks per max power charge. Interesting. And percent of leech is instant per max power charge. 30%, like if you're doing 10 charge stacking, 30% of leech instant and 30% increased effective marks. Or I mean 100% increased effective marks, that's pretty good. And then spell crit chance bifurcates and 50% less spell crit chance. Yeah, that's interesting. That's a pretty big downside, but then like getting it to roll lucky and then basically do double damage when it double rolls a crit is huge. Hierophant, we knew this was coming. That's a huge nerf to Hierophant and spell totem in general. Yeah, base crit chance equal to that of your main hand crit weapon is pretty huge. The fanaticism stuff is like 3 charges instead of 4, lasts longer. You know, less cost of spells instead of reduced is actually a nerf in a lot of cases, but still. Yeah. Occultist, Unhallowed Rite. I didn't even see this at all. I know they put it on the screen, but it just flew right by. Unhallowed Rite causes you to gain a spirit infusion every second while channeling a spell. So it doesn't count for channeling Cyclone because that's not a spell. So, okay. Each stack grants faster start of energy shield recharge. Channeling spells deal 10% more damage. And channeling spells have 20% more cost. Whew. Maximum 5 stacks, you lose 1 stack every half second if you haven't gained a stack in the past 2. That is a lot of extra damage. 5 stacks, 50% more damage, and 100% more cost. Wow, it is literally Blight League. You play Blight. Damn. 150% faster start of energy shield recharge too. So it just means you have energy shield recharge while you're channeling. That's pretty good. We already looked at the Reliquarian a whole bunch. Looks really good for caster. Not sure about everything else. Okay, so reduced cost of skills has been changed to cost efficiency at appropriate values. Yep. Totem related stuff has definitely been nerfed as we would expect. Lots of skill gem changes. Most spells receive base damage increases have a higher growth with each gem level. Okay. General idea is that fire is cheap and does more damage, or has better damage scaling. Lightning is fast and expensive, and cold has high crit chance. Got it. But lower actual damage. Arcane Cloak has been nerfed. 10% of mana spent by the skill gem instead of 10 to 14. A lot of these are very small tweaks. Arc is faster. Mana cost is up. Yeah, okay. We could have seen this coming. Armageddon brand of volatility effectiveness is down. But the flat added damage is up. Okay. Got it. Ball Lightning, Blade Blast. Blade Vortex has lower increased hit rate. More damage for each blade has also been cut down, but the crit chance is 10 instead of 6. So it's specifically a crit build. Not negotiable. That kind of seems like that's going to be the case for most of these, not for Bladefall. I think Bladefall already had a high crit chance. Bladefall of Impaling with a 25% base crit chance. Jesus. Let's see. Creeping Frost has a slightly higher base crit chance. Nothing super special there. Creama's a little faster. Yeah. Dark Pact has been renamed Dark Bargain. Okay. Oh, because they have Pact spells. That makes sense. Yeah. So, like, very slight mana stacking nerf so far. Nothing radical yet. Definitely some, like, adjustment, recalibration happening, but nothing, like, humongous. Ellie hit. Lower the added fire, cold, and lightning damage by 17% at all gem levels. Ellie hit of the spectrum unaffected. Knew it was happening. EK's getting buffed, huh? 10 to 15 projectiles, previously 10 to 13. Has 10% crit chance, previously 6. 250 added effectiveness of spell gem added damage, previously 220. And it deals about, what is that? What is 1104 plus 1656? Divided by 2, that's 1380. What was it for? 949 plus 1423 divided by 2. So that is about 15 to 20% more damage for EK. Just straight up. And then okay, I see the quality change is that instead of getting extra projectiles from quality, you get more proj speed. Great. So it's going to be really, really fast. I like EK. It's pretty fun. I don't know that it's great or anything. Just like a fun skill for clearing like part of the campaign. Yeah, Elemental Hit should still be playable, but it's not going to be like incredible. EK is kind of, I mean, that's a lot of buffs. The crit chance buff and the added damage and the flat 15% increased damage. Yeah, and then the proj speed helps with it, making it go farther to clear. So EK might actually be a really good spell now. Fireball radius increased. Yay. That is a lot of effectiveness of added damage. 480%. And then also, again, what is that? About 10 to 15% extra flat added damage on the spell. That's a pretty big buff to good old Fireball. Firestorm and Firestorm of Meteors have gotten buffs as well. Base mana cost obviously is down 20%, but the effectiveness of added damage is up by 20%. The flat added damage looks like it's up by about 8 to 10%. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Interesting. Yeah, we've used EK on some of our builds, especially in like Freesia League on the Blade Vortex, Bog Witch, Bog Shaman. Yeah. Firestorm of Pelting, just a straight buff. Just instead of 120 effectiveness of added damage, it's 150. Okay, that's pretty good. Notably, Flame Dash did not get a mana cost reduction. That's fine. All right. Crossbomb. Huge buff in an early campaign. Genuinely. Yeah, it does have more flat added damage. Like a lot. Like a ton more. I mean, who cares, right? But also 25% chance to freeze is like actually pretty cool. So yeah, that's a pretty huge buff to all spellcasting. Wow. Forbidden Rite doing an extra 2% of your max life as base chaos damage is actually pretty significant if you have like, what's like 4,500 times 0.12, 4,500 times 0.14. Yeah, like an extra, I don't know, 60 to 120, depending on how much life you have. Flat added damage. That's assuming you're playing life-based instead of like CI. Don't think anybody's going to play Forbidden Right, but I have done it in the past, and it sure was fun. Freezing Pulse is fun. What else were we going to look for? Oh, 1 to 5 proj instead of just 1. Oh, wow, that's so much more interesting. And it does about 15% more damage. Maybe more. All right. We were going to look for Wintertide brand. All right, we were at Freezing Pulse. Let's go all the way down and look for Wintertide brand. No change. Winter Orb, though, 2 to 3 proj at gym levels 1 to 20, previously 1. Chance to freeze, increased crit chance, and the damage is slightly up. All right, cool. Frostbolt. It's one of the coolest looking terrible skills in the game. I can remember doing a Frostbolt mine and a Frostbolt totem build, and I loved it with Black Hole MTX. God, it looks so good, but it's not. Anyway, there's that. Yep, it now has a 25% chance to freeze. 25% chance to freeze for a lot of these frost skills is very high. I did look at Creeping Frost earlier, and I've already forgotten about it. Yeah, literally just crit chance. Great. Jin Cry can no longer support skills with cooldowns. Ouch. Glacial Cascade. Yeah. Yep, Glacial Cascade mines. Hex Blast cooldown time is now 1 second. The cast time is 0.85. And the cost is down. So, still not anything anybody wants to play, but they have brought it closer to usable, I think. Oh yeah, more nerfs to Felborn Ghost Wraith. That makes sense. Ice Nova. Ice Nova is getting buffed again, huh? Not by a ton. That's fine. Ice Nova Frostbolts. Chance to freeze. No other meaningful changes. Crit chance, but yeah, that's it. Ice Storm from Whispering Ice now has a maximum of 8 Ice Storms. I think the worst build I ever tried to put together in long before we started doing any content creation was a Whispering Ice Cyclone Scion. That didn't make it very far, and a couple extra Ice Storms would not have made the difference. Okay, here we go. Finally, Kinetic Fusillade. It's dead. It's dead. It's dead. Bye-bye. Kinetic Rain has been buffed to 200% Arcane Might. That's the new keyword for... Kinetic Blast and K-Bach are also dead. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Arcane Might being the new keyword for, like, if it gains attack damage based off of spell damage. Yeah. Lightning Conduit, Lightning Tendrils. Andrew did say he wanted to play a Lightning Tendrils build. 0.2 seconds, so it's faster. Base mana cost is up. 190% added effectiveness up from 130, 105 to 1986, up from 75 to 1420. Oh my god, he buffed this a lot. That is over 25% more damage. And it's a faster cast. And it is a larger radius. And all you have to do is stand still and channel, which is bad. But that is better. Lightning Warp being a faster cast is fun. Lightning Warp is a fun mobility skill. It's really stupid, but it's very fun. Alright, let's see. Oh, Quickstep is able to dash over terrain. That'll be huge for both of the people playing Ruthless. It is. It is Caster Flicker Strike. That's exactly it. Rolling Magma, lower damage and effectiveness at level 1. Good. Finally, Rolling Magma's reign of terror has been struck down. It has ended. Spark is faster, just a little bit. That's good. Spark of the Nova shoots fewer projectiles. That's rough. Storm Call. Yeah, I don't know. There are so many of these skills, Stormbind, and it's like I've never used it. I've looked at it, I've been like, huh, and then that was that. Void Sphere. All right. I mean, I'm not going to use it, but it's cool. It was really cool back in the day when you could use the, I don't remember, Asenath's Mark or Chant or whatever, and put Void Sphere and Curse and stuff into that and like freely cast it as Toxic Rain and get stuff to be like sucked up and die in the circle and despawn without doing any on-death effects. That was pretty cool. Well, anyway. Yeah, no changes to Toxic Rain, no changes to Wither, none to Withering Step, none to anything that you really use as Toxic Rain, and that's honestly fine. Like, Toxic Rain is still fine. It is a little... Okay. This had no... That's the only mention of Toxic Rain. I can live with that. Alright, Vol Gem changes. Just crit chance stuff and radius and stuff for Vol spell skills. That's good. I mean, it does seem like a cool time to be a spellcaster. No news really is good news. So, you know, I'm okay with that. They're nerfing totems, which I'm very happy about. Now we don't have to hear that. I mean, we'll still hear it, but you know, we don't have to hear the. What about Ballista for Toxic Rain? Well, Ballista's below now, so there you go. Barrage got a big buff. More projectiles. The less damage mod is way weaker. More attack time per projectile. Got it. That's it. So it's slower and it's more expensive, but it hits way harder. So maybe it winds up being neutral, but I don't know. Yeah, Archmage is up to 14% of unreserved max mana instead of up to 16, so that's a nerf. Mines definitely got nerfed. Flash Chain got nerfed. Charge Mines, 8% throwing speed per charge, 20% crit chance per charge. And yeah, more expensive. Yeah, so Mines are nerfed, which is funny because Mines were barely even played. They were strong as hell, though. They were so strong. So, I don't know. Companionship was nerfed. Yeah, that's way better. That's way better for getting rid of Minion Pact. Minion Pact has been reworked. Communion, it supports spell skills that hit enemies and cannot modify the skills of minions. Added physical damage for each permanent minion at gym level 3. That's it. That is the way it was supposed to work. Good. Oh yeah, mines are absolutely the best bosser. You can go do... I mean, we did this, I want to say it like 326 or 327 or something to run up to one of those leagues. Showed, I think it was on like a 4-link or something, doing like Minotaur on like a 4-link on a character that was like level 72, like very scuffed. Maybe it was less than 4-link, maybe it was more, maybe it was a 5-link, I don't remember, but the point is like you could do high-level content on absolutely no gear at all with Pyroclast Mine Sabo. And yeah, Icicle Mine, that also could work. People like Glacial Cascade Mines, like literally like over 5 years ago. 8 or 9 years ago or something. Spell Totem, slightly nerfed. Well, actually not that slightly. 10% less damage at max level is actually pretty big. Yeah. Unleash, 26% less damage when recurring instead of 36%. Wow. That's a 10% more damage multiplier basically for Unleash. Damn. And I guess 8% for Greater Unleash. That's big. Kind of makes me want to play a spellcaster. Yeah. Alright, I'm just gonna zip through these because I don't recognize any of these as being anything that we use normally. Gold did get nerfed. Pretty hard. Well said. Existing versions of this can be updated to new values with a Divine Orb, but why would you? No question mark. Editor brain engaged. I think the rest of the stuff is all pretty much just stuff we would never really use. Wrath Pith is way worse. So is Foulborn Wrath Pith. That seems fine. Shimmeron no longer has flat added damage and now has +1 max power charges, and then it adds flat damage per power charge. Got it. Or more, rather. It's a lot of damage, though. Yeah, I don't know. Shimmeron's brutal. No, they said that the belt is not going to be in the game. So that's gone. Yep. They said that it'll probably come back in a future league, but it won't be in this one. I don't see anything super great so far in any of the uniques, and I'm pretty much at the end, so, you know, I think that's it. Unless Void Battery being 50% reduced spell damage instead of 80, but then 10 to 15% increased per power charge instead of 25. So if you're doing like, let's say you're doing like 9 power charges. What's 9 times 25? 225 minus 80, so 145. What's 15 times 9? Minus 50, like 85. Yeah, so that's a big nerf. That's a big nerf to Void Battery. Huh. Still usable, but it's just, yeah. Alright. If it didn't have the reduced spell damage penalty at all, then I think that'd be solid, but as it is, I don't know, not loving it. Alright, yeah, Harvest Synthesize is gone. Bestiary Synthesis Implicit Reroll only works on unique items. Fractured Fossils now Fracture a mod. That's probably for the best. Oh, let me take a look at the replica. Tukohama's Fortress, is that under R or under T? Oh, yeah. 30% crit chance per brand. That does seem better. I don't remember what it actually looks like, though. I remember what the actual icon looks like, yeah. Increased brand damage, crit chance, the additional brand, blood magic. Weird one. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Bestiary, yeah, Beastcraft to Split is now gone, and instead of Fractures a mod on a rare talisman with at least 4 mods. Okay. Split into 3 is now Fractures 2 mods on a rare talisman with at least 6. Huh, weird. I don't think that's going to get used much, but, you know, maybe. Oh yeah, Void Fletch getting supportable. I remember seeing a Void Fletch build like 4 years ago or something that somebody had done something insane with on Reddit. And being like, huh, what do you know? Didn't know that was usable. So if you can support that, that seems pretty cool. Reduced mana cost of attacks can no longer roll as a Searing Exarch implicit. It's now replaced with mana cost efficiency Searing Exarch implicit mods on helmets. I think this is fine. I think this winds up being the same. We'll see. Should be fine. New mod that can roll on jewels, mana cost efficiency. So there you go. That'll fix mana cost efficiency if not. Implicit block mods on staff no longer say they explicitly require a staff. That's probably for the best, you know, holding a staff and it says increase block chance if you're using a staff. Well, obviously I am if I have the thing equipped, right? Chance to block can roll on staff. That's pretty useful. Yeah, that's pretty useful. I like that. Up to 22% chance to block if you were hit recently. Okay. They're making it easier to roll spell skill, gem tier, or levels on staff. That's good. That makes staff way stronger than before. And I guess they are already, like, being buffed in other ways too. Yeah, that's huge. Way more damage for staff users. Oh, no longer roll increased fire, cold, and lightning damage suffix modifiers. That's gonna make it easier to roll like crit onto your caster weapons now then, grip mods and cast speed mods. That's actually pretty good. Okay, dagger base types were like 30 are now 40 to 45, 40 to went to 50 to 55, and 50 went to 60 to 65. So not huge, but like it is increased global crit chance, and that's pretty useful. Yeah, exactly. Those suffixes were really bad. They were basically just there to be spoilers, and now they're better. Wow, that's a lot of corrupted mods. Some good stuff in here, definitely. Dot multi for helmets and rings is interesting. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of interesting corruptions in there, definitely. They took some out. Reduced area damage taken. Block chance on shields. Ooh, that's tough. But fair. Evasion rating while moving on boots, whatever. Yeah. Most of these were bad. The block on shields was actually pretty nice, though. Oh, yeah, it will. That's good. That's really good, actually. Okay, a couple of div card changes, nothing super significant. Ruthless changes, we're going to skip that. Rare monster reward modifiers for transforming all items to armor or to weapons have been removed. Great change. That's just a good baseline change. Yeah, that means that Horn Scarab of Tradition became a lot better. That's great. Soul Eater expires faster on non-players. Yes! Oh my god, that's so much better.
Annoying.
Yeah, you lose 5 souls per second, or monsters lose 5 souls per second instead of 2. And it only has to be 2 seconds of not absorbing any souls instead of 4. Awesome. And then this one, I did see this earlier in the chat. Yeah. All the minions that fire cold lightning explode on death, exploding even if you're not in the area. So you can just run away, have them explode, and then come back and be safe. Awesome. Faster attacks and casting being available in Act 1 and Act 2. Right? That's Act 2. Yeah, that's good. That's really good. Fantastic. And then you can get mana infused staff on the 3 int-based classes. That's good too. Yeah. Some UI stuff, nothing super special there that I see anyway. And okay. Yeah, a lot of changes in this patch. It looks like basically, TLDR, casters up. Kinetic Fusillade and Ellie hit down. Top left, top side of the tree, good. Toxic Rain Pathfinder, the same. Abyss, looking really good. Delve, still good. Legion, incredibly interesting. All the stuff you can do with Legion is so interesting. And then the support gem, or the gem color change, is just so huge, especially for any kind of stuff like Skin of the Lords and Skin of the Loyal, where you have a bunch of bonuses, but you're not allowed to mess with the sockets. Now that doesn't matter. So those uniques are way better. They did not change Pathfinder. Although, actually, they did add in this one bonus for the bow passive area where you get this 20% increased bonuses gained from equipped quiver. That is actually potentially very useful. Mastery from bows, that might actually be worth, changing our tree up a little bit to pick that up. Once you have, a really nice quiver. That's pretty humongous. So yeah, all in all, pretty great reveal. The League mechanic looks good. This looks good. Definitely excited to get in there with All Reliable, and then probably to play around with some caster stuff, and maybe that Luminary and being like an Aura bot for a Merc.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something new. Something different.
Something very different.
Yeah.
All right, I think that's going to do it for us. Thanks to everybody for tuning in and hanging out. We're going to work on a video about this, about everything that was like super eye-catching and all
Thanks
of this.
for joining us. If you missed any of the stream or you want to watch any part of it, it will be up on YouTube in a little bit as soon as they're done processing it.
That's right.
It'll be at the same link that the YouTube stream is at right now. If you
Yep.
are not watching on YouTube and you want to see it, it's in the Twitch or in the PoE video channel in our Discord as well.
Oh, yeah. All right. That'll do it for us. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in.
We'll see you next time.
Yeah, we'll see you next time. Bye.
Bye.